Chapter 451 Blood in the Heart. Xuezingsheng is not well, is this my real father? Have someone undress me for a body check? Xuezingsheng gritted her silver teeth lightly, feeling speechless for a while. The corner of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This is really a dear father. Ahem, I'm here for a better inspection. Of course, you can do whatever you want, don't care about what I say. Star Spirit Lord seemed to realize that what he just said was a bit strange at this time, and hurriedly said. After finishing speaking, the Star Spirit Lord directly turned into a little bit of starlight and disappeared into the ancestral land. You can rest assured to check, no one will come in or check. Star Spirit Lord left behind a voice transmission before disappearing. Chen Luo and Xuezingsheng looked at each other in the ancestral land. This Star Spirit Lord is indeed a Star Spirit Lord. Chen, Mr. Chen, let's start the inspection. Xuezingsheng then said timidly, looking at Chen Luo pitifully. Chen Luo nodded, then held Xuezingsheng's right hand, and the immortal spirit power and immortal soul power belonging to the chaos immortal scripture slowly surged towards Xuezingsheng's body. Xuezingsheng's cheeks were slightly red, and the breath on Chen Luo made her feel extremely soft. Chen Luo's celestial spirit power and soul force are constantly circulating and probing in Xuezingsheng's body. It's just that Chen Luo didn't find anything strange, but Chen Luo felt that there seemed to be a dark power in Xuezingsheng's body. This power does not seem to exist, but it seems to be everywhere. Then, Chen Luo continued to investigate, but the more he investigated, the more Chen Luo frowned. Xuezingsheng looked at Chen Luo, who was frowning tightly, and his anticipation began to drop. Even Mr. Chen couldn't help it. Can you detect where that power emanates from? After a long while, Chen Luo didn't notice the abnormality of Xuezingsheng's body, and withdrew his hand and asked. That power exists all over my body, but the strongest place seems to be my heart. Xuezingsheng said slowly after pondering for a moment. Heart. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Xuezingsheng's chest. The mountain peaks in that area don't seem to be big, but it seems that Xuezingsheng is a little nervous at this time. The mountain peak is trembling slightly, it seems that it has a special flavor. Young Master Chen, let's probe from my heart. Noticing Chen Luo's gaze, Xuezingsheng's face became even more rosy, and said softly. Chen Luo froze for a moment, and probed from the heart. Seems like a try. Okay, then I'll try it. Chen Luo was not a hypocritical person, so he agreed. Then, Chen Luo was about to stretch out his own right hand, reaching towards the heart. However, before Chen Luo reached out, a burst of mysterious power appeared on Xuezingsheng's body. With a flash of holy light, Xuezingsheng's white flowing fairy skirt was untied, revealing her perfect body. The scenery under that dress was more moving than Chen Luo imagined, white and round. The round moon was not at all like the petite Chen Luo felt just now, but a bit broad and upright, forming a huge contrast with that pure and beautiful face, with a kind of childish face, feeling like a child. Xingtong's little sister, I can't tell. It's quite predictable. Xingtong's sister is completely inferior. Looking at the beautiful scenery ahead, Chen Luo muttered in his heart, unable to help but compare her with Xingtong. Master Chen, let's start. Xuezingsheng noticed the fire in Chen Luo's eyes, only felt his body froze, and his face was so rosy that it was about to drip water. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this. Chen Luo came back to his senses, and then said softly. Mr. Chen, I think what my father said is quite reasonable. Since we want to investigate, we must investigate thoroughly. Xuezingsheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Luo, and said in a voice like a mosquito. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Like a father, like a daughter. That's fine. Chen Luo took a deep breath and said, anyway, he is not at a loss. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo restrained his thoughts, and directly pressed his hand on Xuezingsheng's heart. Immediately, a burst of perfect touch and softness soaked into Chen Luo's hands, and bursts of refreshing smell came out, which made Chen Luo feel a little addicted. However, in a moment, Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart with strong willpower. Now is not the time to think about this. Chen Luo then unfolded his own soul power and celestial spirit power, poked in from Xue Xingsheng's chest, and directly entered Xue Xingsheng's heart. Xue Xingsheng looked at the scrupulous and meticulous Chen Luo, and unconsciously felt a sense of security in his heart. All the tension and worry in my heart disappeared at this moment. It seemed that as long as Chen Luo was there, everything would be fine. Chen Luo continued to concentrate on exploring Xue Xingsheng's body, and soon, the soul power reached Xue Xingsheng's heart. Immediately, Chen Luo discovered that in the heart of Xue Xingsheng, there was indeed a specious force. This force seems to be ethereal and vast, as if it contains peerless might. If it wasn't for Chen Luo's soul power of true immortal realm, coupled with a top-level soul body that condenses such an immortal holy soul, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to notice this power at all. It seems that the root of Xue Xingsheng's power lies in her heart power. Chen Luo thought in his heart. Then go deep into her heart and explore it. Chen Luo then made up his mind. Now that he has investigated, he will investigate it once and for all. Then, Chen Luo drove own soul power and penetrated into Xue Xingsheng's heart. Just as Chen Luo's soul power was about to infiltrate Xue Xingsheng's heart, an inexplicable force suddenly emerged from Xue Xingsheng's heart, which blocked Chen Luo's soul power. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Can't get in? It seems that there is still no way. Chen Luo sighed. The force was so powerful that Chen Luo had no way to pass through it. Moreover, if Xue Xingsheng's body has problems due to the use of some extreme methods, then the loss outweighs the gain. Just when Chen Luo was about to evacuate his own soul power, the power in Xue Xingsheng's heart seemed to sense something, and it began to slowly disappear. In a moment, this force disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Chen Luo's heart froze. What's going on? Forget it, don't care, since there is no obstruction, let's check it out. Without hesitation, Chen Luo unfolded his own soul power and penetrated into Xue Xingsheng's heart power. After a while, Chen Luo's soul power penetrated easily. This is... Chen Luo's pupils contracted violently, and what the soul force detected made Chen Luo feel his scalp tingling. I saw Xue Xingsheng's heart power. In the center of the densely packed blood vessels, there was a drop of blood containing golden divine light. This drop of blood exudes a golden divine light, and there are bursts of inspirations that contain incredible power. Chen Luo could feel that the power contained in this drop of blood surpassed the power he had when he had the invincible immortal king strength in immemorial immortal city. Obviously, this power surpasses the immortal king giant. Chapter 452 De Luo Immortal Body. How could there be such a drop of blood in Xue Xingsheng's heart? Chen Luo's heart was full of shock and doubts. This drop of blood was extremely powerful and contained incredible mysterious power. In front of that force, Chen Luo felt like a speck of dust, unable to produce any resistance at all. This is beyond the immortal king realm, the blood that belongs to the forbidden existence above the immortal king. Xue Xingsheng is just an ordinary princess of the Protoss clan, and Chen Luo can see clearly through his systematic probing eyes that Xue Xingsheng has no other taboo bloodline. The strongest bloodline in her body is the Immortal King bloodline from the Protoss Immortal King. Logically speaking, it is impossible for her to have blood in her body, and she can't bear the blood of such a taboo strong. Chen Luo took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart. Continue to use the soul power to look at the drop of blood in Xue Xingsheng's heart exuding golden divine light. As Chen Luo continued to check, in a trance, Chen Luo seemed to see, in that drop of golden blood, there seemed to be a figure of peerless beauty, with a cultivation base that surpassed the world. That deist figure seems to be the master of all things in the universe, and the wisps of aura exuding from his body almost overwhelm the entire universe. In the bright endless starry sky, a magnificent figure raised his hands lightly, and suddenly, a burst of inspiration broke out that wiped out the universe, like a storm of inspiration sweeping the universe. In an instant, the sun and the moon turned upside down, the bucket turned around, and all things in the sky trembled, and the entire universe was completely turned into dust in an instant. Chen Luo's soul power also seemed to be affected by this terrifying scene, and it began to disappear continuously. However, there seemed to be an inexplicable power in Chen Luo's soul to protect him from the influence of this powerful power. However, despite being guarded by an inexplicable power, Chen Luo's soul power was still instantly blown out of Xue Xingsheng's heart. When Chen Luo's soul power was being released, the magnificent figure in the blood seemed to be aware of Chen Luo's existence. The pair of eyes that seemed to contain the stars of all things in the universe glanced at Chen Luo lightly. Noticing that terrifying gaze, Chen Luo was shocked. Just a slight gaze made Chen Luo's soul tremble, almost unbearable. A moment later, from those trembling eyes, a mysterious and obscure message floated into Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo suddenly felt that his own mind was enveloped by an endless storm of information. Then, Chen Luo's soul power returned to Chen Luo's mind, and his body was shaken out by the terrifying power on Xue Xingsheng's body. "Master Chen, are you all right?" When Xue Xingsheng saw Chen Luo who had been shaken back, he didn't care much, and directly grabbed Chen Luo's hand. However, Chen Luo retreated too hard, Xue Xingsheng was also pulled away. The two collided with the stone wall not far away, and they all fell beside the Seeing Soul pool. Xue Xingsheng's bright white body fell on Chen Luo's body. The huge moon squeezed on Chen Luo's body, showing an exaggerated arc. The aura on Chen Luo's body and the different sense of touch at this time made Xue Xingsheng feel a surge of excitement in his heart, with countless fiery emotions. Unconsciously let out a light hum. Chen Luo was stimulated by this seductive humming sound and came back to his senses. Chen Luo, who opened his eyes, saw the white flowers in front of him and the softness of Xue Xingsheng, and his mood was agitated immediately. This girl is even more evil than her sister. "Mr. Chen, did you bring any weapons? Why are you so tangled?" Xue Xingsheng felt something strange, his blushing face became even more rosy, and he whispered. Chen Luo was stunned. "Weapons? Where do I have any weapons?" Soon, Xue Xingsheng seemed to realize something, and buried her face in Chen Luo's arms, not daring to open her eyes. Chen Luo took a deep breath and began to calm down his thoughts. Xue Xingsheng on Chen Luo's body was still buried in Chen Luo's arms, not daring to speak, but quietly feeling Chen Luo's heartbeat. After a while, both of them calmed down their thoughts. "Master Chen, are you okay?" Xue Xingsheng then got up and helped Chen Luo up. "Ahem, I'm fine." Chen Luo looked at the white snowy sky in front of him, took a deep breath, and said softly. Xue Xingsheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Luo in front of him, as if he was still immersed in the complicated thoughts just now. You can wear it now." Looking at the snow-white Xingsheng in front of him, Chen Luo seemed to have remembered something, and continued. "Oh." Xue Xingsheng replied, blushing quickly, turned around, and began to wear the skirt that had just been untied. Chen Luo was attracted by the obscure information in his mind. That message gradually became clear in Chen Luo's mind. It turned out that it was a cultivation technique. Dao Luo Immortal Body, the ultimate immortal body refining cultivation technique. There are 206 bones in the human body. Use the immortal source to temper your own bones to form the Dao Luo Immortal Bone, and obtain the incredible power of Dao Luo Immortal, the whole body bone refinement after completion. The immortal body of Dao Luo, the immortal body of the flesh, can bear the original power and never die. Dao Luo Immortal Body. Feeling the obscure information in his mind, Chen Luo felt astonished. It turned out to be such a terrifying immortal body refining cultivation technique, which can achieve an immortal body and endure the original power without dying. That is to say, even the immortal king could not defeat the immortal body after the great completion. Chen Luo's heart was pounding. This body refining cultivation technique was really too strong. It just so happens that now the own divine elephant's prison energy has reached the maximum, and it is already impossible to advance. But, whose blood is in Xue Xingsheng's heart, and why did he give me such a top-notch immortal body refining cultivation technique? Chen Luo thought of the magnificent figure that emerged from the blood in Xue Xingsheng's heart. The power of that figure was even more terrifying than the power of the invincible immortal king he had mastered when he was in the immemorial immortal city. What kind of strong man is this? Just a drop of blood has such great power. If it was in its heyday, Chen Luo couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. Whose blood is that? Chen Luo has many questions in his heart. Forget it, I will ask Xue Xingsheng later to see if Xue Xingsheng has any clues. Chen Luo could feel that the drop of blood had no malice towards Xue Xingsheng, and would not harm Xue Xingsheng. If those transcendent powerhouses want to harm Xue Xingsheng, they can be easily wiped out with just one thought, and there is absolutely no need to leave a drop of blood here. Master Chen, have you found out what happened? At this time, Xue Xingsheng had already put on her skirt, and she had returned to her pure and stunning appearance. She turned around and looked at Chen Luo Dao timidly. I saw a drop of blood in your heart. It should be the power of that drop of blood affecting you. Chen Luo then spoke slowly, and told Xue Xingsheng what he had found out. There is a drop of blood in my heart. Xue Xingtong looked at Chen Luo with a dazed look on his face. Looking at the circled Xue Xingsheng in front of him, Chen Luo knew that his idea had come to nothing. This silly girl must know nothing. Chapter 453, Yexian visits. Then can I take out that blood? Xue Xingsheng then asked timidly. Chen Luo shook his head, took it out. Are you kidding? How can they shake the blood of such taboos? It can't be taken out, but isn't it good to have this force protecting you? Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Xue Xingsheng fell into deep thought. Thinking about it, when I was playing outside, I sometimes encountered a lot of bad guys, but this force protected her every time. Make it impossible for other people with evil intentions to get close to her. This power has allowed her to survive many very dangerous crises. Although sometimes, because of this power, Xue Xingsheng has a lot of troubles. However, as Chen Luo said, this power can protect her, and it seems pretty good to have such a power to protect her. Mr. Chen, thank you, I understand. If it can't be solved, let's just continue like this, I'm used to it. Xue Xingsheng sniffed, then said softly, there was not much loss in his eyes anymore. Although the blood cannot be taken out, this problem can still be solved. Chen Luo continued. Xue Xingsheng blinked. Looking at Chen Luo incredulously, can this problem be solved? Then you just... I have a supernatural power called Suandi Forbidden Immortal Technique. After you practice it, you can temporarily block the power coming from the heart. Chen Luo continued, without giving a damn. Really? Is it really possible? Xue Xingsheng's eyes widened, and he hugged Chen Luo's arm again, his eyes full of anticipation. Although this power can protect her, sometimes there will be a lot of troubles. It would be great if it can be banned and controlled by itself. Chen Luo nodded. After sensing the power in Xue Xingsheng's heart, Chen Luo thought of Onsuandi Forbidden Immortal Technique. That is the supernatural power that can seal the power of the immortal Dao, so there must be no problem. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo taught Xue Xingsheng the Suandi Forbidden Immortal Art. When passing the supernatural power to Xue Xingsheng, Chen Luo tried it out, and found that the Onsuandi Immortal Immortality Art can indeed be temporarily banned. Thank you Mr. Chen. After Xue Xingsheng got Chen Luo's supernatural power, she bowed slightly and thanked her. After solving this problem, the two then left the ancestral land. Outside the ancestral land, Star Spirit Lord was waiting anxiously, his face was full of worry and anxiety. After a while, Chen Luo and Xue Xingsheng came out from the ancestral land, and seeing Spirit Lord's eyes lit up. Xiaohu Chen, what's the matter? There is a solution to this power in my daughter. Star Spirit Lord asked impatiently. Father, Mr. Chen has already solved it. Xuezingsheng next to him threw himself into the arms of Seeing Spirit Lord and said softly. Chen Luo left a bit of the spirit power of Suandi's forbidden immortal technique in Xuezingsheng's body for Xuezingsheng to use temporarily, before she succeeds in practicing. With the little power Chen Luo left behind, he could temporarily block the power in his heart. Star Spirit Lord's eyes lit up, and it was really resolved. The power from Xuezingsheng never appeared again. The eyes of the other Protoss people around the ancestral land were also full of surprise. They all knew about the power of Xuezingsheng, even the Star Spirit Lord couldn't get close. Now, it is unbelievable that Chen Luo solved it. Chen Xiaohu, thank you so much, you have solved a big problem for my daughter. Star Spirit Lord then said to Chen Luo with a grateful face. Immediately afterwards, the Star Spirit Lord ordered the Protoss people to hold a big banquet and prepare to entertain Chen Luo. Star Spirit City Imperial Palace. Chen Luo, Seeing Spirit Lord, Xuezingsheng and the others enjoyed delicious food and wine in the luxurious palace. In the center of the palace, there are many delicate-looking and proudly figured women from the Protoss clan performing moving dances. Chen Luo also enjoyed the peace and beauty. During the banquet, Chen Luo also asked about the blood at Xuezingsheng's heart. However, the Star Spirit Lord doesn't seem to know either. Xing Qiang, Mr. Chen took you into the center of the soul pool and the Xing soul pool, and temporarily blocked that power for you, so why don't you go to Mr. Chen's side and toast Mr. Chen? Star Spirit Lord turned to him side of the pure and stunning Snow Star Dome Road. Xuezingsheng blushed slightly, then came to Chen Luo's side and toasted Chen Luo with a glass of wine. Then, Xuezingsheng took advantage of the opportunity and sat down next to Chen Luo, adding wine and food to Chen Luo. Star Spirit Lord looked at the scene in front of him, feeling satisfied. A group of people continued in the palace, pushing cups and changing cups, toasting. Your Majesty, a human cultivator who calls himself Yeshyan has come to our Xingling city and wants to ask to see our princess. After a long while, a member of the Xingling clan came to the palace and respectfully said to Seeing Spirit Lord. As soon as the clansman's words came out, Xuezingsheng, who was smiling beside Chen Luo, froze immediately. Yeshyan! I didn't expect Yeshyan to come over. Chen Luo's eyes are small, is it the guy who seems to be the son of destiny? The Star Spirit Lord above frowned, what is this Yeshyan doing here? Let him wait until we finish drinking. Star Spirit Lord then said lightly. When his daughter returned to Xingling City, Star Spirit Lord had already warned Yeshyan not to disturb his own daughter. Yeshyan also agreed at the time, but unexpectedly, they suddenly came to Xingling City again. If it weren't for the fact that he and his daughter are old acquaintances, Seeing Spirit Lord would have had him kicked out a long time ago. The clansmen respectfully agreed, and then withdrew from the palace. Chen Luo and the others didn't care, and continued to drink and enjoy the food. Master Chen, that Yeshyan and I. Xuezingsheng slightly bit his own red lips, and said softly to Chen Luo beside him. It's okay, you don't need to explain it to me. Chen Luo said slowly, looking calmly at Xuezingsheng in front of him. The light in Xuezingsheng's eyes dimmed for a while, and for some reason, he felt uncomfortable. Xingling City, in an elegant room. A young man in a black suit stood at the door of the room and waited quietly. The young man has a handsome appearance, looking at the sky outside, his face is full of contempt and confidence. Young Master Yat, please wait a moment. Our Majesty is receiving distinguished guests, so we can't get out now. A member of the Protoss clan came to the room and said to Yeshyan. Honorable guest? What honorable guest? What about Xingsheng, doesn't she have time? As soon as the clansman's words came out, Yeshyan's face changed suddenly, and a coldness appeared in his eyes. Our Royal Highness Princess naturally wants to entertain that distinguished guest. The clansman continued. What? Sing Qiang also wants to entertain that distinguished guest. What is his status, and what qualifications does Sing Qiang have to entertain him? Hearing the answer from that Star Spirit clan member, Ye Xian's expression became even uglier, and he said angrily. Chapter 454 Nether Seed Affection. Young Master Ye, please respect yourself. If you say such bad words again, don't blame our Star Spirit clan for not being sympathetic. The clansman continued coldly, and looked at Ye Xian who was in a bad mood. Okay, I see. When Ye Xian heard this, he became even more depressed and angry. Ye Xian couldn't be more clear about Xue Xingsheng's character. He can't lie to anyone, and it's even more impossible to entertain others. Not even the face of the immortal king. At the beginning, Ye Xian spent a lot of effort to gain Xue Xingsheng's favor. Now, someone actually asked Xue Xingsheng to entertain him. How could Ye Xian not be angry? At this time, Ye Xian seemed to have an extremely terrifying aura about to surge. Ye Xian quickly suppressed Zhu Nadao's aura, and dismissed the Protoss clansman. The clansman then left the room, leaving only Ye Xian waiting in the room. Lord Pluto, why don't you let me do it? These guys are disrespectful to Lord Pluto, so I should just let me tear him up. After the clansman left, a deep black ghostly black mist emerged from Ye Xian's body. There seemed to be a terrifying existence of the nether race on the black mist, which made the atmosphere of the whole room extremely solemn, and an invisible sense of oppression permeated the surroundings. Forget it, a mere servant of the Protoss clan, what's the use of arguing with him? It would be bad if it arouses the dislike of the Star Spirit Lord. I don't want to cause problems with me and Xingsheng because of this matter. Ye Xian shook his head. Although he was also very angry, Ye Xian knew the severity. Humph, Star Spirit clan, back then, the Star Spirit clan was just a small floating tribe, and I, the Nether clan, could just send out a Nether general to wipe them out. The icy cold voice came from the Nether black mist again. The Protoss race was developed only after the Star Spirit Lord arrived in chiming immortal world, and the strongest before was the great Emperor Cultivator. And the Nether general of the Nether clan, and most importantly the top powerhouse of the true immortal realm, can indeed wipe out all the former Protoss clan directly. It's useless to say these things now. When I grow up, let's rebuild the glory of the Nether race. Ye Xian took a deep breath and continued. No matter how powerful and brilliant the Nether race is, that is a thing of the past, and it is useless to say these things now. The Nether black mist didn't speak anymore, but just waited quietly in Ye Xian's body. Master Pluto, the investigation is clear. The Star Soul Pool of the Star Spirit clan is opened. Princess Snow and a cultivator of a human race entered together. That human race helped Princess Snow solve her physical problems, and also gained a lot of opportunities. At this time, suddenly a black ghost devilish chi came in from outside the room, and said to Yesuandeo. Solved the physical problem, didn't it? Ye Xian's eyes lit up, thinking about Xue Xingsheng's stunning appearance and temperament. Ye Xian's heart felt hot. In this case, Xingsheng can only be seen but not. Ye Xian took a deep breath, only feeling his heart pounding. Based on the current relationship between him and Xingsheng, he is sure that he can completely capture Xue Xingsheng's heart and take her down. By the way, is the cultivator of the human race male or female? Ye Xian seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly asked. Master Pluto, he is a male cultivator. They are still in the palace of Xingling City. The two behave intimately, as if. The black mist continued. What, male cultivator, behave intimately? Ye Xian clenched his fists tightly, and boundless anger filled his heart. It was as if his most important thing had been taken away. Then it slammed heavily on the table next to it. Suddenly, there was a violent collision sound, and the table was smashed to pieces. BCH, it's in vain that I love you so much, you actually. Ye Xian gritted his teeth in hatred, his fingernails dug into his own palm, and blood continued to flow from the broken wound. I have known Xue Xingsheng for a long time, but he has never behaved intimately with Xue Xingsheng. Now, after Xue Xingsheng recovered, he even found another male cultivator. This made Yexian completely unacceptable, feeling like he had been deeply betrayed. My Lord Pluto is just a girl. Why bother? Our nether tribe has a secret technique. As long as Mr. Pluto is willing, I can use that secret technique. I guarantee that Princess Snow will be devoted to Mr. Pluto from now on. Give up everything for you. The ghostly black mist in Yexian's body then emitted a bewitching voice. As soon as that black mist's words came out, Yexian's face was filled with excitement. If there is such a secret technique, it would be great. However, thinking of the relationship between the two of them, Yexian felt another struggle in his heart. Most of these mysteries will inevitably have some unavoidable effects on the mind and soul of the cultivator. However, thinking of the betrayal he had suffered, Yexian quickly made up his mind that if you were ruthless first, don't blame me for being unrighteous. If you perform this secret technique, will you be discovered by the Star Spirit Lord? Yexian seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. The Star Spirit Lord is a top-notch powerhouse at the Supreme Giant level. If he is discovered by him, Yexian can't imagine what the consequences will be. Although the current master has a lot of netherworld power, if there is a full-scale conflict with the Star Spirit Lord, he will not be willing to ask for half a cent. It's not even necessary to lose your life here. No, this secret art is the ghost seeding art created by our master Mingzu. It is a secret art that directly acts on the soul. It is impossible for the Star Spirit Lord to discover it. Proud voice. Created by Mingzu. Yexian's eyes lit up. Mingzu is the nether tribe with the highest status and the strongest nether power. It is said that he is an invincible strong man who has half a foot in the taboo realm. Since it was created by him, then it is really possible that the Star Spirit Lord will not be able to discover it. I understand, pass this secret technique on to me now. Yexian took a deep breath, and then said, a icy look flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Chen Luo and the others were still enjoying the delicious food and wine. They didn't take Yexian too seriously. However, Xue Xingsheng still seemed to be a little worried in his heart, and he had always been courteous by Chen Luo's side. Another time to add wine to Chen Luo, another time to pick up vegetables, another time to fan the wind, and rub shoulders, a well-behaved little maid. The Star Spirit Lord not far away was envious, he had never enjoyed such treatment. However, Star Spirit Lord did not intend to object, after all, he was quite satisfied with Chen Luo. If there are two people, the Star Spirit Lord thought in his heart. But soon, Star Spirit Lord thought of owning another daughter, Xue Xingtong. If On's youngest daughter is with Chen Luo, what about Xingtong? Xingtong is Chen Luo's apprentice. In this case. Chapter 455 Starry Sky Attack. Star Spirit Lord has a lot of struggles in his heart. Forget it, let nature take its course, let them deal with it by themselves, soon, Spirit Lord's heart will calm down. No matter what, On's two daughters have bonded with Chen Luo, and the rest is up to them. Everyone continued to enjoy fine wine and food in the palace. After drinking and eating, the banquet dispersed, and everyone went to rest separately. As for Yexian, they seemed to have forgotten all about it. At night, the moon and stars were sparse, and the stars scattered in the Xingling city, covering this ancient city with a layer of silver grey. In the imperial palace of Xingling city, in a room that is extremely rich in fairy energy. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Chen Luo came up with the cultivation technique that he obtained at the heart of Xue Xingsheng during the day, Da Luo Immortal Body. The training method of Da Luo Immortal Body kept appearing in Chen Luo's mind, and Chen Luo took a sip of the enlightenment tea that had just been brewed. Suddenly, Chen Luo felt his brain clear up, and countless auras frantically swirled in Chen Luo's mind. With the help of Wu Dao Tea, Chen Luo's understanding of Da Luo Immortal Body became more and more profound. Soon, Chen Luo had enough understanding of Dao Luo immortal body, and he could start to practice. Chen Luo then took out the immortal source that must be used in his interspatial ring to practice Dao Luo immortal body. Xian Yuan is a top-grade treasure that contains the power of the immortal way, and its value is very precious. It can not only refine various top-level treasures, but also help a lot in cultivating and improving the cultivation base. Chen Luo took over the treasures of the entire Lushan city before, and in addition, killed a large number of Tianjiao and Tianyun Xianshan, and obtained various treasures. In Chen Luo's current interspatial ring, there are already quite a few immortal sources, as many as 15 yuan. Don't underestimate the 15 pieces of immortality. The value of one piece of immortality is at least tens of millions of immortal crystals, and it is the kind that has a price but no market, and is extremely difficult to obtain. I hope that these 15 immortal sources can improve this Dao Luo immortal body a lot. Chen Luo took a deep breath, took out 15 immortal sources from his interspatial ring, and then activated the Dao Luo immortal body, and began to absorb the surrounding immortal sources, tempering his own bones. 15 celestial sources exuded strong celestial power around Chen Luo, and the spirit power in the entire room seemed to become more berserk because of the appearance of this celestial source. As the fairy source was absorbed, a brilliant streamer appeared in Chen Luo's body. It was as if some terrifying power was condensed in Chen Luo's body, and with the help of Xian Yuan and Dao Luo immortal body, Chen Luo's bones were undergoing an incredible transformation. This great immortal body consumes too much immortality. 15 immortality only tempered one piece of great immortal bone, and the second one is only tempered by half. 2 hours later, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes filled with shock. At this time, around Chen Luo, the 15 immortal sources had completely turned into dust. In Chen Luo's body, a bone exuded an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it contained immortal power, containing peerless might. However, the power and potential of this bone is far beyond the supreme bone of an apprentice. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. The power of this big Luo immortal bone exceeded Chen Luo's expectations, but after tempering a big Luo immortal bone, Chen Luo felt that his own strength had increased by at least 2 times. With this terrifying power, Chen Luo felt that under the immortal king, few people could withstand his own punch. Also, after being tempered into the first Dao Luo immortal bone, it also means that Chen Luo's Dao Luo immortal body can be regarded as initiation. You can use a terrifying supernatural power in Dao Luo immortal body. Dao Luo Jiguang, condensed with the original power of Dao Luo immortal bone, contains the power of unparalleled terror and shattering everything. If the bones of the whole body are completely tempered, what kind of mighty power will it have? Chen Luo couldn't help but think in his heart. However, to temper all the bones into Dao Luo immortal bone, it would require a huge amount of immortal resources. At least, the current Chen Luo does not have enough resources for this. However, Chen Luo didn't care, he had systematic assistance, and there were still many treasures in the immemorial immortal city and the ancient realm. It must be able to support own cultivation. It is definitely no problem to refine all of them, it is just a matter of earlier or later. Since there is no fairy source now, let's have a good night's rest. Chen Luo took a deep breath, thinking to himself. Day after day of training in the Star Soul Pool, coupled with the exploration of Xuezingsheng's heart, received a severe blow. Chen Luo's body is already a little tired, and he needs to take a good rest. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo stopped his cultivation and restrained his own aura. Lying on the big soft bed in the room, I closed my own eyes. The moon and stars in the sky are still shining brightly. Chen Luo lay quietly on the bed, emptying his mind. Squeak! Suddenly, Chen Luo heard the sound of the door opening, as if a shadow had entered the own room. Just as Chen Luo wanted to expand his own soul power to have a look, the Daoist figure jumped directly into Chen Luo's arms. Then, a burst of softness enveloped Chen Luo. This touch is Snow Star Dome. Xingsheng, you, what are you doing here? Chen Luo touched Xingsheng lying in his arms, and asked in a low voice. He didn't expect that this Xingsheng would be so courageous, it was a bit too bold to go directly into his own room at night. Master Chen, I want to, listen to your story about my sister. Xingsheng blinked her big pure eyes, her soft body lay on top of Chen Luo, her voice trembling slightly. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. She stayed up all night and came to me just to listen to me tell her sister's story. Although the room was dim at this time, Chen Luo could imagine how red Xingsheng's face was at this moment. Let's talk about it in the daytime tomorrow. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then whispered. Xingsheng's words also reminded Chen Luo that Xingsheng is Xingtong's little sister. When I was in Huangtian continent, due to Mu Luli's willfulness and some strange behaviors, the relationship between Chen Luo, Mu Luli and Xingtong became quite complicated. If I take Xingtong's little sister, that's two. However, thinking of his actions in Xinglington and Xingsheng during the day, Chen Luo felt that something was wrong with him and Xingsheng. No, today is the day, I can't wait. At this time, Xingsheng spoke, and hugged Chen Luo tightly, not wanting to leave at all. Chapter 456 Anger. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This girl is so naughty, she is totally different from her sister. Xingsheng's body was deeply buried in Chen Luo's arms, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Chen Luo could clearly feel the soft touch on this girl's body. The fragrance and softness were like feathers, stirring Chen Luo's heart. Then let me tell you something. Chen Luo shook his head helplessly, and did not refuse again. It was just talking about Xingtong, which was not a problem for Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo began to talk about some things after he met Xingtong. Including their first meeting, accepting her as an apprentice, collecting the treasures left by the Star Spirit Lord with her, and the little things in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. In the words, Chen Luo unconsciously thought of his apprentices in the ancient world. Xingsheng listened with gusto, stared at Chen Luo with big eyes unblinking, and sometimes asked all kinds of strange questions. Chen Luo answered patiently one by one. After a long while, Chen Luo had almost finished speaking. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the surroundings became more and more silent. Chen Luo could hear Xingsheng's regular breathing and feel the powerful and rapid beating of his heart. Mr. Chen, actually, I really have nothing to do with that Yeshyan. After some exchange, Xingsheng then hugged Chen Luo's arm tightly, and looked at Chen Luo pitifully with her big pure eyes. There seemed to be tears in those clear eyes, as if Chen Luo didn't believe that she was about to cry. Chen Luo's heart froze, he didn't expect this little girl to be so concerned about this matter. I trust you. Chen Luo pinched Xingsheng's delicate white jade face, and said softly. Xingsheng was guarded by that magical power before, and no one of the opposite S*X could touch Xingsheng. Even though Yeshyan had great abilities, it was impossible for him to do anything to Xingsheng. It's nothing more than a partner who goes on an adventure together. When I was young, I always met all kinds of people and had a variety of thoughts, but not everyone can go to the end together. Chen Luo clearly understood this truth. Xingsheng showed a shallow smile when he heard the words, with curved eyebrows and eyes, extremely pure and lovely. I've only shown you my body, no one else, never before, and never will. Xingsheng continued biting her red lips, and said in a low voice. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, this little girl. Mua. After a while, Xingsheng suddenly offered own softness. Chen Luo's is wrapped in soft touch and endless fragrance. He was kissed again? This is the first time. Chen Luo himself felt dazed. It seemed that being too good-looking was really a huge trouble. Xingsheng is deeply devoted to. After a long while, the two separated. Xingsheng's eyes were ignited with raging flames, and the distance with Chen Luo became closer. Chen Luo seemed to be able to feel the key point of Shuazingsheng, and bursts of meaning appeared. Xin Qiang, please respect yourself, I am your sister's master. Chen Luo's breathing was also slightly short, suppressing the thoughts in his heart, and said softly. When Shuazingsheng heard this, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Master Chen, I understand, I will persuade my sister to let her come with me. Shuazingsheng said firmly. Chen Luo. Do I mean that where is this little girl's thinking is too jumpy? Is this a question of being together or not? Do you understand what I mean? Okay, don't think about so many weird things in your head, it's late, go back quickly. Chen Luo stroked Shuazingsheng's hair, and then said softly. Shuazingsheng bit her red lips slightly, her eyes were full of unwillingness. Master Chen, I promise not to mess around, just let me rest here for one night. Shuazingsheng shook Chen Luo's arm, and then said expectantly. Looking at Shuazingsheng in front of him, Chen Luo sighed. Remember what you said. Chen Luo spoke out, not rejecting Shuazingsheng again. Shuazingsheng smiled slightly, nodded in agreement. In the following time, Chen Luo used the resources in his interspatial ring in exchange for Xian Yuan, cultivated De Luo's immortal body, and improved his own strength. After the Star Spirit Lord knew that Chen Luo needed the immortal source, he was not stingy, and with a wave of his hand, he directly gave Chen Luo hundreds of immortal sources. Chen Luo didn't refuse either, relying on these immortal sources to improve herself with all her strength. In addition, with the cultivation return of many members of the Underworld Furnace, Teiku Immortal City, and Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo's cultivation base is also constantly improving. Shuazingsheng still sneaked into Chen Luo's room every night to listen to her sister's affairs. Half a month later. Today, Snow Princess still doesn't have time. In an elegant room in Xingling City, Yexian took a deep breath and asked the members of the Xingling clan. He had been waiting in Xingling City for many days, but Shuazingsheng never came to see him. Young Master Yat, you should go back. Her Royal Highness doesn't want to see you. She has already said that you two will have nothing to do with each other in the future, said the Protoss clansman impatiently. I don't believe it. It's impossible for Snow Princess not to see me. Could it be that you didn't tell Snow Princess about my arrival? Yexian's forehead was bulging with veins, and he gritted his teeth. Although the relationship between him and Shuazingsheng has not reached the point of life and death, the two of them spent a lot of time in the Tianlan starfield before. The relationship is far beyond ordinary friends. Young Master Yat, I have brought my words, you should leave as soon as possible. The Star Spirit clansman continued. After finishing speaking, he left the room directly. I won't leave until I see Princess Snow. Yexian looked at the departing servants of the Protoss, and his heart was filled with overwhelming anger. She would never believe anything she said. Yexian just wanted to see Shuazingsheng. If he didn't believe it, Shuazingsheng would directly reject him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Master Pluto, what that guy said is probably true, Shuazingsheng may really not want to see you again. At this moment, a phantom black mist emerged from Yexian's body, and said in a deep voice. As soon as that voice came out, Yexian's face became extremely ugly, and the spirit power in his body could hardly be suppressed, as if he was about to riot. Impossible, I don't believe it. Yexian took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth. Yexian didn't believe that the two had such a deep relationship. Now, Shuazingsheng wouldn't even see him. Master Pluto, there is something I haven't told you all this time, I'm afraid you'll be angry. A cloud of black mist appeared next to it again. Explain. My Lord Pluto, these days, when I went to investigate the Xingling City Imperial Palace, I found that Princess Tianxiu has entered the room of the cultivator who entered the Star Soul Pool with her every night during the recent period. You said it. But it's true. Yexian's pupil shrank, and a monstrous anger filled his heart. Chapter 457 Netherworld. I dare not lie to Mr. Pluto, I saw it with my own eyes, and in the past few days, Princess Snow only left the cultivator's room the next morning. A respectful voice came out again from the black mist. Boom! Yeshyen couldn't bear it anymore, the spiritual qi on his body was constantly rioting, as if it wanted to tear everything around him apart. The many black ghostly fogs on Yeshyen's body trembled under the continuous rippling of this inspiration. He didn't expect Xue Xingsheng to do such a thing. As soon as the strength of his body was suppressed, he would sneak into the room at night and never return at night. Lonely man and widow, living in the same room. Yeshyen knows what will happen even if he thinks about it with his feet. Not to mention, Xue Xingsheng is still innocent, pure-minded, and a fairy-like person with first-class body and appearance. Yeshyen didn't believe that the cultivator would let go of this opportunity. Yeshyen could even imagine Xue Xingsheng's infinitely shy expression. Thinking about Yeshyen, I felt endless flames in my heart. BCH, you forced me. Since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Yeshyen said in a deep voice, his face gradually distorted, and there seemed to be a deep black light flickering in his eyes. Master Pluto, shall we turn the Protoss immortal domain into our demon domain? The black mist beside Yeshyen spoke out, his eyes full of excitement. Originally, I wanted to turn Tianlan immortal domain into the demon domain of our nether tribe. Now, since Xue Xingsheng is so ruthless, we should destroy her entire Protoss immortal domain and let her whole clan become the nourishment of our nether tribe. Yeshyen then said in a low voice, there seemed to be incomparably deep breaths rising continuously in his body. Star Spirit City Imperial Palace. In the luxurious room, Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit gathering array in the room. Many immortal sources around released an incomparably rich spiritual qi, which surged towards Chen Luo's body continuously. In Chen Luo's body, 7 bones have completely transformed into De Luo's immortal bone, and majestic power is constantly circulating in Chen Luo's body. At Chen Luo's Danshan, there is also a furnace of the underworld that is constantly absorbing other spirit power around it. Many other heavenly and mortal treasures next to it, all kinds of resources were swallowed by the melting furnace of the underworld, and continuously turned into pure spirit power, which improved Chen Luo's cultivation base. Chen Luo's aura was constantly rising. Several hours later, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. That's right, more than 200 pieces of Xian Yuan made my De Luo immortal bone reach 8 Yuan, and my cultivation base also reached the late stage of the true immortal 3rd stage day, not far from the peak of the 3rd stage day. Feeling the power in his body, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. This half-month practice has made great progress. The number of De Luo's immortal bone has reached 8 pieces, Chen Luo's strength has increased by more than 10 times, and the power of supernatural power De Luo Jiguang has also increased a lot. In addition, Cultivation Base has also reached the late stage of true immortal 3rd stage under the return of many cultivation effects and the continuous devouring of the underworld furnace. Chen Luo reckoned that as long as he practiced for another month at most, he would be able to break through to the true immortal 4th stage day. It's time to go back. There are still many spiritual sources in the immemorial immortal city, and I have to prepare for the lower realm to bring those people from heavenly bamboo peak. Chen Luo then restrained his own momentum. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably violent roar resounded throughout the Protoss city. As if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking, the space around Xingling city began to collapse and shatter. Immediately afterwards, countless black ghostly devilish qi surged out from all the space shatters in the Protoss city. These black ghosts gave people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, like extremely evil filth, infecting everything around them. What happened? Why did such a terrifying thing appear in Xingling city? What are those black devilish qi? It's so scary. It's just stained. I feel like my spirit power has become much weaker. Help! Someone help me, there are monsters inside these black devilish qi. Soon, Wailing and wailing sounded from all over Xingling City. Among these black ghost chi, there seemed to be very terrifying monsters, tearing and destroying everything around them. In Xingling City, many human races were attacked by this monster in the mist. The sound of fierce collisions and wailing continued to resound around the Protoss city. Many Protoss guards in Protoss city, and the top Protoss cultivator in Protoss city are also strangling those monsters with all their strength. Fierce battles broke out, although there are many top-notch Terran and Protoss cultivators in Protoss city. However, the monsters in the mist are like tides, surging endlessly. This black devilish chi appeared from the imperial palace of the Protoss city, and slowly spread towards the surroundings, as if it was going to sweep the entire Protoss immortal domain. In the palace of Xingling City, the Star Spirit Lord launched his mighty power, trying to suppress and eliminate these black devilish chi. However, no matter what means the Star Spirit Lord uses, they can't eliminate the weakening, and can only watch the surrounding black devilish chi become more and more turbulent. Your Majesty, there are more and more black devilish chi appearing suddenly. Many of our clansmen have been polluted by this black devilish chi, and fell into a coma. After a while, a member of the Protoss clan came to the palace and respectfully said to the Star Spirit Lord, "Polluted by this devilish chi, I fell into a coma." The Star Spirit Lord frowned, looking at the sky. Star Spirit Lord could faintly see in the sky, there seemed to be incomparably mysterious magic lines. These magic lines attracted the great power in the dark, and were infusing a steady stream of devilish chi, which seemed to change the whole world. What the hell is this? Star Spirit Lord looked at everything around him, feeling puzzled in his heart. However, Star Spirit Lord felt that these things seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Your Majesty, a large number of nether tribes have appeared in the mist, and our clansmen are trying their best to kill those nether tribes in the fog. After a while, another member of the Protoss clan came to the side of the Star Spirit Lord with a panicked expression. The Nether tribe, it turned out to be the Nether tribe, and the Nether tribe appeared again. Seeing Spirit Lord raised his head suddenly, his face became extremely ugly. However, Star Spirit Lord was very puzzled. The Nether race in Chiming Immortal World should have been completely wiped out. Why did they appear again now? Star Spirit Lord Senior, it should be a Pluto from the Nether race who came to the Protoss Immortal Domain and opened the Nether Demon Domain. At this time, a clear voice sounded, and Chen Luo, who was wearing a white robe, appeared in the palace. Pluto? Netherworld? Star Spirit Lord looked at Chen Luo suspiciously. Chapter 458 Killing Intent. That's right, it's the Nether Demon Realm. Among the Nether clan, the Nether clan has mastered the power of the highest Nether clan. It can be called the Hades King of the Nether clan. The Hades can use his Nether clan bloodline to attract the essence of the Nether clan's ghost energy, and completely turn one territory into the Nether Demon Realm. Chen Luo went on to explain, looking straight at the essence ghostly energy surging in the sky. Nether devilish chi, the sky is collapsing and the earth is falling, the Nether clan that appeared from devilish chi. These ghostly things are the omens of the opening of the legendary Netherworld. When he was in the ancient world, Chen Luo learned a lot about the Nether race from Chu Qianyun and Xie Xin. Back then, the reason why the evil spirit race had let the Nether race into their invincible army was precisely because of this characteristic of the Nether race. The Nether Demon Realm is extremely powerful and can provide a steady stream of Nether devilish chi, and the evil spirits need this terrifying and pure Nether devilish chi. Under this Nether Demon Realm, the fighting power of the evil spirit clan and the Nether clan will be greatly enhanced. The strength of cultivators of other ethnic groups will be weakened. At the beginning, in the heyday of the Nether race, there were 10 Hades, and those 10 Hades were all outstanding among the immortal kings, with unparalleled strength. Netherworld is exactly the signature method of these Plutos. However, Chen Luo also had a lot of doubts in his heart. When the evil spirit clan was defeated, the Nether clan also suffered heavy losses, almost losing their foundation. Most of the top 10 Plutos also fell in the final liquidation. Why is there another demon domain here again? It is still in the extremely prosperous Protoss Immortal domain. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. However, Chen Luo still felt something was wrong. According to the legend, after Pluto opened the Nether Demon Realm, he instantly transformed a territory with a radius of thousands of miles into the Nether Demon Realm, exterminating all living things. Although the current Nether Demon Realm is quite powerful, compared with Xin and the others, it seems to be more than a little less powerful. Could it be that Pluto's strength has not yet recovered? Chen Luo thought in his heart. Xiao Chen, how can we solve this Nether Demon Realm? Star Spirit Lord then asked. Just now he used a lot of power to try to eliminate the devilish qi around him, but all of them failed without exception. Now, since Chen Luo knew about this thing, he might know how to eliminate this nether world. There is only one way to eliminate the Nether Demon Realm, and that is to get rid of the Underworld King who opened the Nether Demon Realm. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said slowly. Solve that Pluto? Alright, I'll immediately look for the Pluto of the Nether race. Star Spirit Lord took a deep breath and continued. The more time dragged on, the more unfavorable it was to their Protoss. After finishing speaking, the Star Spirit Lord launched the own Star Spirit technique, and began to look for the traces of the Nether tribe Pluto. Chen Luo also started searching for his true immortal level soul power and Dian Shen Shu. However, that Pluto seemed to be covered by something, and Chen Luo didn't gain anything. Father, Mr. Chen, I may know some clues about this Pluto. After a while, Xuezingsheng, who was wearing a light-colored long dress and had picturesque features, walked in and said in a low voice. What clue? Chen Luo hurriedly asked. It's Yexian. I seem to have heard him say that he had nightmares every day for a period of time. He often dreamed that he had become the supreme being of the Nether clan and possessed unimaginable absolute power. He also said at the time that if he really mastered that kind of power, he would definitely kill everyone who bullied him and insulted him. Xuezingsheng then said slowly, with a faint light in his eyes. Yexian. Chen Luo's eyes were slightly microscopic, the guy who seemed to be the son of destiny. He is still a big villain. Star Spirit City, in a hidden space. In the space, a handsome young man sits cross-legged in the central area of the space with his upper body bare. In the space, there is also a powerful spirit gathering array, which is releasing a steady stream of spirit power, rushing towards the young man. On the young man's body, there are also magic lines that contain mysterious power. The combination of these magic lines looks like a ferocious ghost, giving people a very terrifying feeling. The magic pattern seems to be moving the terrifying magic pattern in the sky above the Protoss city, driving the mysterious power inside, creating a large number of nether devilish qi. Master Pluto, if this continues, within half a month, the entire Protoss immortal domain will be transformed into the Nether Demon domain, and the reputation of our Nether race will once again resound in this chiming immortal world. On the side, a cloud of black nether black mist is constantly solidified under the rendering of mysterious power. After a while, a member of the Nether tribe who was full of strong original power appeared in front of Yexian. For half a month, my strength is still too weak. If I had the strength of a real Pluto, I would be able to completely transform this Protoss immortal domain into our demon domain in just an hour. Yexian took a deep breath and whispered. Master Pluto, you are still only the great emperor realm, so naturally you can't quickly expand the demon realm. When your strength increases, you can easily turn an immortal domain into a demon realm. The Nether race said humanely. This Nether clan was none other than the immortal king of the Nether clan who relied on Yexian's 9 Nether fairy body to survive, Mingxia Immortal King. Nether clan of Mingxia Immortal King. The extremely ancient Immortal King powerhouse was the leader of the Nether clan who was still stranded in chiming immortal world. After the Great War ended and the Nether race was liquidated, Mingxia Immortal King took the remaining Nether race to live in immortal world. In the end, after Yexian's arrival, nourished by the spirit power of Yexian's 9 Nether fairy body, these remaining Nether races were reborn. Now, Yeshyen has launched the Nether Demon Realm. Without Yeshyen's 9 Nether Fairy power, these Nether tribes can survive and have their own lives. Yeshyen nodded, then looked towards the outside area. Seeing that the large area outside has turned into the Nether world, Yeshyen's heart is full of pleasure. BCH, you forced me. If you dare to betray me, I'll let you taste the taste of losing everything. Yeshyen's face gradually showed a distorted look. The aura in the body also gradually strengthened with the expansion of the Nether Demon territory. Under the nourishment of the Nether Demon realm, those Nether tribes parasitic on Yeshyen's body began to slowly condense into entities. My Lord Pluto, I saw it. Princess Snow entered the cultivator's room, and she came out every day the next morning for half a month. After a long while, Ming Chuan True Immortal, who had mastered the Space Avenue, said, "It's him." Yeshyen looked in the direction that Ming Chuan True Immortal said, and saw a young man with an air of dust, like an exiled immortal. "It's you." Looking at that perfect young man who looks like a fairy, endless killing intent and jealousy filled Yeshyen's heart. The strong killing intent almost completely burned Yeshyen's heart. Chapter 459 Reappearance of Special Tasks. Ming Chuan, catch that guy for me. I will extract his soul and refine his essence, so that he will live forever and never be reborn. Yeshyen said with a hoarse voice and a distorted face. Thinking of Xue Xingsheng entering that guy's room every night, Yeshyen's heart ached, wishing to tear that guy's soul to pieces. Lord Pluto, the Nether Demon realm has not yet been fully formed. If you make a rash move now, it will easily fall short. Ming Chuan True Immortal's face changed slightly after hearing this, and then said in a deep voice. Now they are relying on the means left by the previous generation of Pluto to hide in this hidden space and expand the nether world without being discovered. If you make a move now, it will be easy to be discovered by the Star Spirit Lord. At that time, if it is because of this, there will be some inevitable accidents. Forget about the Nether Demon realm, they and the new Hades King Yeshyen will also be in great danger. How can a piece of rubbish from True Immortal realm attract the attention of the Star Spirit Lord? I have to catch him, torture him severely, and then tear his soul apart, and fall into the boundless netherworld. Yeshyen then gritted his teeth, his body trembling with anger, and his eyes were full of scarlet. Ming Chuan True Immortal has a hesitant look on his face. The safety of Yeshyen and the Nether Demon territory have a lot to do with it. If something goes wrong, it will affect the future of their Nether clan. Master Pluto, don't be in a hurry. After we form the Nether Demon realm, that guy won't have any chances, so there's no need to take risks now. Mingsha Immortal King also said. Now that he has not recovered to the peak strength, it is extremely dangerous to attract the attention of the Protoss Immortal King. Don't persuade me, I've made up my mind. I won't let go of what that guy says. Ming Chuan has mastered the avenue of space. Be careful and there will be no problem. Yeshyen took a deep breath, and the killing intent in his heart was still boiling. Ming Chuan True Immortal frowned, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed. As Yeshyen said, that guy is just a true immortal, or a true immortal of the true immortal third stage days, so weak that he should not be discovered. Immediately afterwards, Ming Chuan True Immortal unfolded its own space avenue, and in an instant, the body disappeared into the secret space. Ha ha ha! Ming Chuan True Immortal reappeared, already behind that young man. Endless nether chi and the power of the space avenue surged on Ming Chuan True Immortal. It really is a waste from the True Immortal realm, I can't even find it behind me. Looking at the unsuspecting young man, Ming Chuan True Immortal was filled with disdain, and then the power of Space Dao and Nether Devilish Chi continued to expand, and they wanted to wrap and catch this young man. For a moment, the endless space avenue and ghostly magic power enveloped the figure. It's just that Ming Chuan True Immortal's heart was full of doubts, and he clearly grasped why, this figure has no entity. No, it's an afterimage. Suddenly Ming Chuan True Immortal realized something, and panicked. Boom! At this moment, a majestic sense of oppression enveloped Ming Chuan True Immortal's mind. Then, a fist containing the power to destroy everything appeared behind Ming Chuan True Immortal. This fist carried terrifying and unparalleled destructive power, and instantly bombarded Ming Chuan True Immortal. Ming Chuan True Immortal was hit by this fist in an instant, his body collapsed, he was blasted out heavily, and fell into a ruin not far away, his breath becoming extremely sluggish. You can withstand my punch without dying. It seems that you still have some strength. Chen Luo looked at the Ming Chuan True Immortal who was blown away by him, and said expressionlessly. After the God Elephant's prison suppression strength reached return to origin, and after condensing 8 pieces of immortal bone, Chen Luo's strength had already reached a very terrifying level. One punch can easily kill the ordinary True Immortal 9th stage day's top immortal cultivator. And that Ming Chuan True Immortal, also True Immortal 9th stage, was able to withstand Chen Luo's punch without dying, which made Chen Luo very puzzled. Master Chen, are you okay? At this time, Xuezingsheng came to Chen Luo's side and looked at Chen Luo with concern. It's okay, another tribe in the True Immortal realm can't hurt me yet. Chen Luo shook his head and said. After reaching the current realm, Chen Luo's strength has reached a terrifying level. The existence below the Immortal King basically couldn't threaten Chen Luo. Even the True Immortal 9th stage of the Nether race is the same. I can rest assured that. Hearing this, Xuezingsheng breathed a sigh of relief, and then kissed Chen Luo along the way. Chen Luo pushed the little girl away with a look of disgust. This Xuezingsheng was much bolder than her sister. Chen Luo was very uncomfortable with always taking advantage of him whenever he got a chance. Xin Qiang, are you really so shameless? At this moment, a hoarse and cold voice sounded. There was a wave of space not far away, and a handsome young man appeared from the space. The young man's eyes were full of anger, and endless ghostly devilish qi surged around him. Yeshyan, it's really you, why are you doing this? Xuezingsheng, who was beside Chen Luo, saw the young man's appearance clearly, hugged Chen Luo's arm quickly, and gritted his teeth. Name, Yeshyan. Realm, Great Emperor Middle Stage. Physique, 9 Nether Immortal Physique. Bloodline, Magic Star Immortal King Bloodline. Talent, Xian Pin. Identity, former disciple of the True Martial Immortal Sect, now the King of the Underworld. Fate, Son of Destiny. Yeshyan, 9 Nether Immortal Body, Demon Star Immortal King Bloodline, Nether Clan Pluto, really is the Son of Destiny. Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and it really was the Son of Destiny. It seems that this Nether Demon Realm was opened by Yeshyan, no wonder the Nether Demon Realm was opened so slowly. It turned out that this Pluto was too weak. Ding, it is detected that the Son of Destiny Yeshyan has a strong killing intent on the host, and now releases a special task. Special task, kill the Son of Destiny Yeshyan, remove the threat, after completion, you will get the ultimate reward Immortal King Weapon. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chen Luo's mind. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and there was another mission, the mission of beheading the Son of Destiny, rewarding the Immortal King Weapon. Ever since beheading Xiao Fan and obtaining the Tianyan Taoist robe, Chen Luo has not triggered the mission of beheading the Son of Destiny. One is that the number of Son of Destiny is scarce, and the other is that all those who killed Son of Destiny before got Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon is no longer helpful to Chen Luo. However, now the task reward has been upgraded to Immortal King Soldiers. Of course Chen Luo would not let it go. Why, you still have the face to ask why? Today, both of you will have to pay the price. Not far away, Yeshyan saw Xuezingsheng holding Chen Luo's arm tightly, the anger in his eyes became more intense, and the black aura around him was constantly churning. Chapter 460, Wanting to kill Yeshyan. At the same time, a group of Nether race full of strong ghost devilish qi appeared beside Yeshyan again. Many Nether tribes stood behind Yeshyan, looking quietly at Chen Luo and Xuezingsheng not far away. Sure enough, this task is not easy. Seeing the sudden appearance of many nether tribes, Chen Luo felt astonished. Among the nether race behind Yexian, there are 2 nether races from the Immortal King realm, a Mingxia Immortal King from the Immortal King 6th stage, and a Mingyang Immortal King from the Immortal King 5th stage. Dozens of other nether tribes are all of the true immortal level, and even, basically, they are all advanced true immortals above the true immortal 7th stage. As expected of the Son of Destiny, he has mastered such a huge team just after recovering talent. Such a huge nether race is already enough to push some weak immortal domains across. Bold nether race, dare to wreak havoc in our Protoss immortal domain. At this time, another icy voice sounded. Star Spirit Lord erupted with incomparably terrifying original power, and ruthlessly charged into the past. Boom! Mingxia Immortal King noticed the terrifying attack and quickly launched defenses. It blocked the attack of the terrifying original supernatural power. Master Pluto, Mingyang Immortal King and I are temporarily entangled with this Star Spirit Lord, you arrest these 2 and leave immediately. Mingxia Immortal King then spoke to Yesuandao. Now his strength has not yet returned to its peak, and he is no match for Star Spirit Lord at all. They can only join forces with another Immortal King of the Nether race, first entangle the Star Spirit Lord, and let Yexian capture Chen Luo and others. After finishing speaking, Mingxia Immortal King and Mingyang Immortal King rushed towards the Protoss Immortal King. Star Spirit Lord frowned slightly, with a look of worry in his heart. He didn't expect that the targets of these people turned out to be his own daughter and Chen Luo. Star Spirit Lord Senior, don't worry, leave the Star Dome to me, you can fight with peace of mind. At this time, Chen Luo's voice transmission reached Immortal Sovereign's mind, and Spirit Lord's heart quickly calmed down. Star Spirit Lord still trusts Chen Luo. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably terrifying battle broke out between the 2 sides in the sky above Xingling City. The incomparably majestic original power is like a ferocious beast tearing apart the heaven and earth, constantly wreaking havoc. The entire Protoss city seemed to be oppressed by endless tides. Shuezingshen, since the hindering Star Spirit Lord is gone, then you can just grab it obediently. For the sake of our friendship, as long as you are willing to become my slave girl, I can save you from the pain. Yexian then looked at Shuezingshen. However, this guy has meddled with someone he shouldn't have meddled with. I must let him suffer endless pain, so as to vent my hatred. Yexian continued. Now the threat of the Star Spirit Lord is gone for the time being, Yexian has so many top true immortals around him. Although Yexian was a little apprehensive about Chen Luo's ability to instantly defeat Ming Chuan True Immortal just now, but the dozens of top true immortal Nether clan around him gave him absolute confidence. No matter how strong Chen Luo is, there is no chance of counterattack. Did you get involved with someone who shouldn't be involved? Chen Luo's eyes narrowed, looking at the stunning Shuezingshen beside him. Immediately understood what Yexian meant, it seemed that Yexian regarded himself as a love rival who robbed his sweetheart. No wonder he has such a killing intent towards himself. Yexian, I've already sent someone to tell you clearly that there is no relationship between us, so why bother with you? Shuezingshen bit her red lip slightly, and then said softly. Shuezingshen also realized at this time that Yexian launched such an offensive against the Protoss immortal domain because of himself. It's just that Shuezingshen couldn't understand that the relationship between the 2 of them was considered harmonious before, just because he had contact with Chen Luo Duo, it was so strange for Shuezingshen to do such a thing. Yexian, who she thought was extremely resolute and kind-hearted, did such a thing. I don't want to explain too much, I just know that you can only be mine in this life. Yexian took a deep breath and continued. Have you said enough? At this moment, an indifferent voice came into Yexian's ears. Yexian froze for a moment, it was the guy next to Shuezingshen who said it. Humph, since you can't wait, then I. Yexian breathed heavily, and the 9 nether immortal power on his body became even more terrifying. However, before Yexian finished speaking, a golden puppet with a dull expression and strong original power suddenly appeared beside Yexian. Boom! In an instant, the golden puppet raised its right hand lightly, and an incomparably domineering original force with the power to destroy everything instantly submerged Yexian and many nether tribes in the true immortal realm around him. No! No! There was a burst of painful wailing and collision in the area where Yexian was. A large area of nether race true immortal was turned into annihilation under the impact of this violent original force. However, Yexian seemed to have an incomparably majestic nether power, and that rich nether power actually resisted the impact of the original power of the immortal king puppet. I won't die, I'm the king of the nether clan. Although he had the power of the nether world to protect his body, Yexian still felt endless pain from the fierce collision, and his face became extremely distorted. The Son of Destiny is really hard-fated, even the immortal king realm's puppet sneak attack couldn't kill him directly. Seeing Yexian, who was not directly beheaded by the puppet, Chen Luo's heart was full of surprise. This immortal king puppet was left to him by the Sword Mountain immortal king of heavenly Dao Sect when he was in Tianyun Xian Shan. Possesses the strength of immortal king 5th stage days. After this system task appeared, Chen Luo secretly took out the puppet of immortal king realm. Prepare to find a chance to sneak attack, kill Yexian directly, and complete that mission. However, Chen Luo didn't expect that the sneak attack would not kill Yexian directly. Do you know, you almost killed me. Yexian roared crazily, the ghost devilish qi on his body was constantly surging. I know, so, hurry up and die. Chen Luo said lightly, and then drove the immortal king puppet to continue attacking Yexian. He didn't believe it, he really couldn't help this Yexian. Boom! The immortal king puppet erupted with incomparably terrifying original power, continuously impacting Yexian. Stop, don't hurt Lord Pluto. Immortal king, who was fighting with the star spirit lord above, noticed the terror below, quickly withdrew from the battlefield, and erupted all his own power to protect Yexian. Unleashed with all its strength, Mingyang Immortal King was extremely terrifying, and quickly attacked and killed the Immortal King puppet summoned by Chen Luo. As a result, Yexian gained a little respite, and the ghost energy in his body was continuously flowing, repairing his own injuries. Master Pluto, retreat quickly, leave this place to me. Mingyang Immortal King, who had temporarily entangled the Immortal King puppet, then turned to Yesuan Dao. Chapter 461 Mother Qi of All Matter Ding. The Immortal King puppet that Chen Luo suddenly summoned was completely beyond their expectations. Originally, there was only one Immortal King, Spirit Lord, and they were still able to resist one or two. Now, Chen Luo suddenly summoned an Immortal King puppet, which completely disrupted everything for them. Now they can only let Yexian escape quickly, and then they will find other ways to leave. You wait for me, after I reach the peak in the future, you, including the Protoss Immortal Domain, and even the entire chiming Immortal World will be completely torn apart by me. Yexian roared in pain. At this time, Yexian already regretted a little in his heart, but he was still too impulsive. If you wait for the netherworld to fully unfold before acting, no matter what, such a bad situation will not happen. Now, I can only leave temporarily, leave a useful body, and find all these places in the future. After finishing speaking, Yexian quickly turned around, unfolded the 9 nether immortal power, and prepared to leave directly. What made you think that you still have a chance to escape? At this moment, Chen Luo's indifferent voice sounded again. Yexian's heart skipped a beat. Boom! Then, the space beside Yexian twisted again, and another Immortal King puppet full of original power appeared beside Yexian. After this Immortal King puppet appeared, Yexian felt his scalp tingling, and endless fear filled his heart. Master Li, save me, and kill that guy. Yexian quickly opened his mouth and said, his voice was extremely sharp and hasty. As soon as Yexian's words came out, Chen Luo's pupil shrank. This Son of Destiny still has a whole card? Want to kill me? Chen Luo quickly recalled the immortal king puppet and stood by his side. No matter what, own life is the most important thing. However, after recalling the puppet, there was no movement around, and Chen Luo didn't find any trace of the enemy. Are you framing me? Chen Luo's face was ice cold, and then he said to Ye Xian, who was panting heavily not far away. Not far away, Ye Xian's face froze. Master Li didn't show up. Did Master Li give up on me? Impossible, this is impossible. Master Li valued me so much, how could he watch me die? Ye Xian was flustered for a while, all pride and self-confidence were completely gone at this moment. Master Li was his last reliance. Now, Master Li didn't show up, making Ye Xian's heart flustered, even more flustered than Xingsheng being taken away by Chen Luo. Forget it, let's send you on your way. Chen Luo then said slowly. Then, Chen Luo sent out the immortal king puppet again, bombarding Ye Xian with all his strength. Just in case, Chen Luo urged On Tianyandai and Chaos Bell to form a terrifying defense around On. Both Chaos Bell and Tianyandai are the top Extreme Dao Emperor weapons, which are not inferior to some true immortal weapons, and can provide Chen Luo with a lot of protection. Master Li, have you given up on me? Under the attack of the immortal king puppet, Ye Xian's aura gradually weakened, and the phantom aura on his body also became more illusory, as if it would dissipate at any time. Chen Luo still looked at the scene in front of him quietly, without any expression on his face. The Mingxia Immortal King above and the Mingyang Immortal King below were extremely anxious at this moment, but they had no ability to help Ye Xian in the midst of a fierce battle. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Xian was slowly wiped out by Chen Luo's other Immortal King puppet. Master Li! Master Li! Ye Xian continued to call Li Ningxuang's title frantically, but Li Ningxuang never responded. Enough, you're really noisy. Chen Luo, who was not far away, said calmly. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo condensed his palm into a fist and used the infinite samsara fist. Countless vortexes containing the true meaning of the domineering infinite samsara rushed towards Ye Xian's body. The unlimited samsara fist contained the terrifying true meaning of samsara, and it defeated the devilish qi that protected Ye Xian's body in an instant. No, I'm not reconciled, no. Feeling the dissipation of his ghostly power to protect his body, Ye Xian wailed in pain and despair. Boom! After a while, the immortal king puppet exploded with endless power, smashing Ye Xian, who did not have the body protection of nether devilish qi, into pieces of flesh and blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully beheading Ye Xian, completing the special task, and obtaining the immortal king weapon, Mother Qi of All Matter Tripod. Mother Qi of All Matter Tripod, the top immortal king weapon that integrates offense and defense, the Mother Qi of All Matter Tripod built with the root of Mother Qi of All Matter. The moment Ye Xian disappeared, a system notification sounded in Chen Luo's mind. The task is completed, and the immortal king weapon is here. Hearing the voice in his head, Chen Luo felt a burst of satisfaction. Mother Qi of All Matter is the mother energy that contains the origin of all things when the world first opened. It has incredible mysterious power. It is said that a wisp of Mother Qi of All Matter is powerful enough to kill the true immortal strong. The immortal king tripod was completely made by Mother Qi of All Matter. Chen Luo couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. A moment later, in Chen Luo's system space, a large cauldron engraved with dense Dao patterns appeared. The cauldron was simple and vicissitudes, as if it contained the power of the origin of all things. The strands of Mother Qi of All Matter released around the cauldron gave Chen Luo a sense of terrifying oppression. It seems to contain the terrifying power to kill everything. With this immortal king cauldron, even the giants of the immortal king realm can't easily kill me. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. This Mother Qi of All Matter tripod is an immortal king device that integrates offense and defense. After the defense is launched, even the idle immortal king giants cannot break through it quickly. Master Pluto, no. Mingxia Immortal King and Mingyang Immortal King, who were fighting fiercely, also let out voices of despair. Yeshyen is the future of their nether clan, much more important than their safety. Now that Yeshyen was killed, they had no source of strength, and their aura could not be stabilized at all. The surrounding nether demon territory, which was expanding, also stopped expanding at this time, and seemed to be still slowly shrinking. If you dare to be distracted while fighting with me, you will die. Star Spirit Lord, who was fighting Mingxia Immortal King, noticed the flaws of Mingxia Immortal King, and quickly used Immortal King's original supernatural power, severely hitting Mingxia Immortal King. With a burst of intense howls and collisions, Mingxia Immortal King was directly obliterated by the supernatural power of the Star Spirit Lord. The Ming Yang Immortal King below was also attacked by another Immortal King puppet that freed its hand. Under the combined impact of the two Immortal King puppets, they were quickly killed. Now that Yeshyen is dead, can you let me go? At a high altitude outside Xingling City, a beautiful woman with a delicate appearance in a blood-red dress slowly spoke with a cold expression. Not far from the beautiful woman, there is a middle-aged man with a stalwart figure and a calabash on his waist. The middle-aged man was drunk, and then picked up the wine calabash again and took a swig. "Hi, no, you can't leave now." After hiccuping, the middle-aged man continued to speak. "Jian Shan Immortal King, what do you mean? Even if you are from Heavenly Dao Sect, you can't bully people like this." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Li Ningshuang gritted her silver teeth lightly, her eyes full of a grieved look. Chapter 462, Hades' Origin Bead. "I bullied you, what the hell, you beat me to death." Jian Shan Immortal King said disdainfully upon hearing the words. "You?" Li Ningshuang's chest trembled violently, wishing she could directly fight Jian Shan Immortal King. However, Li Ningshuang knew that she was not his opponent, and the people in Heavenly Dao Sect were notoriously unreasonable. Not to mention the Sword Mountain Immortal King in front of him. Some time ago, he was able to suppress the terrifying existence of the Immortal King Taishan, killing him? Totally impossible. "Tell me, what do you want to do? You should know that although I can't beat you, you can't keep me here forever." Li Ningshuang took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in her heart, and then said. In fact, Li Ningshuang had been secretly observing Yeshyen. When Yeshyen was in a desperate situation, she wanted to save Yeshyen. But, unexpectedly, just as he was about to make a move, Immortal King of Sword Mountain from Heavenly Dao Sect appeared, preventing him from saving Yeshyen. He could only watch helplessly as Yeshyen was directly suppressed and killed by Chen Luo's Immortal King puppet. As a result, many days of hard work fell short. "Of course I can't keep the Goddess of the Temple of Destiny here forever, but Goddess of Destiny, don't you think you're going the wrong way in the Temple of Destiny?" Jian Shan Immortal King yawned, and then spoke slowly, his eyes flashed with wisdom. "Going wrong? Jian Shan Immortal King, what do you mean? Our Destiny Temple carries Heavenly Dao's will, and with Heavenly Dao guiding us, we can't be wrong." Li Ningshuang heard the words, her pretty face froze, and then said coldly. It turned out that Li Ningshuang was the goddess of the Temple of Destiny. The Temple of Destiny is a force established following the will of Heavenly Dao. Under the guidance of Heavenly Dao, it maintains the yin and yang Heavenly Dao balance of the entire chiming immortal world, allowing chiming immortal world to have a better development. Hey? Impossible to be wrong? Do you think Heavenly Dao is too perfect? If Heavenly Dao is really perfect, why hasn't there been a forbidden strongman in chiming immortal world for so many years? Not only that, the overall strength of chiming immortal world is also slowly declining. Jian Shan Immortal King seemed to have heard something ridiculous, and said sarcastically. As soon as Jian Shan Immortal King's words came out, Li Ningshuang fell silent. The rise and fall of all things is determined by God. There is no eternal prosperity. Weakness is also a part of prosperity. After a long silence, Li Ningshuang continued. Your Temple of Destiny really has a lot of nonsense. Jian Shan Immortal King shook his head and continued. Li Ningshuang didn't speak anymore, just stood aside quietly, not knowing what she was thinking. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Since the so-called destined person you are looking for has been beheaded by Chen Luo, how about letting Chen Luo try it? Chen Luo may be able to control that thing. Jianshan Immortal King continued, looking at Li Ningshuang in front of him calmly. Li Ningshuang frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. No, he is not a person of destiny, it is impossible to control him. After a while, Li Ningshuang shook her head slightly, rejecting Jianshan Immortal King's proposal. How will you know if you don't try it? Maybe there will be unexpected results. Jianshan Immortal King continued. No way, this is heaven. Li Ningshuang continued without thinking about Jianshan Immortal King's words. Enough, do you think I'm discussing with you? Before Li Ningshuang finished speaking, Jianshan Immortal King had a sense of oppression that almost distorted the entire world. This tide of terror and oppression pressed hard on Li Ningshuang's body. Li Ningshuang's face turned pale for a while, and an unprecedented fear surged in her heart. This son of destiny is not good. In the sky above Xingling City, Chen Luo looked at the many treasures in Yeshyen's interspatial ring, and murmured in his heart. In Yeshyen's interspatial ring, there are a large number of fairy crystals, as well as a lot of various treasures. However, these treasures did not have any temptation for Chen Luo. After all, Chen Luo still had a lot of treasures. However, Chen Luo was not surprised. After all, this son of destiny was just a cultivator of the great emperor realm. No matter how fat he was, he couldn't be too fat. Just, what is this thing? Suddenly, in the depths of Yeshyen's interspatial ring, Chen Luo found a black bead containing strong original power. There are many black Dao patterns engraved on this black bead, and it seems that there is a very terrifying ghost magic power circulating on it. Chen Luo took out the bead, and the ghost qi that was dissipating all around immediately swirled towards the bead. Chen Xiaohu, this should be the Pluto origin bead. The figure of Star Spirit Lord appeared beside Chen Luo. Pluto origin bead. Chen Luo looked puzzled, he had never heard of the Pluto Yuansu. The Pluto origin bead is a spirit bead that contains the essence of the Hades. It contains a very strong ghost essence of the Nether tribe. However, it has a very powerful effect on the Nether tribe and can quickly increase the strength of the Nether tribe. However, this thing can only be absorbed by the Nether tribe. Star Spirit Lord continued. A lingzhu that contains the essence of the Pluto. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed. I don't know if the underworld furnace can absorb the essence of this Pluto origin orb. Chen Luo thought of owning the underworld furnace, which can absorb the essence and vitality of the world and transform it into Chen Luo's cultivation base and strength. The original essence of Hades contained in this Pluto origin bead is also a kind of essence of heaven and earth, and it may be able to be absorbed. Then try it. Chen Luo didn't waste time either, and then started to operate the underworld furnace, and suddenly, an overbearing devouring power appeared from Chen Luo's body. The domineering devouring power continuously absorbed the original essence in the Pluto origin bead, and Chen Luo immediately felt his cultivation base constantly rising. Yes, it was really useful. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he felt a burst of surprise in his heart. If you finish absorbing this Pluto origin bead, your own realm will definitely increase a lot. Star Spirit Lord on the side looked at Chen Luo, who perfectly absorbed the power of Pluto's origin bead without any abnormality, and was amazed in his heart. However, thinking of Chen Luo's identity, Star Spirit Lord felt relieved again. After all, he is from Heavenly Dao Sect, and he is also a peerless arrogance, so he cannot be judged by common sense. Seeing Spirit Lord Senior, I will practice closed-door training for a period of time, and I will hand over the remaining nether race in Xingling City to you. After a long while, Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then said to Seeing Spirit Lord. No problem, let's go with peace of mind, you mere ghosts, don't worry. Star Spirit Lord continued with a slight smile. Now, Yeshyen, the culprit, has been solved, and the netherworld has stopped expanding. Those two immortal king-level nether tribes are gone, and if there are remaining nether tribes, Star Spirit Lord is naturally not worried. Immediately afterwards, the Star Spirit Lord went to help the Protoss to deal with other nether tribes from the nether devilish chi. Master Chen, are you going to practice? Can I still go to you at night? Xuezingsheng then came to Chen Luo's side and asked expectantly. Chapter 463 5th Stage Sky Peak. Looking at the pure and lovely Xuezingsheng in front of him, Chen Luo nodded slightly. Of course. Chen Luo touched Xuezingsheng's hair and said softly. Chen Luo is a person who likes to combine work and rest, and will not practice too hard. In addition, during this period of time, Xuezingsheng came to Chen Luo's room every night, and Chen Luo seemed to have gotten used to her presence. That soft body is pretty good to use as a pillow. Okay, then wait for me tonight. Xuezingsheng happily said to Chen Luo. After finishing speaking, he kissed Chen Luo again, bounced away and helped Xingling City deal with the chaos after the war. Chen Luo then returned to the room where he lived in the Xingling City Palace without wasting any time. In the luxurious room, sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, Chen Luo took out the Pluto origin bead. Then the underworld melting furnace was turned on, and it began to absorb the power of Hades' origin bead continuously. With the absorption of the original essence of the netherworld from the Pluto origin bead, Chen Luo's cultivation base is constantly rising. At the same time, many nether tribes in Xingling City were slowly wiped out under the joint efforts of the Star Spirit Lord and many cultivators. The destroyed buildings and areas of the entire Protoss city are also slowly being rebuilt. 2 months later, in Chen Luo's training room, the power of Pluto Yuanzi was finally absorbed by Chen Luo, and the incomparably majestic power circulated in Chen Luo's body. The entire room is filled with an extremely violent sense of oppression and distortion. True immortal 5th stage is the pinnacle of heaven. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and slowly opened his eyes. The power contained in this Pluto origin orb was enough for Chen Luo's cultivation base to break through 2 small realms in a row. From the late stage of the true immortal 3rd stage day directly climbed to the peak of the true immortal 5th stage day. It is only 1 step away from the true immortal 6th stage day. The promotion of cultivation base is becoming more and more difficult. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice. This closed-door training is a relatively long one of Chen Luo's closed-door training. Originally, Chen Luo thought it would not take long to absorb this Pluto origin orb, but the power contained in it was beyond Chen Luo's expectations. Chen Luo was also shocked by the strength he needed to break through. In the past 2 months, Chen Luo not only absorbed a Pluto origin bead, but also used a lot of treasure resources in his interspatial ring. However, it is not without gains, because the more resources needed to break through, Chen Luo's strength is also several times the same rank, or even dozens of times. Although he hasn't experienced actual combat yet, Chen Luo can feel that his own strength has improved a lot. Perhaps, without resorting to other treasures, he can challenge the supreme giant of the immortal king realm himself. If he uses a lot of supernatural power and immortal king weapons, etc., Chen Luo will be even more unpredictable. It must be strong to the point of exaggeration. Now that the training is over, it's time to leave the Protoss immortal domain. Chen Luo restrained his own aura and got up slowly. Chen Luo washed up first, and then enjoyed the delicacies of the Xingling City Palace. Brother Chen Luo, you've finally finished your training. While Chen Luo was feasting, Xuezingsheng Crescent came to Chen Luo's side, looking straight at Chen Luo with a pair of big pure eyes. Chen Luo nodded, and pinched Xuezingsheng's delicate nose. For the past 2 months, Xuezingsheng would come to Chen Luo's room every night. Xuezingsheng chatted with Chen Luo about various things in Xingling City every night, sharing his own knowledge. The relationship between the two has also become very harmonious. Where is Spirit Lord Senior? Why didn't you see him? Chen Luo continued to ask after eating almost. Originally, Chen Luo planned to visit the Star Spirit Lord after coming out, and then bid farewell. However, after coming out, Chen Luo did not sense that the Star Spirit Lord was in the palace of the Star Spirit City. After my father fought last time, I also gained something, and went to closed-door training to practice. Xuezingsheng continued holding Chen Luo's arm. Chen Luo frowned. Did closed-door training go? Brother Chen Luo, are you leaving? Suddenly, Xuezingsheng seemed to realize something, and looked at Chen Luo eagerly with big pure eyes, with reluctance flowing in his eyes. Well, after staying in Protoss Immortal Domain for so long, it's time to leave. Chen Luo nodded. Xuezingsheng bit her red lips slightly, the tears in her eyes slowly coalesced, and then threw herself into Chen Luo's arms, without saying a word for a long time. Chen Luo touched the girl in his arms, feeling a little reluctance in his heart. Having been together day and night for more than 2 months, Chen Luo also had a lot of shadows of this little girl in his heart. Due to physical reasons, Xuezingsheng has never had many friends, and everyone has a natural fear of her. Although she has the favor of the Star Spirit Lord, it is impossible for the Star Spirit Lord to be by her side all the time, which makes Xuezingsheng's heart very fragile. In addition, she is also the little sister of Xuexing Tong, which made Chen Luo naturally have a lot of affection. That's why Chen Luo didn't refuse Xuezingsheng to stick with him at night. Chen Luo gently stroked Xuezingsheng's hair, which slowly calmed her heart. Brother Chen Luo, let's go to Bailing Valley. The flowers in Bailing Valley are all in bloom. After a while, Xuezingsheng came out of Chen Luo's arms, looking at Chen Luo with red eyes. Okay, let's go. Chen Luo nodded, but did not refuse the little girl's request. Bailing Valley is a beautiful valley outside Xingling City. There are beautiful flowers planted everywhere here, and the flowers are in full bloom, making this valley full of vitality and beauty. In the sky of the valley, there were also a large number of spirit birds singing crisply. On weekdays, there are quite a few Protoss and other cultivators enjoying the scenery in this valley. It's just that today, for some reason, this usually bustling valley is less populated at this time, but the scenery remains the same. After a while, a pure and charming young girl appeared in the valley pulling a handsome young man like a banished fairy. The two were Xuezingsheng and Chen Luo. Brother Chen Luo, this is the 1000-feather flower, a flower that only blooms once every 300 years. Look at its flowers, are they the same as feathers? Xuezingsheng took Chen Luo to play around in Bailing Valley, chatting with Chen Luo about various flowers. Chen Luo also let go of all his own thoughts, and experienced the beauty around him with Xuezingsheng. The surrounding breeze blew, and the fragrance and coolness permeated the hearts of the two of them. Under this moving scenery, Xuezingsheng's sadness of parting seems to have calmed down a lot. The two continue to leave footprints everywhere in Bailing Valley. Young Master Chen Luo, it took me a long time to leave Xingling City until 2 months ago. After a while, a clear and sweet voice suddenly rang in Chen Luo's ears. Chapter 464 Snow Melt. Followed by a mysterious aura, this aura was like a raging gust of wind, surging the entire Bailing Valley in an instant. Wherever the aura went, there was silence and solemnity. After a while, everything in Bailing Valley was completely still. The spirit birds in the sky, the many flowers and leaves in the Bailing Valley are still swaying, and even the breeze seems to have stagnated. Beside Chen Luo, Xuezingsheng's body also stood there blankly, completely frozen. The black hairs that were constantly flying were fixed in the air, as if they had become a statue. It was as if the entire time and space had been frozen. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chen Luo was startled. What kind of power is this? Although Chen Luo could move, he felt that the spirit power and all kinds of treasures in his body were completely suppressed. Only the mother chi of all matter cauldron in his body is still exuding brilliant light. Immediately afterwards, the space not far away was distorted, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a blood-red robe slowly appeared in front of Chen Luo. Name, Li Ningshuang. Realm, Immortal King 9th Stage Days. Physique, Absolute Beginning Immortal Physique. Talent, Xian Pin. Identity, Goddess of the Temple of Destiny. Immortal Body of Absolute Beginning, Immortal King 9th Stage Day. Destiny Temple Goddess. Chen Luo's pupils shrank, he didn't expect such a terrifying supreme giant to appear. The Immortal King 9th Stage is the peak powerhouse of the immortal world. Such a beautiful woman is actually the invincible powerhouse of the Immortal King 9th Stage. You, what do you want from me? Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then asked. Since this invincible strong man didn't attack him immediately, then he definitely wasn't here to deal with him. For a strong man of this level, if he wants to deal with him, he doesn't need to be so troublesome, Chen Luo understands in his heart. Although there are many means of owning, but if you really want to face the invincible powerhouse of the Immortal King 9th Stage alone, you still have no chance of winning. Entrusted by others, I will give you a chance. Li Ningshuang said lightly, without the slightest emotion on her face. However, those cold and stunning eyes stared at Chen Luo closely, as if they wanted to see through Chen Luo completely. Opportunity. Chen Luo frowned slightly, what's going on? Such an invincible expert from the Immortal King 9th Stage appeared just to give me a chance. 10 years later, our Destiny Temple will open again. At that time, you can take this token and go to our Destiny Temple. Li Ningshuang raised her bare hand lightly, and then, a jade pendant containing mysterious power flew into Chen Luo's hand. This jade pendant is extremely warm and moist, and it seems to have a very mysterious power on it, making Chen Luo feel a faint sense of comfort. I don't know what chance the senior is talking about. Chen Luo looked at the jade pendant engraved with the word destiny in his hand, and continued to ask. Chen Luo has never heard of the Destiny Temple, but a goddess is the top power of the Immortal King 9th Stage, which is undoubtedly very terrifying. A chance for you to step into the Immortal King. Li Ningshuang then said indifferently, still looking at Chen Luo calmly. Take a chance on the Immortal King. Chen Luo felt a wave of doubts in his heart, and it actually involved the Immortal King. After finishing speaking, Li Ningshuang's body gradually disappeared, completely turning into nothingness, and everything that was frozen around slowly recovered. Brother Chen Luo, why are you in a daze? At this time, another clear and pleasant voice sounded. Xue Xingsheng, who had recovered to normal, looked at Chen Luo who was standing there puzzled, and asked curiously. No, it's okay. Chen Luo was also brought back to reality by Xue Xingsheng's voice. Forget it, I will know later, 10 years later. Chen Luo quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart. 10 years later, he would be too far away from his current self, so there was no need to think too much. Brother Chen Luo, let's go over there and have a look, there are many beautiful spiritual herbs over there. Xue Xingsheng continued, pulling Chen Luo towards another beautiful area of Bailing Valley. Soon, the two arrived at that area, where there are a lot of spiritual herbs. Fresh air and a faint breeze circulated constantly around. There seemed to be bursts of musk-like fragrance in the air. Under the permeation of this smell, a blur appeared in Xue Xingsheng's eyes, and the distance with Chen Luo was getting closer and closer. Chen Luo's heart froze, this taste is... Brother Chen Luo, I can't do it anymore. At this time, Xue Xingsheng let out a baby ding, and then threw herself into Chen Luo's arms, doing things like crazy. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl is so crazy that she even drugged Bailing Valley directly. Feeling the increasingly chaotic and enthusiastic Xue Xingsheng, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling a little hot in his heart. That's all she is. If I don't help her solve it, am I still human? If Xue Xintong knew, she would also blame herself for being unqualified as a master. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo arranged a concealment circle around him, covering everything around him. Then, Chen Luo began to help Xue Xingsheng relieve the symptoms caused by the mysterious medicinal scent around her. Stab! As if sensing Chen Luo's movements, Xue Xingsheng tore Chen Luo's clothes. Chen Luo sighed, and comforted the stunning beauty in front of him, the snow star dome that was about to bloom. Then, the clear snowflakes began to melt slowly. Next to the spiritual herbs of Bailing Valley, a blood-red mark appeared. I have given Chen Luo the Destiny Jade Pendant as you ordered, so it's all right now. In a forest outside Xingling City, Li Ningshuang looked at Jianshan Immortal King who was drinking fine wine not far away, and said slowly. Under the force of Immortal King of Jianshan, Li Ningshuang succumbed, and gave Chen Luo the Destiny Jade Pendant that could participate in the competition for the opportunity of the Temple of Destiny. Do you think it's because of my strength that you have to hand over your only spot to Chen Luo? Jianshan Immortal King did not return to Li Ningshuang's words drunkenly, but hiccuped and said in a flat tone. No, I gave the jade pendant to Chen Luo willingly. Li Ningshuang shook her head and continued. Now things can't be changed, and Li Ningshuang doesn't want to have too many disputes with Jianshan Immortal King. I just want to get out of here quickly and go back to the Temple of Destiny. How do you know that my appearance is not a manifestation of heavenly Dao's will? Jianshan Immortal King saw Li Ningshuang's insincere words and continued. Li Ningshuang fell into deep thought, didn't speak, just thinking quietly. Think about it carefully. Are the so-called destiny people you are looking for really destiny people? Over the years, you have been looking for 7 or 8 destiny people instead of 10. What is their final result? Blindly conforming to heavenly Dao, perhaps, will only lead to the end of your destiny temple, and this is all I have to say. Goddess, think about it carefully, and the old man will leave. Jianshan Immortal King continued. After speaking, the figure of Jianshan Immortal King disappeared into the forest, as if he had never appeared before. Chapter 465, Siege. Seeing the Immortal King of Jianshan disappearing in front of her eyes, Li Ningshuang didn't feel any relief in her heart. The words that Jianshan Immortal King just said resounded like a bell in her heart. These words run counter to the oracle of their destiny temple. Li Ningshuang should have completely forgotten and ignored these words, but for some reason, Li Ningshuang suddenly felt that what Jianshan Immortal King said was not wrong. Could it be that I was really wrong? Li Ningshuang thought of what she had done under the guidance of the oracle over the years, and felt a little confused in her heart. Wrong? Impossible, the heavenly Dao oracle can't be wrong. Even if it is wrong, it is the world that is wrong. Li Ningshuang raised her head, and there was a burst of firmness in her eyes again. Chen Luo, I hope to see you in the Temple of Destiny 10 years later, and prove who is wrong. Li Ningshuang then turned her head, looked in the direction where Chen Luo was, and murmured in a low voice. After speaking, Li Ningshuang turned and left. 3 days later. Lark Valley. In a beautiful peach grove, Xue Xingsheng had a ruddy complexion and lay disheveled on Chen Luo's body. At this time, the two snuggled together, admiring the beautiful peach forest scenery around them. The heart-warming fragrance of peach blossoms and the charming fragrance of Xue Xingsheng's body intertwined, making Chen Luo feel very addicted. Brother Chen Luo, will you miss me in the future? Xue Xingsheng looked at Chen Luo in front of him, and then asked. Of course. Chen Luo smiled slightly, and touched the softness of Xue Xingsheng. Now that she has already claimed her body, Chen Luo naturally regards her as his own, not to mention, she is also Xingtong's older sister. That's good, I'll miss brother Chen Luo too, 1,000 times a day. Xue Xingsheng crescent crooked, then said softly. Chen Luo hugged Xue Xingsheng, feeling the softness in his arms. I'll bring your sister up soon so that your family can be reunited. Chen Luo continued. Bring my sister and let us serve you together. A cunning flashed in Xue Xingsheng's eyes, and said. Am I such a person? The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. This little girl thinks too badly of herself. What do you think? Xue Xingsheng said playfully, and then started to make trouble again. Girl, don't ask for trouble, I won't let you go if I beg for mercy later. Humph, who begged for mercy? Looking at the playful and pure Xue Xingsheng in front of him, Chen Luo shook his head slightly. This girl is good at cooking and loves to play, she obviously couldn't bear it physically, and she still challenged the difficult ones over and over again. That's what you said. It's useless to beg for mercy later. Chen Luo continued. Woohoo! Another 3 days later. After many days of absurd behavior, Chen Luo finally evacuated from Wenro Township. In the palace of Star Spirit City, Chen Luo is saying goodbye to Seeing Spirit Lord and Xue Xingsheng. Little friend Chen Luo, thank you for the matter of the Nether Demon Realm. If there is any problem in the future, just send me a message, and I will try my best to solve it. At the banquet in the palace, Star Spirit Lord said to Chen Luo with a smile. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Chen Luo smiled. Beside Chen Luo, Xue Xingsheng served Chen Luo attentively. Wow! At this time, in Chen Luo's interspatial ring, the token of the immemorial immortal city suddenly shone with a strange light. It's a message from Xianming True Immortal. Did something happen in the immortal city of immortals? Chen Luo felt astonished in his heart. When leaving Teiku Immortal City, Chen Luo gave Xianming the True Immortal Contact Own Summons token. Now there is a sudden change in the token, obviously there is something wrong with Teiku Immortal City that needs to be solved by itself. I have to go back as soon as possible. Chen Luo then restrained his own thoughts, and said goodbye to the Star Spirit Lord. The Star Spirit Lord didn't stay either, but Xue Xingsheng's eyes were full of reluctance. I'll come to see you again after I pick up your sister. Chen Luo touched Xue Xingsheng's forehead and said softly. Xue Xingsheng nodded, suppressing the reluctance in his heart. After a farewell, Chen Luo left the Protoss Immortal Domain and galloped towards Luotian Immortal Domain, where the immortal city of Immemorial City was located. Xue Xingsheng stood on the roof of the imperial city of Xingling City, looked at Chen Luo who was leaving, and remained silent for a long time. Luotian Immortal Domain, Primordial Immortal City. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After several months of development, Teiku Immortal City has completely established itself in Lushan Immortal Domain. There are many top true immortals joining Teiku Immortal City, and there are countless cultivators from other Great Emperor Realm. Cultivators of Great Emperor Realm and True Immortal Realm can be seen everywhere practicing in various places. The entire Teiku Immortal City is thriving and developing upwards. However, today's Teiku Immortal City is shrouded in a depressive atmosphere, and the originally lively atmosphere has become extremely awe-inspiring. Many cultivators in Teiku Immortal City all look serious, with serious expressions on their faces. People in Teiku Immortal City, listen to me, put away the formation now, and there is still time for all to surrender. If I fight in personally, you guys will all die. Outside Teiku Immortal City, a tall man said in a deep voice. The man was wearing a grey robe, and his body was filled with unusually strong original power. The escaping qi almost completely tore everything around. What's the use of talking so much? Let's talk about it when you call in. You trash, you only have to take advantage of our city lord's absence to show your prestige. When our city lord comes back, one of you will count as one, and you will all die. Xianming True Immortal said calmly above the gate of the immemorial immortal city. It seems that the immemorial city of Teiku has been in a high position for a long time, and Xianming True Immortal has a little majesty. Even though it was only the True Immortal second stage day, many other True Immortal cultivators felt a slight sense of oppression. Master Xianming, that is Luotian Immortal King, is it really okay for us to provoke them like this? Besides Xianming True Immortal, a True Immortal of True Immortal 7th stage said with horror on his face. That's right, Lord Xianming, Luotian Immortal King is not easy to provoke. Since the City Lord is coming back soon, we can wait for the City Lord to come back, there is no need to provoke their anger now. said another true immortal realm cultivator. Our city lord is also the supreme giant of the immortal king realm. What are you afraid of? When the city lord returns, we will be able to easily deal with these guys. There are many cultivators from Baigu Immortal City around, and they are also looking at Xianming True Immortal with straight eyes at this time. They were discussing, some were afraid, and some were looking forward to Chen Luo's return. If someone is afraid, just leave Taiku Immortal City directly, and I will not stop it. Xianming True Immortal said slowly, not caring what these people said. It turned out that it was Luo Tian Immortal King who surrounded the Immortal City outside. Lushan Immortal King is the master of Lushan Immortal Domain, the supreme giant of the Holy Immortal Palace. When Chen Luo occupied Lushan City, he was doing closed-door training. After leaving the customs, they found that Lushan City had become the immemorial Immortal City. Afterwards, they directly brought many top experts from the Saint Immortal Palace to surround the Immortal City. I want to take the contribution of Taiku Immortal City as my own. Chapter 466 Immortal King Formation. No, Master Xianming was joking, we swear to live and die with the immemorial Immortal City. That's right, we will live and die together with the immemorial Immortal City, the city, and the people. We will not leave, Master Xianming, please don't say such things. As soon as Xuanming's true immortal words came out, many cultivators from the primordial Immortal City just now spoke one after another. In his words, he expressed his loyalty to the immemorial city of Immemorial City. Taiku Immortal City treats them first class, almost the most powerful of the same level. The cultivation environment in Taiku Immortal City is also extremely high, and they also like to practice in Taiku Immortal City. Moreover, in their view, Chen Luo is also a supreme giant at the Immortal King level. If it is true that Taiku Immortal City ran away when it encountered some crisis at this time, it will not be said whether there will be problems in Taiku Immortal City. If Chen Luo settles the case in the future, none of them will be able to escape. You don't have to worry too much. It's not so easy for them to attack and kill them easily. I have already sent a message to the city lord. When the city lord comes back, everything will be fine. Seeing that everyone has expressed their loyalty, Xianming True Immortal continued. Also, it's not that easy for them to break through the immemorial Immortal City. Xianming True Immortal continued, a icy look flashed in his eyes. What a big tone, since you guys are stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Tian Immortal King coldly said outside the Immortal City. Siege the city immediately. After finishing speaking, Luo Tian Immortal King immediately sent people from the Temple of Saint Immortals to attack the city with all their strength. For some reason, Taiku Immortal City has an extremely terrifying source of power suppression, which makes Luo Tian Immortal King's source power slightly suppressed. Therefore, Luo Tian Immortal King planned to let many of his subordinates test the details of this ancient fairy city. Boom! In a moment, as soon as Luo Tian's Immortal King's voice fell, a large number of cultivators around the Saint Immortal Palace erupted with terrifying Immortal Dao supernatural power, and launched an extremely fierce offensive towards the Immortal City. The resplendent and domineering power of the Immortal Dao bombarded towards the immemorial Immortal City like a tidal wave. Countless ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and large areas of space collapsed. Boom! It's just that these terrifying immortal supernatural powers were blocked by shields containing powerful defensive power just as they approached the ancient fairy city. The powerful Xiandao Dai supernatural power was completely cancelled out by the shield, and there was a fierce collision sound. Immortal King level defensive magic circle, my god, there is an Immortal King level magic circle in this ancient fairy city, it's too scary. Yes, yes. It's no wonder that the people of Taiku Immortal City are so calm, there is an Immortal King level defensive circle. It seems that this immemorial fairy city is really unfathomable, and an Immortal King level defensive circle is actually arranged in a city. With an Immortal King level defensive circle, maybe it can really withstand the impact of Luo Tian, Immortal King, and the others. In the area not far from the immemorial Immortal City, there were many other cultivators onlookers talking one after another. They all came to check after they heard that Luotian Immortal King was coming to deal with the Immortal City. Immortal King level formations are extremely powerful, and they can only be arranged by a great Immortal Master who has a great understanding of formations, and the requirements for materials are also extremely high. The Great Immortal Formation Master has a very high status in Immortal World and is extremely rare. Therefore, few forces will arrange the basic Immortal King level defensive circle. Even the top forces with the Immortal King realm are not easy to spend a lot of money to arrange such top-level formations. Because Immortal King is an invincible giant, no one will easily attack the top forces with Immortal King forces. Our primordial Immortal City actually has an Immortal King level magic circle, the owner of the city is invincible. That's right, with an Immortal King level magic circle, even Luotian's Immortal King can't even think about breaking in. It's because I'm a small person. How could such a wise and powerful person, Lord City Lord, not hold back? Above the Immortal City, many cultivators in the primordial Immortal City were all excited and determined. None of them expected that Immortal King level formation guardianship would exist in Immortal City. Originally, they just thought that the many true Immortal level magic circles outside this ancient fairy city were already very terrifying, but now there are Immortal King level magic circles, which is really beyond their expectations. With an Immortal King level magic circle, the security of the Immortal City has undoubtedly been greatly enhanced. Xianming True Immortal looked at the magic circle not far away, without any emotion on his face. This Immortal King level magic circle is the top level magic circle that comes with Immortal City, and Chen Luo has temporarily handed over Immortal City to Xianming True Immortal. Xianming True Immortal is naturally able to drive these magic circles. However, Xianming True Immortal knows that it is not so easy to resist the terrifying Immortal King Giant of the Holy Immortal Palace with the Immortal King Magic Circle. Luotian Immortal King, what should we do now? This primordial Immortal City has Immortal King level formations, and our offensive has no effect at all. Beside Luotian Immortal King, a top true immortal expert in the Temple of Immortals asked worriedly. The other Saint Immortal Hall cultivators around also had worried expressions on their faces. Immortal King level formations are incomparably terrifying, and they cannot be broken by these true Immortal Realm immortal cultivators. It's just an Immortal King level magic circle, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Luotian Immortal King continued, his eyes were full of coldness. The appearance of the Immortal King level magic circle also exceeded Luotian's Immortal King's expectations. However, it is not enough to make Luotian Immortal King give up. This immemorial Immortal City occupied their Lushan Immortal Domain's Lushan City, making him lose all face. If he flinched because of an Immortal King level magic circle, how could the Immortal King gain a foothold in chiming Immortal World? I don't know what countermeasures Luotian Immortal King has. The cultivator of true Immortal Realm then asked. It just so happens that my Immortal King weapon has been successfully refined. Today, let's try my Immortal King weapon with this ancient fairy city. Luotian Immortal King slowly raised his head, his eyes were extremely cold. Ha ha ha. After finishing speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from Luotian Immortal King's body. The terrifying golden streamer continued to erupt on Luotian Immortal King's body. Suddenly the world changed color, Wushuan's oppressive feeling almost froze the whole world. Luotian Immortal Domain, in an extremely desolate valley. Above the valley, a gigantic flying boat flew towards the Teiku Immortal City at high speed. The flying boat traveled at a very high speed, and there was a brilliant stream of light, like a shooting star. I hope there's nothing wrong with it. Chen Luo murmured inwardly as he looked in the direction of the immemorial Immortal City on the flying boat. After Chen Luo left the Protoss Immortal Domain, he rushed to the direction of the immemorial Immortal City without stopping. However, Chen Luo didn't worry too much. Even if he wasn't there, Teiku Immortal City was not an ordinary city at the mercy of others, and there were still many backers. The communication tokens in the interspatial ring didn't continue to shine, apparently things weren't too bad to fix. Well, here. Suddenly, Chen Luo noticed that the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be a little strange. Chapter 467, Blocking the Way. Above the valley, the air was originally fresh and full of fairy spirit power, and the sky was clear everywhere. It's just that, now, there is a strange fragrance in the air around him. The surrounding clouds also became pitch black at this time, as if a storm was approaching. I hope no one will seek death. A icy look flashed across Chen Luo's eyes, and he already felt something was wrong. Boom! At this time, a terrifying thunder force suddenly appeared in the black clouds. The blue-purple thunder force pierced through the clouds, and bombarded Chen Luo's flying boat in an instant. Boom! Chen Luo had no expression on his face, and he punched heavily, instantly smashing the thunder force that had just hit into pieces, and the blue-purple shattered lightning kept flying towards the surroundings. Some strength, but, unfortunately, this is your end today. At this time, a piercing voice sounded. The space in the distance was distorted, and dozens of cultivators filled with strong immortal power appeared in front of Chen Luo's Hu. The group of people looked gloomy and cold, and the breath on their bodies was constantly surging. It was headed by a man dressed in fancy clothes with a cold temperament. Beside the man, there is also an old man with grey hair. The old man's body is full of incomparably rich original power. Chen Luo looked at the many cultivators in front of him calmly, and launched the own system detection function. Name Zhao Wuhen. Realm, True Immortal 3rd Stage Days. Physical, Fairy Body. Bloodline, Qiu Immortal King Bloodline. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Son of Qiu Immortal Domain. Name, Shen Mukai. Realm, Immortal King 3rd Stage Day. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Qiu Immortal Domain Zhao Jie King Elder. The cultivators behind the two are all true Immortal Realm cultivators, which look extremely powerful. Qiu Immortal Domain Zhao family? Chen Luo frowned slightly. When did he become enemies with the Zhao family? The Zhao family is the ruling family of Qiu Immortal Domain. It is quite powerful, and it is considered a top-level force among many forces. It's just that Chen Luo doesn't remember any enmity between him and the Zhao family. May I ask, why did you attack me? Chen Luo said lightly, without the slightest trace of fear on his face. Although the Zhao family is powerful, Chen Luo will soon return to the immemorial immortal city. After returning, Chen Luo has the strength of an invincible immortal king, and can fear no threats. Moreover, in front of him, just an immortal king 5th stage can't threaten Chen Luo. Oh, this has nothing to do with you, the dead don't need to know so much. Zhao Wuhen continued, his eyes full of contempt and confidence. It seems that you think I'm sure of you. Chen Luo said, his tone became cold. These immortal domain sons are really one by one, they don't treat others as human beings. My lord, stop talking nonsense with him, and get rid of him immediately, this big formation covering celestial secrets won't last long. The elder of the immortal king 5th stage next to him continued slowly. Well, go ahead, don't be discovered. Zhao Wuhen nodded, not listening to Chen Luo's words at all. Shen Mu grinned, the original power in his body began to boil continuously, and the majestic breath surged continuously on his body. The strength of Chen Luo's punch that shattered thunder just now made them realize that Chen Luo's strength is not simple. Therefore, Shen Mukai decided to use all his strength to deal with Chen Luo. Crack! It's just that before Shen Mukai made a move, the void next to him twisted for a while, and a golden wooden palm suddenly appeared. A puppet containing the power of the golden origin appeared behind Shen Mukai, and his palms grabbed Shen Mukai's neck heavily. Shen Mukai suddenly felt his scalp go numb, and there was a moment of speechless space in his heart. He tried to use the power of the Immortal King's origin, but the Immortal King's origin seemed to be completely suppressed, unable to function at all. I can only feel the strength at the neck getting stronger. Zhao Wuhen and others around were shocked by the sudden appearance of this puppet. He looked blankly at Shen Mukai, who was easily suppressed. The majestic power emanating from this puppet severely suppressed the people around, and fear kept surging in their hearts like a tide. Zhao Wuhan also lost his composure at first, and became panicked. "You, stop, we are from the Qiu Immortal Domain Zhao family, my father is Qiu Immortal King, you." Zhao Wuhan said quickly, his expression extremely panicked. Boom! However, before Zhao Wuhan finished speaking, Chen Luo's voice suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Wuhan, and he directly trampled Zhao Wuhan under his feet. "Now, can you tell me why you did it to me?" Chen Luo then said calmly, his eyes were like looking at a dead person, calmly looking at Zhao Wuhan below. Zhao Wuhan shuddered, and wanted to say some harsh words, but seeing Chen Luo's deep gaze, he immediately dismissed the idea. "It's Tantai Chen, you killed Mr. Tantai Chen, and it was Liulai Fairy who asked me to help you take revenge." Zhao Wuhan then said slowly, and told Chen Luo the matter. "Tantai Chen? Fairy Liulai, what is it?" Chen Luo frowned slightly, he didn't remember what Tantaikan he killed. "And that Fairy Liulai, what is it?" "Yes, from Tianyun Xianshan, Tantaikan participated in the Heavenly Dao Empowerment of Tianyun Xianshan, and was killed by you during the Heavenly Dao Empowerment." Zhao Wuhan swallowed his saliva, and quickly explained. "Oh, you said those trash from Tianyun Xianshan killed too many, I don't remember this guy." Chen Luo frowned, and then said lightly. "There are so many people killed in Tianyun Xianshan, it is impossible for Chen Luo to remember all of them. Tantai Chen, I really don't have any impression." As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Zhao Wuhan's heart turned cold. "This guy, I almost forgot." At this time, Zhao Wuhan's intestines were full of regrets. This guy was a murderer, and all the arrogances in Tianyun Xianshan were killed. Why would I trouble him because of Fairy Liulai's request? You shouldn't, now you have provoked this guy, but you haven't been able to kill him, you will be in big trouble. Everyone in Zhaohu town was paralyzed, hating himself for being confused by Fairy Liulai. However, it doesn't matter. Where is the Liulai fairy you mentioned now? If you can take me to solve her, I can give you a happy time." Chen Luo continued to speak, looking at Zhao Wuhan, who was in extreme fear with flat eyes. Chapter 468 Tantai Liulai's Physique. For this kind of person who wants to make trouble for him, Chen Luo doesn't want to let it go. This time she can find someone from the Zhao family to deal with herself, and next time, she can find more people. So, it's better to solve it as soon as possible. Fairy Liulai, she. I don't know where she is." After hearing Chen Luo's words, Zhao Wuhan's heart became cold, his eyes dodged, and he shook his head quickly. Don't you really know?" Chen Luo said lightly. After finishing speaking, the soul force on Chen Luo's body invaded Zhao Wuhan's mind instantly with a terrifying and unparalleled aura. "Oh, no, no, no." As Chen Luo's soul power continued to pour in, Zhao Wuhan wailed in pain. This is the soul power that contains the Chaos Yin and Yang Dao, which can tear and obliterate everything. Even Zhao Wuhan's Sea of Consciousness has the treasure that protects the soul power, but it still has no effect, and he is suffering from terrible pain. I say, no, I say. After a while, Zhao Wuhan finally couldn't bear it anymore, and cried bitterly. Luotian Immortal Domain, Ziwan Valley. Ziwan Valley is a beautiful valley in the immortal domain of Lushan, filled with rich fairy spirit power everywhere. A lot of spiritual plants and various flowers were planted in various places, and countless petals and fragrances were blown by the breeze. In a secluded area of Ziwan Valley, there is an exquisite pavilion. In the pavilion, a stunning woman with exquisite features and a slender figure is playing a moving piece of music while stroking the guqin. The moving piano sound swayed from the pavilion towards the surroundings, making the whole Ziwan Valley seem to be a little more cheerful. Many spirit beasts in the Ziwan Valley made crisp chirping sounds under the nourishment of the piano sound, which seemed to be quite enjoyable. Zhang! Suddenly, the strings of the guqin in the woman's hand broke, and the sound of the qin stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere of the whole valley suddenly became solemn. The strings are broken again. Tantai Liulai frowned slightly as she looked at the guqin with broken strings in her hand. After the strings of the guqin were broken last time, Tantai Liulai changed to an emperor rank guqin. It's just that this emperor rank's guqin is so unusable. Miss, did the elders use those defective products to fool us? The maid next to her said slowly when she saw this. Because of Tantai Chen's death, now Tantai Liulai has become the new hope of the Tantai family, so the resources given to Tantai Liulai are the best of the Tantai family. However, because Tantai Liulai was not popular before, some clan elders still don't like Tantai Liulai. Even, quite a few clan elders blamed Tantai Chen death's fault on Tantai Liulai. No, this is a high-quality guqin, and its quality is almost immortal. It seems that something happened to Zhao Wuhen. Tantai Liulai took a deep breath, suddenly realized something, and said softly. Tantai Liulai's piano skills are extremely superb, and she has reached the peak of perfection. To a certain extent, her piano sound can give a glimpse of fate. Now that the strings of Jingxian's guqin were broken, it was obvious that something important had happened. The last time the strings broke, it was her close friend Su Chang's death. Tantai Liulai got acquainted with Su Chang'a a long time ago, but the two of them were more admiring each other's talent mood, without any love between men and women. How is it possible, Miss? Mr. Zhao has brought the power of the Supreme Giant level, just to deal with a cultivator of true immortal realm. How could something happen, even if he belongs to Heavenly Dao Sect? It is impossible for him to cause a splash in the immortal king's hands. The maid frowned slightly, and continued. Not long ago, after Tantai Liulai found out the murderer who killed Su Chang'a. It is to ask Zhao Wuhen to help Tantaikan of his Tantai family to take revenge in the name of revenge. Zhao Wuhen easily agreed, and, after hearing Tantai Liulai's words, he brought the strongest cultivator that Zhao Wuhen could drive. After Zhao Wuhen and others set off, Tantai Liulai was here to wait for Zhao Wuhen's result. I don't know, but it's better for us to leave first. I always have some bad intentions. Tantai Liulai put down the guqin in her hand, and said softly. It's too late to run now. However, before Tantai Liulai could finish speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly came from outside Ziwan Valley. Tantai Liulai and the maid in the pavilion suddenly felt their scalps go numb and their bodies trembled. The two looked at each other, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. Boom! At this time, a violent roar came. A brilliant overbearing inspiration surged quickly, filling the entire valley and bombarding the two of them. The other cultivators of the Tantai family around the valley were all killed. Even Tantai Liulai's maid was smashed to pieces by the terrifying inspiration on the spot. Tantai Liulai, on the other hand, had a body-protecting avenue of light. The light of the Dao temporarily protected Tantai Liulai's body. However, even with the protection of the light of the Great Dao, Tantai Liulai was still hit hard by this domineering idea. The frail body was blown away by the terrifying impact, and hit a huge mountain range not far away. The entire mountain range was shattered directly by Tantai Liulai's body, and countless rebel and inspirations continued to wreak havoc. Feeling the all-pervasive domineering aura around her, Tantai Liulai's cold and stunning face was full of disbelief. It's so fast. This nameless strength is too terrifying. He solved Zhao Wuhen so quickly and found himself. Is that the guy from the Zhao family you asked to deal with me? That indifferent voice sounded again. Chen Luo's figure appeared in the center of the valley, looking at Tantai Liulai in the ruins of the mountain with a cold expression. Name, Tantai Liulai. Realm, True Immortal Realm First Stage Day. Physique, Samsara Immortal Physique. Bloodline, Fulan Immortal King Bloodline. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Miss Tantai family. Tantai Liulai, this guy turned out to be the immortal physique of Samsara. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this guy was the immortal physique of Samsara. The Samsara immortal physique is the top-level immortal physique, which holds the incredible power of Samsara. This kind of domineering power of Samsara, even the power of evolution of chaos immortal physique cannot evolve. Beside Chen Luo, Zhao Wuhen was being carried over like a dead dog. Looking at the defeated Tantai Liulai, Zhao Wuhen felt a twinge of pain in his heart, and his heart ached unceasingly, but there was nothing he could do now. It's me. You kill me, one person does the work and the other person is responsible. If possible, I hope you can let Mr. Zhao go. Tantai Liulai came out of the ruins in a panic, and then said slowly. Chapter 469 The Mystery of the Samsara Immortal Body. Tantai Liulai's soft and delicate body was covered with scars and looked very weak. That cold and stunning face and expression made this weakness a bit more strange. Fairy Liulai, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this murderer here, I'm sorry. Zhao Wuhen, who was beside Chen Luo, heard Tantai Liulai's words, his face was moved, and then he said tremblingly. Zhao Wuhen didn't expect that Tantai Liulai would say such words even now, which made Zhao Wuhen extremely moved and felt extremely guilty for betraying Fairy Liulai. This Samsara fairy body is not afraid of death? Chen Luo frowned slightly. Chen Luo was puzzled, he didn't see any fear of death from this Tantai Liulai's face. Could it be that this Samsara fairy body has other special mysteries? Is it exempt from death? Forget it. Let's grab it and study it. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows. Since you want to die, I won't let you go. Ha ha ha. Then, Chen Luo unfolded his chaos immortal power, and countless chaos immortal powers turned into terrifying chaos chains, imprisoning Tantai Liulai's body. You won't kill me. Tantai Liulai frowned slightly as she looked at the chaotic chains that bound her. Tantai Liulai did not expect that Wu Ming, who had killed so many Tianjiao and Tianyun Xianshan, would not do anything when he knew that he had designed him. This was completely beyond Tantai Liulai's expectations. You who are alive may be more valuable than you who are dead. Chen Luo said lightly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Tantai Liulai's pupils shrank violently, and she felt flustered. Did this Wu Ming see his own physique? Impossible, own Samsara's fairy body is well hidden, even the elders of the immortal king realm can't see it. In this case, it can only be. Boom! Tantai Liulai then immediately mobilized the power of Own Dao, ready to end Own's life. Immediately, the terrifying power of the Samsara Dao circulated continuously on Tantai Liulai's body, and the terrifying power made the space around Tantai Liulai tremble a bit. Thinking about suicide, did you ask me? Chen Luo said lightly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo launched the Suandi Forbidden Immortal Technique, which completely sealed off all the power in Tantai Liulai's body, making her even unable to commit suicide. Since this guy wants to die, Chen Luo will not let her die just like that. You! Why don't you let me die? Tantai Liulai bit her red lips tightly, staring at Chen Luo. I finally met a Samsara fairy body. Of course I have to study it carefully. How can I let you die so easily? Chen Luo said lightly. After Chen Luo finished speaking, Tantai Liulai's complexion finally changed suddenly, and she no longer seemed calm. He really saw my physique. Samsara immortal physique, Liulai fairy, isn't your physique Yuanling immortal physique? Why is it Samsara immortal physique? Zhao Wuhen next to him said dumbfounded. Samsara immortal physique is the top immortal physique, which has not appeared in chiming immortal world for a long time. Tantai Liulai did not speak, but remained silent. Is there something wrong with the Samsara fairy body? Chen Luo asked curiously. As for the Samsara immortal physique, Chen Luo had only heard about it, and knew that it was a top-level immortal physique just like the Chaos immortal physique. However, it is not clear about its specific power. Samsara Immortal Physique is a top-level immortal physique that contains the power of Samsara Dao. It holds the power of Samsara. Moreover, it is said that people who possess Samsara Immortal Physique can live forever in Samsara. As long as the source of Samsara is still there, even if the body and soul die, they can also awaken their own memory in the next life, which is equivalent to the rebirth of Samsara again. Zhao Wuhan then said, his eyes full of complex colors. At this time, Zhao Wuhan also somewhat understood why Fairy Liulai would say such things just now. With the fairy body of Samsara, she is not afraid of death at all. It turned out to be like this. Chen Luo understood it. He never thought that this Samsara Immortal Physique is so domineering, it can regenerate unlimited Samsara. This ability is really too buggy. If Samsara is reborn countless times with this ability, and the memory is awakened every time, then the final achievement. Chen Luo couldn't imagine. No, since you can regenerate Samsara, what about your strength? Chen Luo frowned slightly, and then asked. It is completely unreasonable for a person who has been reborn countless times in Samsara to be a true immortal realm. Not to mention, the current Tantai Liulai still has immortal king bloodline, and Su Hui, who has so many previous lives, should have grown up completely. Although the Samsara Immortal Physique is powerful, it is not certain that it will be able to awaken the previous memories. Moreover, if the Samsara origin cannot be strengthened after Samsara, the Samsara origin will gradually weaken and decrease, and eventually completely dissipate. Liulai Fairy should be Samsara's origin has dissipated too much, and the memory of awakening is relatively small. Zhao Wuhan continued to speak slowly, explaining to Chen Luo. You know a lot, kid. Chen Luo frowned, looking at Zhao Wuhan in front of him and said. That's not true, I'm the wise star of our Zhao family. Zhao Wuhan said quite proudly. Wisdom and many stars, it's not like being used as a gun. Chen Luo shook his head slightly, but didn't say much. Young Master Wuming, can I ask you a question? At this moment, Tantai Liulai who was not far away suddenly spoke out, looking straight at Chen Luo. No. Chen Luo rejected Tantai Liulai. Chen Luo was not interested in answering Tantai Liulai's question. If you answer, I am willing to be your servant in this life, driven by you, only in this life. Tantai Liulai said firmly, biting her red lips. Chen Luo's eyes are small, in this case, actually is not allowed, the left and right are just answering a question. You say. Why did you kill Mr. Su? What Mr. Su? Godson of the Su family, Su Chang'e. Fairy Liulai, aren't you avenging Tantaikan from your Tantai family? Why did you drag Su Chongfeng into it again? Before Chen Luo could speak, Zhao Wuhan, who was not far away, couldn't help it, and asked aloud. Wait, you let me deal with Wuming, is it because you want to avenge that disgusting guy Su Chang'e? That's Su Chang'e, the person I hate the most. Suddenly, Ji Duozing Zhao Wuhan seemed to realize something, and then said in disbelief, his face turned blue and white. Before, he had heard that the relationship between Tantai Liulai and Tantai Chen was not good, but the relationship with Su family godchild was quite good. In fact, because of Tantai Chen's existence, Tantai Liulai suffered a lot of suppression from the Tantai family. When Fairy Liulai asked him to avenge Tantaikan, Zhao Wuhan had a lot of doubts in his heart, why he wanted to avenge Tantaikan even though the relationship between the two was not good. However, out of goodwill towards Fairy Liulai, Zhao Wuhan didn't think too much about it, he just thought that those were just rumors and not credible. Now it seems that he was completely tricked, and Tantai Liulai came to him just to avenge Su Chang'e. Damn it, Su Chang'e is obviously the person I hate the most, and I still. Zhao Wuhan's body trembled slightly, and his face became stiff. What kind of wisdom is this? It's completely a boiling sheep. Looking at Zhao Wuhan who was dumbfounded, Chen Luo thought to himself. To help the one you love, to avenge your own enemies, you are truly wise. P.S. take a day off tomorrow. Chapter 470 Subduing Liulai. Young Master Zhao, Godson Su are my best friends just like you. If one day, you are killed, I will also find someone to avenge you. Seeing that Ji Duozing had figured everything out, Tantai Liulai said slowly, looking at Zhao Wuhen with guilt. She really didn't expect that Chen Luo's strength was so terrifying. Zhao Wuhen even brought the immortal king giant, but was still countered by Chen Luo. Zhao Wuhen fell silent, lowered his head deeply and clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his forehead popped up. He didn't know what he was thinking. Chen Luo looked at the two people in front of him, feeling speechless for a while. The firm and sincere Tantai Liulai in front of him made Chen Luo a little confused at this time, whether this Tantai Liulai was really sincere, or whether it was already teased to the marrow of his bones. Young Master Wuming, why did you kill Godson Su? Seeing that Zhao Wuhen stopped talking, Tantai Liulai looked at Chen Luo. Su Chang'e is her only friend in immortal world. Now that Tantai Liulai can't avenge Su Chang'e, Tantai Liulai at least wants to find out the cause of Su Chang'e's death. Not far away, Zhao Wuhen wanted to speak, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh silently. Tantai Liulai was willing to be a slave and a maidservant, but he had to figure out why Wuming wanted to kill Su Chang'e, which made Zhao Wuhen very uncomfortable. However, thinking of what she just said, if one day, she also, then, she will also do such a behavior, Zhao Wuhen's heart inevitably has a rippling. Because he wanted to deal with me, and I killed him instead. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then said slowly. When he was in Tianyun Fairy Mountain, it was indeed Su Chang'e who wanted to deal with Chen Luo. Then, when Chen Luo dealt with the others, he killed him conveniently. I see. Tantai Liulai bit her red lips slightly, with a look of confusion in her eyes, then said softly. Regarding Su Chang'e's character, Tantai Liulai is still clear. If there is a real conflict of interest with Wuming in Tianyun Xianshan, he will definitely not give up. In that case, fuse this demon seed. Seeing that Tantai Liulai had already resigned to his fate, Chen Luo condensed a demon seed and floated in front of Tantai Liulai. No, young Master Wuming, please don't enslave Fairy Liulai. As long as you let Fairy Liulai go, I am willing to serve you instead of Fairy Liulai. Lo! Boom! After Zhao Wuhen finished speaking, a burst of violent energy appeared on Chen Luo's body, and it quickly bombarded Zhao Wuhen's body, directly defeating Zhao Wuhen, and passed out. This boiling sheep is really a lot of drama. Chen Luo shook his head slightly. Tantai Liulai is a samsara immortal physique, which is worthy of research. You are thinking too much about replacing Tantai Liulai with a mere immortal physique. However, Chen Luo didn't plan to kill him either. This guy was the son of the immortal king after all, and Chen Luo kept him for other purposes. Seeing this, Tantai Liulai not far away sighed lightly, and then took the initiative to fuse the demon seed in front of her. Ha ha ha! With the infiltration of the demon seed, Tantai Liulai felt as if his own soul had received a terrifying impact. That tenacious soul force constantly resisted the erosion of the demon seed. The terrifying pain made Tantai Liulai's body tremble continuously, as if her soul had been torn apart. This kind of pain made even Tantai Liulai with Samsara's fairy body almost unable to bear it, falling into collapse. Don't resist, the fusion of the demon seed is related to the strength of your soul power, this is the pain you should bear. Chen Luo said lightly. The Dao Heart Demon is an extremely domineering cultivation technique that controls the soul, and will be naturally rejected by the soul of the body. The stronger the soul source, the more intense the pain it endures. And Tantai Liulai is the immortal body of samsara. I don't know how many years of samsara, the source of the soul has already become unbelievably strong, and correspondingly, the pain she has endured is many times that of others. This endless pain made Tantai Liulai feel that the days felt like years, and he was enduring the pain of tearing his soul every minute. Soon, after half an hour passed, Tantai Liulai was a little numb from the endless pain, and her body was trembling constantly. Okay, it's over. At this time, Chen Luo then said to Tantai Liulai lightly. Half an hour of soul-splitting pain made the demon seed take root in the depths of Tantai Liulai's soul. Chen Luo can control everything about this guy. Is it over? The painfully numb Tantai Liulai seemed to have lost consciousness, her body was still trembling. However, Tantai Liulai could feel that there was an inexplicable connection between herself and this handsome young man in front of her. I can't feel any malice towards it, everything is controlled by the person in front of me. Chen Luo nodded, then took out a bottle of nirvana spiritual fluid, and handed it to Tantai Liulai. Now that Tantai Liulai has been subdued, there is no need for her to continue to suffer this kind of pain. Hurry up and let her recover from her injuries, and go back to Taku Immortal City with me. Tantai Liulai's eyes were full of fear, and she took Chen Luo's nirvana spiritual fluid with trembling hands. After taking the nirvana spiritual fluid, Tantai Liulai's injury was slowly recovering, and an unprecedented sense of comfort permeated Tantai Liulai's whole body. Thank you, son. Tantai Liulai bowed slightly after recovering from her injuries and saluted Chen Luo. Let's go, head to Taku Immortal City. Chen Luo nodded and continued. Now, this samsara immortal physique has been temporarily controlled, and it is possible to go to the immemorial immortal city. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo took out the flying boat, and brought Tantai Liulai and the suppressed Zhao Wuhen and others towards the immemorial immortal city at constant speed. Luotian Immortal Domain, Primordial Immortal City. The surroundings of Taku Immortal City were filled with incomparably rich energy, and violent roars and collisions resounded continuously, almost tearing everything around them apart. The surrounding space has completely collapsed, and a large area of space turbulence is raging violently. Boom! In the outer area of Immemorial Immortal City, above the head of Immortal King Luotian, there is a mirror that blooms endless golden streamer. This mirror is made of Immortal King level divine crystals, and the whole body is extremely gorgeous. There are also a lot of mysterious fairy patterns carved around the mirror, which has a very terrifying atmosphere. This mirror with a terrifying aura is the latest Immortal King artifact refined by Luotian Immortal King, the Void Mirror. The Immortal King weapon made of Void God Crystal and many Immortal King grade materials contains very terrifying destructive power. Chapter 471, Everyone in the Saint Immortal Palace who broke the defense. The surrounding space couldn't bear the powerful breath of the void at all, and the space became extremely distorted, making a crisp tearing sound. Luotian, the original power of the Immortal King, kept rushing towards the mirror above. After being blessed with the original power of Luotian Immortal King, this mysterious Immortal King weapon Void Mirror erupted with terrifying power. Countless golden streamers turned into sharp swords, bombarding the Immortal King Immortal City protected by Immortal King formation. Boom! In a moment, the golden sword blooming in the void bombarded with the solid Immortal King magic circle. There was an incomparably violent collision sound, and the violent and tyrannical chi machine continuously splashed towards the surroundings. Everyone around was suppressed by this terrifying chi machine, and their breaths were short of breath, as if they were about to be completely suffocated by this terrifying chi machine. Under the impact of Luotian's Immortal King and the Immortal King weapon, the Immortal King level magic circle made a slight shattering sound. It's over, our Immortal King level magic circle can't take it anymore. Inside the Immortal City, beside Xianming True Immortal, there were quite a few top-level True Immortals whose expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the shattering outside in horror. Immortal King level magic circle. The faces of other true immortal powerhouses and other Immortal City cultivators also became extremely ugly. Originally, they thought that with the Immortal King level magic circle, they would be invincible. However, unexpectedly, Luotian's Immortal King actually had an Immortal King weapon. It is still such a terrifying void mirror, their Immortal King level formation is completely unable to withstand this terrifying destructive power. Xianming True Immortal didn't speak, just quietly watched the terrifying collision outside. It's so naive to think that you can sit back and relax with an Immortal King level magic circle. I didn't expect that our Lushan Immortal King has an Immortal King device. That's right, what Immortal King level large formation, in front of the Immortal King weapon, is completely a piece of shit. Dare to plunder our territory, when the Immortal King is broken, it will be your death. Beside Luotian Immortal King, many cultivators from the Saint Immortal Palace spoke one after another, with extremely fierce tones. Not far away, the Void Mirror erupted with terrifying unparalleled destructive power, and the Immortal King level magic circle was constantly shattering, and it seemed that it was about to collapse soon. Boom! After a while, with a violent collision and tearing sound, the Immortal King level magic circle was completely broken, and the tyrannical energy continuously raged towards the surroundings. Countless dust covered the entire fairy city. The faces of many cultivators in the immemorial immortal city were full of despair, and their hearts were filled with fear. Many members of the immortal temple around Luotian Immortal King were full of joy, ready to launch a violent attack on the immortal city. Seeing the broken Immortal King magic circle, the corner of Luotian Immortal King's mouth raised a smile. However, at this moment, the dust in the area of the immemorial immortal city slowly dissipated, and at the shattered Immortal King formation in the immortal city, a burst of brilliant streamer suddenly appeared again. Where the formation was broken, 9 Immortal King level magic circles containing terrifying inspiration appeared again. Seeing the 9 Immortal King level magic circles that reappeared, Luotian's Immortal King's face suddenly froze, and he felt a little dazed. Not only Luotian Immortal King, but the other cultivators of the Saint Immortal Palace also had dull faces, looking at the 9 Immortal King level magic circles in disbelief. Wo cao, I'm sick, FCKFK. There are 9 Immortal King level magic circles, is there any mistake, is it free to set up Immortal King level magic circles? It's outrageous, it's really outrageous, there are 10 Immortal King level magic circles, this ancient fairy city is crazy. There are 10 Immortal King magic circles, it's really inhuman. Damn, 10 Immortal King level magic circles, this Immortal King level magic circle, this immortal city is really seriously ill, whoever is serious has set up 10 Immortal King level magic circles in his own power, how cowardly is this Immortal King level magic circle? After a moment of silence, Luotian Immortal King's surrounding cultivators cursed one after another, with extremely angry expressions. The Immortal King level magic circle is an extremely powerful and extremely cherished magic circle. To set up a magic circle will consume a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as various precious top-level resources. There is one in Taku Immortal City that has exceeded their expectations. Now after breaking one, there are still 9, a full 10 Immortal King level magic circles, which is simply too outrageous. Is this something normal people can do? If you have the resources to arrange these 10 Immortal King circles, why don't you use them to do something else? These 10 Immortal King magic circles directly broke the defenses of many Saint Immortal Hall cultivators around Luotian Immortal King. Luotian's Immortal King also had an extremely ugly face, extremely gloomy, staring fixedly at the 9 Immortal King level magic circles. Not only Luotian Immortal King and others, but also the other cultivators around were completely dumbfounded. 10 Immortal King magic circles, they really don't know how Luotian Immortal King and others break through. The stacking of many Immortal King magic circles is not a 1+1 defense increase, but a multiplier, and the defense has almost reached an incredible level. Even if Luotian's Immortal King has an Immortal King weapon, it will take a lot of time to break it completely. Moreover, no one knew if there would be any other means after breaking through the 9 Immortal King magic circles. With the tyrannical means of this ancient fairy city, maybe there is something waiting for them in the future. Master City Master, you are my god, you actually have 9 Immortal King level magic circles, ha ha ha, Luotian Immortal King and the others are about to collapse. Yet, if I knew there were 9 Immortal King level magic circles, I was still worried, they definitely couldn't get in. I really want to see how they break their defenses and are powerless. Hey, Master Xianming can only tell me sooner. If I knew earlier, I would continue to practice. Many cultivators in the ancient fairy city around Xianming True Immortal discussed one after another. Their eyes were extremely enthusiastic, and they no longer had any worries in their hearts. With so many Immortal King level magic circles, you can sit back and relax. Xianming True Immortal's heart froze. I don't know, he just trusted Chen Luo, even if the algorithm was broken, he just had to fight to the death, he didn't expect that there would be such a backup. Master Immortal King, what should we do now, should we still fight? Luo Tian, a true immortal expert from the Immortal Palace next to the Immortal King, hesitated. With a hammer, there are still 9 Immortal King magic circles. I can't break them even if I'm exhausted. I'll go back first, and I'll come back when I'm ready next time. Luo Tian Immortal King said calmly. His Immortal King weapon has only just been refined, and he hasn't fully controlled it yet, so he can't use it freely. The 9 Immortal King circles were already beyond Luo Tian's Immortal King's ability, so he could only retreat for the time being and make other plans later. Everyone nodded. The 9 Immortal King level magic circles are simply the ultimate tortoise shell, and there is no way to break them open. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the Temple of the Holy Immortals consolidated their manpower and prepared to evacuate from the periphery of the immemorial Immortal City. Want to leave? My Taku Immortal City is where you come and leave whenever you want. At this moment, an indifferent and cold voice sounded in the ears of everyone around Taku Immortal City. Chapter 472 Suppressing Luo Tian Immortal King. What followed was an extremely terrifying aura that almost suppressed the world. Many cultivators in the Temple of the Holy Immortals suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and a terrifying sense of oppression filled their hearts. Luo Tian's Immortal King's complexion also changed drastically, he slowly raised his head, and looked at the sky not far away. I saw, not far away, above the sky above the immemorial Immortal City, there appeared a young man wearing a silver mask with an aura like that of an exile. The young man floated above the immemorial Immortal City, as if he was a supreme ruler, with an incomparably violent aura churning all over his body. The young man was Chen Luo. When he returned to the Immortal City, he happened to see the opening of the remaining 9 Immortal King circles in the Immortal City. The City Lord, it is the City Lord, our City Lord is back. The City Lord is back, that's great, now Luo Tian Immortal King and the others will suffer. Dare to deal with our Taku Immortal City, now they will pay the price. Many cultivators in Taku Immortal City all recognized Chen Luo, and their eyes were full of excitement. Although they don't know the specific strength of Chen Luo, but to be able to control such a terrifying immemorial city, the strength must be very strong. Many other cultivators around looked at Chen Luo in the sky in amazement, and many of them saw Chen Luo for the first time. He is very curious about the famous lord of the immemorial Immortal City. Chen Luo ignored the excitement and astonishment of the surrounding people, but looked indifferently at Luo Tian Immortal King who was not far away. Name, Lu Wohui. Realm, Immortal King 7th Stage Day. Identity, Qiming Immortal World, little brother of Luo Guang Immortal King, Lord of the Holy Immortal Hall, Luo Tian Immortal Domain Master, Luo Tian Immortal King. Chen Luo used his probing eyes to see the strength of Luo Tian's Immortal King at a glance. Immortal King 7th Stage Tian's Immortal King is indeed very powerful. However, it is a pity that this is the Immortal City. In this area, Chen Luo has the strength of the invincible Immortal King, who can easily suppress everything. You, are the City Lord of Taku Immortal City? If you hand over Taku Immortal City to our Holy Immortal Palace, our Holy Immortal Palace can forgive you for destroying our Lushan City, and you can also join our Holy Immortal Palace and become Elder, the guest of our Saint Immortal Palace. Luo Tian Immortal King looked at Chen Luo who was not far away, and said with disdain. In his opinion, their Holy Immortal Palace is high above them, and they are the dominant powers of Qiming Immortal World. It is already a great thing that they are willing to forgive the Lord of the immemorial immortal city for destroying Lushan city before, and let him be the guest elder. Luo Tian, the immortal king, couldn't think of any possibility for the Lord of the primordial immortal city to refuse. After all, the hard power of their holy immortal palace lies here. Although the strength of Taku immortal city is not bad, it is still a bit far behind compared with the holy immortal palace. Hand over the primordial immortal city? Are you still asleep? Chen Luo asked lightly after hearing the words. He didn't expect this Luo Tian immortal king to say such a thing. Even the 9 immortal king level magic circles couldn't be completely broken, and he had to sacrifice the ancient fairy city himself. It was just a dream. It seems that I want to let you see my strength. I can't break through the immortal king's magic circle, can't I still solve you? Luo Tian immortal king said coldly. Boom! After finishing speaking, Luo Tian immortal king once again summoned his own immortal king weapon, the Void Mirror. Luo Tian immortal king, with the terrifying and unparalleled Void Mirror on his head, launched an extremely fierce offensive towards Chen Luo. The domineering immortal king's original power and the powerful Void Mirror charged Chen Luo with invincible power. My lord immortal king, kill this ignorant master of the immortal city. That's right, if you kill him, the primordial immortal city will become rootless duckweed without the city lord, and you can easily take it down later. Dare to speak so shamelessly, you must kill him directly, let him know how powerful our Saint Immortal Palace is. The other cultivators around Luo Tian immortal king spoke one after another, looking at Chen Luo with disdain. In their view, Luo Tian immortal king is a top immortal king powerhouse. Although the immemorial immortal city has excellent defenses and has many defensive magic circles, I have never heard of any outstanding records of the city lord of this immemorial immortal city. Its strength is definitely not as good as their Luo Tian immortal king. They will definitely be easily defeated by their Luo Tian immortal king, or even beheaded. In a moment, Luo Tian's immortal king with the void mirror on his head had already rushed to Chen Luo's side, and the surrounding forces were constantly gushing out, almost obliterating everything. Die to me! Luo Tian immortal king saw that Chen Luo didn't even have the slightest intention of avoiding it, and a cruel smile appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the scene where Chen Luo was completely bombarded and killed by him. Boom! It's just that Luo Tian's immortal king's power hadn't been completely blasted out. Chen Luo in front of him suddenly raised his right hand lightly, and an incomparably fierce original power emerged from Chen Luo's hand. This unparalleled source of power blasted fiercely at Luo Tian immortal king who was in the sky. Sensing the inspiration that almost suppressed the world, Luo Tian immortal king's complexion changed drastically, and endless fear filled his heart. Immortal King 9th Stage Days. How is it possible, you are the invincible Immortal King of Immortal King 9th Stage Days? Luo Tian Immortal King exclaimed, his body was completely frozen. Under the suppression of Chen Luo's terrifying and unparalleled original power, the void mirror above his head was completely unable to move, and could only emit a faint light, resisting this terrifying original power. Everyone around looked at the scene in the sky above the immemorial immortal city in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. Many people even rubbed their own eyes, thinking they were wrong or dazzled. My God, the strength of the city lord of the immortal city is too terrifying. He single-handedly suppressed the immortal king Luo Tian who possessed the immortal king weapon. No wonder you are so arrogant, the city lord of Taku immortal city is simply invincible. That's amazing. That's Luo Tian immortal king. Back then, Luo Tian immortal king easily killed an immortal king 6th stage immortal king. The lord of immemorial immortal city can suppress Luo Tian immortal king so easily, then his strength. Hey! I can't imagine. Soon, heated discussions erupted around. Everyone, including the many cultivators in the Temple of Saint Immortals, looked at the scene in the sky with horror on their faces. Chen Luo's strength was beyond their imagination. A top-level immortal king who could easily suppress the immortal king 6th stage was suppressed so easily, which really refreshed their cognition. Moreover, without using any treasures, just one hand suppressed the Luotian Immortal King who had the Immortal King weapon. It was really terrifying. You, who are you? The suppressed Luotian Immortal King looked at Chen Luo in front of him, with boundless fear in his heart. He didn't expect that Chen Luo's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Chapter 473, The Siege Ends. If he had known that Chen Luo's strength was so terrifying, he wouldn't have dared to come to Taku Immortal City to act wildly even if he had 10 guts. Immortal King 9th Stage Day, that is already the peak powerhouse of Chiming Immortal World, an invincible powerhouse who can really affect the entire immortal domain structure. Such a terrifying immemorial fairy city, coupled with such a powerful strength. Luotian the Immortal King couldn't think of how to deal with the Immortal City Lord in front of him. This has nothing to do with you. Chen Luo said lightly. Boom. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo erupted with even more terrifying power, and instantly completely suppressed Luotian Immortal King in front of him. This Immortal King device, not bad. Chen Luo then took the void mirror on Luotian's Immortal King's head. From Chen Luo's perspective, he can naturally see that the strength of this void mirror is only due to the fact that the gap between the two sides is too strong. Moreover, Luotian Immortal King has not yet mastered this Immortal King weapon skillfully, and is unable to exert its full power at all. However, this matter also reminded Chen Luo that these top-level Immortal King devices also had to take time to control, otherwise, they would not be able to fully exert their power. Other members of the Holy Immortal Palace, leave it to you, and kill them all. Chen Luo then said to the many members of the immemorial Immortal City. This Saint Immortal Hall even dared to attack own Taku Immortal City by force while he was not there, so they must give them a severe blow. Let everyone know that Taku Immortal City is not easy to mess with. If you want to provoke Taku Immortal City, you must be prepared to pay a painful price. Yes, City Lord, leave it to us. Xianming True Immortal and others heard Chen Luo's words and said quickly. Then, the people of Taku Immortal City immediately formed groups and launched a fierce attack on the remaining cultivators in the Holy Immortal Palace. In order to prevent the own forces from causing too many casualties, Chen Luo still mobilized the power of the original source, weakening the power of these cultivators in the Holy Immortal Palace a lot. After all, the people in the Temple of the Holy Immortals are quite powerful, and the immemorial Immortal City has only been established not long ago, so there is still a slight gap between them and such veteran top forces. Immediately afterwards, under the attack of many cultivators in Taku Immortal City and Chen Luo's secret suppression, many cultivators in Saint Immortal Palace retreated steadily, and let out heart-piercing, extremely painful wailing sounds. The whole area is like Shura the underworld, full of abnormal bloody breath and terrifying aura. The crowd watching from a distance didn't dare to approach, for fear of being affected by the people of immemorial Immortal City and losing their lives. Chen Luo just looked at the scene in front of him quietly, without the slightest expression fluctuation in his eyes. Since these people dared to attack Taku Immortal City, they must pay the due price. Behind Chen Luo, Tantai Liulai also came to Chen Luo's side. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Chen Luo in front of her, Tantai Liulai felt dazed for a while. She never expected that the Tianjiao Yuming in front of her was the lord of the immemorial Immortal City and possessed such terrifying strength. Thinking of her previous behavior, Tantai Liulai suddenly felt a little ridiculous. In front of such peak powerhouses, no matter what means one has, it is futile. Absolute strength can completely crush all conspiracies and schemes. 2 hours later, the battle was over, and the cultivators in the Holy Immortal Hall were completely killed, and the strong energy of blood almost penetrated the entire sky. In the luxurious palace of Taku Immortal City, Chen Luo was sitting above the palace, while Xianming True Immortal below was reporting the magic circle of the immemorial Immortal City in the past few months. Tantai Liulai stood behind Chen Luo, rubbing Chen Luo's shoulders, like a caring and sensible little maid. City Master, the number of true immortal powerhouses in our Taku Immortal City has reached 40, and the number of great emperors and quasi-emperors below true immortal is close to 100,000. Xianming true immortal stood below and respectfully said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, feeling a burst of satisfaction in his heart. These members are all able to provide him with a practice refund, which can speed up Chen Luo's practice. Next, continue to expand with all your strength and recruit more cultivators from true immortal realm. Chen Luo continued to order. After suppressing Luo Tian's immortal king, Chen Luo believed that the popularity of own immortal city would be greatly improved. At that time, the expansion speed will definitely be much faster than before. In order to prevent own Teiku immortal city from running out of places, Chen Luo now plans to screen and choose true immortal cultivator as much as possible. After all, the true immortal cultivator has faster cultivation speed and more terrifying potential, which can make the own cultivation base improve faster. Yes, City Master. Xianming True Immortal nodded and said respectfully. Immediately afterwards, Xianming True Immortal reported other things about Teiku Immortal City and Chiming Immortal World again. After some reports, Chen Luo also learned a lot about Chiming Immortal World. Chen Luo then asked Xianming True Immortal to investigate how to go to the Ancient Desolate Realm. Now, with the pill recipe of the Void Spirit Elixir, Chen Luo planned to take time to go back to the Ancient Desolate Continent and bring all the disciples of his heavenly bamboo peak with him. Chimay Immortal World. By the way, you can find someone to go to the Holy Immortal Palace and tell them that Luo Tian Immortal King of their Holy Immortal Palace has offended my ancient immortal city. From now on, the entire Lushan Immortal Domain will be handed over to me. The people of the Holy Immortal Palace do not set foot again. Also, Luo Tian Immortal King is still alive, in my hands. If you want to redeem it, prepare 10,000 immortal origins, otherwise, just wait for the corpse. Chen Luo continued to speak, and arranged some things for Xianming True Immortal. Demand the entire Lushan Immortal Domain, and a ransom of 10,000 Xian Yuan. Xianming True Immortal was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Luo to ask him to do such a thing. City Master, is 10,000 immortal origins too much? Will the Holy Immortal Palace agree? Xianming True Immortal continued. Immortal sources are priceless treasures. One immortal source is equivalent to 10 million immortal crystals, and even more precious, because immortal sources are extremely difficult to obtain, and only a small amount can be found in the immortal crystal mines. What's more, the Immortal King needs to spend its own original power to condense. 10,000 pieces of immortal crystals are equivalent to 100 billion immortal crystals, which is an extremely huge wealth. Exchange Immortal King worth 100 billion immortal crystals for a Lushan Immortal King. Xianming True Immortal feels that the Holy Immortal Palace may not agree. It's okay, just send someone to pass the message. Chen Luo said with a slight smile. If it was an ordinary Immortal King, the Holy Immortal Palace might have rejected it, but Luo Tian Immortal King is the top Immortal King of the Immortal King 7th stage. In addition, he is also the little brother of the Holy Immortal Palace Master, Chen Luo. I feel that the Master of the Holy Immortal Palace may not necessarily refuse. Yes, City Lord. Xianming True Immortal respectfully agreed upon hearing this. By the way, there is also the Zhao family of Qiu Immortal Domain. You also send someone to send a message. Zhao Wuhen, the son of Qiu Immortal King, and an elder of their family are in my hands. If you don't want them to die, you will pay 3,000 coins. Xian Yuan, come here. Chen Luo seemed to think of something, and then said. Chapter 474 I want you to help me practice. The reason why Chen Luo didn't kill Zhao Wuhen was because he wanted to exchange him for Xian Yuan. The cultivation of De Luo's immortal body requires too many immortal sources. If you only collect it by yourself, it will take a lot of time. Now, since there is this opportunity to collect the ransom, Chen Luo will certainly not let it go. If he got the 10,000 immortals from the Holy Immortal Palace and the 3,000 immortals from the Zhao family, Chen Luo believed that his own De Luo immortal would be able to improve quickly. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Xianming true immortal below was stunned, and the city lord even tied Qiu immortal king's son. The Qiu immortal king of the Zhao family is the master of the Qiu immortal domain, and its strength is very terrifying. It is also the top immortal king family of Chiming immortal world, ranking first in the entire Chiming immortal world. However, thinking of the strength of his own city lord, Xianming true immortal is also clear, the holy immortal palace is not afraid at all. As for the Zhao family, there is no need to care. The corners of Tantai Liulai, who was kneading Chen Luo's shoulders behind Chen Luo, also twitched slightly. It turned out that Chen Luo kept Zhao Wuhen for this reason. However, Tantai Liulai didn't know why Chen Luo needed so many immortal sources. Although Xian Yuan is a top-level treasure, its improvement of cultivation base is not as good as other top-level fairy objects, but it is more used for refining weapons or providing energy for other formations. 10,000 celestial sources are enough to use dozens of 10,000 years. However, Tantai Liulai didn't ask too much. After all, her current identity was just Chen Luo's servant. Yes, City Master, I'll arrange it now. Xianming True Immortal then said respectfully. Then, Xianming True Immortal left. Next, it's time to study this Samsara immortal body, to see if it can condense a Samsara Dao fruit. Chen Luo then looked at Tantai Liulai beside On. The crisis in immemorial immortal city has been temporarily lifted. Chen Luo now plans to study this Samsara immortal physique. It is best to condense a Samsara Dao fruit. During the Heavenly Dao empowerment in Tianyun Xianshan, Chen Luo got the opportunity to break through true immortal and condense 4 Dao fruits, 3 of which have become top-level chaos, Yin and Yang, immortal Dao fruit, and 1 is ordinary Dao fruit. Chen Luo intends to see if he can use the secret method obtained from Suchanga to condense the Samsara Dao fruit with the help of the Tantai Liulai's Samsara immortal physique origin. The Yin and Yang Dao fruit on Chen Luo's body was condensed by Zhang Qingai using the secret method obtained from Suchanga. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Now, with the Samsara body of Tantai Liulai, Chen Luo wanted to try that secret technique again. If he can condense the Samsara Dao fruit, with the 4 top Dao fruits in his body, Chen Luo's strength will be raised to a higher level again. Tantai Liulai felt Chen Luo's hot gaze, her body trembled slightly, her fair and charming skin was slightly rosy, and there was a trace of panic in her agile eyes. "Don't be afraid, I won't eat you," Chen Luo said lightly. "My lord, this servant is not afraid." Tantai Liulai lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Luo, but her heart was still pounding like a deer, quite excited. "Come with me," Chen Luo then said to Tantai Liulai. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo walked towards the secret room of the palace. Tantai Liulai bit her red lips slightly. Does the young master want to? Thinking of the scene she might encounter later, Tantai Liulai's heart trembled, although she knew that after being controlled by Chen Luo, there would always be such a day. However, when this day came, Tantai Liulai still felt a little overwhelmed. Finally, Tantai Liulai took a deep breath, followed behind Chen Luo, and went to the secret room together. In any case, there is no other way now, and she has no other choice. Soon, the two entered the secret room. This is Chen Luo's cultivation secret room, which contains many top-level spirit gathering formations, a large number of treasures, and many spiritual plants in it. Under the rendering of many spiritual resources and the top-level spirit gathering array, the entire secret room became like an immortal realm in the world, filled with extremely rich fairy spirit power. Many immortal spirit powers formed a strong sense of oppression, which made Tantai Liulai behind Chen Luo almost unable to bear it, and his face turned pale for a while. As soon as he entered it, the underworld furnace in Chen Luo's body started to run spontaneously, and a large amount of immortal spirit power flowed crazily towards Chen Luo's body like a tide. Coupled with the return of Heavenly Bamboo Peak and the cultivation effects of many disciples in the immortal city, Chen Luo's cultivation base is constantly impacting towards the true immortal 6th stage. If this continues, within 3 months, they will be able to break through the true immortal 6th stage, but this speed is still too slow. Feeling the ever-expanding power in his body, Chen Luo murmured in his heart. After reaching the true immortal realm, it is already very difficult to improve the cultivation base, not to mention that Chen Luo has 2 terrifying immortal physiques, immortal physique, and his potential has reached an unimaginable level. The height of the improvement of cultivation base is many times more difficult than others, but the strength it brings is also very powerful. Tantai Liulai tried her best to adapt herself to the spiritual pressure here, and when Tantai Liulai was adapting, she suddenly felt a warm hand holding On's hand. Tantai Liulai was stunned for a moment, her face blushing, and she immediately understood that it was Chen Luo next to her. Then, a mysterious power passed through Chen Luo's hand and passed into Tantai Liulai's hand, which made Tantai Liulai's body feel nourished, and quickly adapted to the terrifying spiritual pressure here. "Thank you, son," Tantai Liulai said gratefully, looking at Chen Luo in front of her. After finishing speaking, Tantai Liulai bit her red lips slightly, then took off her own clothes. Her fair and delicate skin, and her slim and alluring body were revealed in this secret room, looking extremely charming. "Young master, please take pity on me." Tantai Liulai lowered her head deeply, hugging On's chest, like a weak and helpless little rabbit. Chen Luo. Chen Luo was stunned. "What's the matter with this guy? I didn't say anything, why did I take it off by myself?" Looking at Tantai Liulai, who was so perfect in appearance and figure that he fouled, Chen Luo didn't know what to say for a while. Tantai Liulai hugged On's chest, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Chen Luo, but she was a little anxious in her heart. Why didn't the young master not like it? Could it be that he didn't like it? Thinking of this, Tantai Liulai felt complicated and worried. The two were in a strange stalemate in this strange and charming atmosphere. "My lord, do I not?" After a while, Tantai Liulai finally couldn't bear it anymore, and then said slowly, looking at Chen Luo with aggrieved eyes. "Ahem, actually, I just want you to help me practice." Chen Luo took a deep breath, and looked at the Tantai Liuladeo with clear eyes. Chapter 475, The Conditions of the Secret Technique. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Tantai Liulai's body froze. "He just wanted me to help him practice." Tantai Liulai was a little confused, her face became more rosy, and her heart felt complicated. "So, I misunderstood." Tantai Liulai lowered her head, she couldn't see the toes of On, she didn't know what she was thinking. Then I will put on my dress. I will fully cooperate with you if you want to practice some secret technique." Tantai Liulai took a deep breath, then picked up the gorgeous dress next to her, and was about to put it on. Soon, Tantai Liulai put on the dress, and the rosy color on her face faded a lot, but a little blush could still be seen. "Look at this secret technique first." After Tantai Liulai put it on, Chen Luo then introduced Su Chang's secret technique that can condense Dao fruit into Tantai Liulai's mind. This secret technique. A strange color flashed in Tantai Liulai's eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo actually had such an exquisite secret technique, which could use the origin of the immortal body to condense special Dao fruits. Immediately afterwards, the two began to study and use this secret technique to help Chen Luo condense the Samsara Dao fruit. After a while, the two of them were almost done with their research. "My lord, this secret technique requires the intercourse of yin and yang to be used perfectly. I have never tried this kind of thing, so please guide me." After getting ready, Tantai Liulai then said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's expression was a bit complicated, and the information about this secret technique in his mind shocked Chen Luo quite powerfully. Chen Luo thought of the yin and yang Dao Kuo in his body. When she received the heavenly Dao empowerment, Zhang Qing'ai helped herself to condense the yin and yang Dao fruit. According to Zhang Qing'ai, she just gave some of her original strength and didn't have any intimate contact with herself. However, the current record in the secret method does say that yin and yang need to intercourse, the two can be honest with each other, and in-depth communication can successfully cohere. Could it be that at that time, it wasn't a hallucination, it was really Zhang Qingai and Xia Qingqing and herself? Chen Luo's heart was complicated. Li Yulai, from your point of view, is there any way to use the origin of the immortal body to condense Dao fruit without in-depth communication? Chen Luo was silent for a while, then asked. Both Zhang Qingai and Xia Qingqing said no. Out of trust in them, Chen Luo didn't think too much, but now. No, in this secret method, yin and yang intercourse is the most important step. If not, the origin cannot be safely poured into the Dao fruit. Tantai Li Yulai expressed her opinion. It seemed that that incident was really not an illusion, and that he really had skin-to-skin relationships with Xia Qingqing and Zhang Qingai. Chen Luo sighed, feeling complicated in her heart. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qingai was willing to do this step in order to help her gather yin and yang Daoquo. And Xia Qingqing, why is this guy somehow? Chen Luo's heart was full of doubts, and the beautiful figures of those two people unconsciously appeared in his mind. Damn it, how dare you! When I see them next time, I will definitely whip them severely, Chen Luo thought in his heart. My lord, do you despise slaves? I'm still a perfect body, and I haven't. Looking at Chen Luo in front of her, Tantai Li Yulai's heart felt cold, and she lowered her head deeply. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo was so dissatisfied with herself, she was already like this, and. No, I just thought of something. Chen Luo came back to his senses and said, looking at the bright and moving Tantai Li Yulai in front of him. Although my heart is very complicated, but now is not the time to think about this, but it is not too late to know now, after I have condensed the Samsara Dao fruit and settled the matter of heavenly bamboo peak in the lower realm, I will deal with the matter of those two people. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Tantai Li Yulai heaved a sigh of relief. The two then began to use this secret technique and began to help Chen Luo condense the Samsara Dao fruit. With Tantai Li Yulai's full cooperation, everything went very smoothly. Tantai Li Yulai's origin of the immortal body was slowly guided out. The ordinary Dao fruit in Chen Luo's body was slowly absorbing the origin of the Samsara immortal body guided by the secret method from Tantai Li Yulai. After a while, the critical moment came. Tantai Li Yulai's heart was pounding, and she was about to take off her own clothes to match Chen Luo. No, I'll do it. At this moment, Chen Luo held Tantai Li Yulai's hand that was about to take off her clothes. Tantai Li Yulai blushed, nodded slightly, and let Chen Luo do what she wanted. Stab! With the sound of tearing, Tantai Li Yulai's perfect body like a work of art was revealed in front of Chen Luo again. Immediately afterwards, a strange sound sounded in the secret room. Chen Luo's ordinary Dao fruit was slowly transforming in an unbelievable direction. As the great ancient immortal city war came to an end, soon, the results of this terrifying battle spread throughout chiming immortal world. Many people have heard that Luo Tian, immortal king of the Temple of the Holy Immortals, brought many members of the Temple of the Immortals to the immemorial immortal city in order to regain everything that originally belonged to the Temple of the Immortals. Originally, everyone thought that the immortal city of Immortal City would be easily suppressed and conquered by Luo Tian, immortal king, like a flash in the pan. After all, the Holy Immortal Palace is the top giant power in chiming immortal world, and this immemorial immortal city is just a new power, and only the city lord, a supreme giant, does not know its strength yet. However, the result was beyond the expectations of many people. Luo Tian, immortal king, even used the immortal king weapon, but still did not break through the immortal city. After that, after wanting to leave, the Lord of Immortal City, who returned to immemorial immortal city, directly reversed the situation. Luo Tian's immortal king took the immortal king weapon and was easily suppressed by the Lord of the Immortal City. Afterwards, the other members of the entire Saint Immortal Palace were directly beheaded. A series of events brought the prestige of Taiku Immortal City to a whole new level. Withstood the pressure of the Holy Immortal Palace, and let more and more people know about the rising power of Taiku Immortal City. There are also more top-level great emperors and true immortal cultivators joining them. After all, they occupied Luotian immortal domain, the site of the holy immortal palace before, and everyone thought that the immortal city would be settled by the holy immortal palace in the end. However, Taku immortal city withstood the pressure and made everyone realize that this is a top power with full potential, and naturally there is no shortage of support. Half a month later, Saint Immortal Hall. In the Great Hall of the Holy Immortal Palace's discussion, many senior officials of the Holy Immortal Palace gathered together and were discussing recent events. What do you think? Taku Immortal City needs us to give them the entire Lushan Immortal Domain. In addition, we need 10,000 pieces of immortal origin before they are willing to return Lushan Immortal King. If you have any opinions, please tell them. At the top of the Great Hall, the majestic Immortal Hall Master Luo Guang Immortal King said calmly. Chapter 476 The Body of the Corpse Race. As soon as Luo Guang said Immortal King's words, the atmosphere in the Great Hall fell into a moment of silence. There was hesitation on everyone's face. The value of 10,000 immortal sources is too high, worth hundreds of billions of immortal crystals, and the source of immortality is still an incomparably precious strategic treasure, a treasure that has a price but no market. Even if it is the source of immortals stored in their Saint Immortal Palace, there are not so many. That is to say, if they want to collect 10,000 immortal sources, they still need to buy them from other top forces, which will undoubtedly cost a huge amount of wealth and resources. The value of 10,000 immortal sources is enough to cultivate more Immortal King seedlings for the Temple of Immortals. It can even be exchanged for more top-level resources, allowing many Immortal King powerhouses in the Temple of the Immortals to go one step further. However, everyone knew that Luotian Immortal King was the little brother of the Hall Master, and had a very good relationship with the Hall Master. If you really don't pay any attention to it, I'm afraid the Palace Master. As for storming Taku Immortal City, this is not in everyone's consideration. Luotian's Immortal King was easily suppressed with the Immortal King Weapon, which shows that the strength of the Immortal City Lord is unfathomable. Even if they make a move, they may not be able to win it. If there are other accidents, it is not acceptable to them. Hall Master, I think Luotian Immortal King is an indispensable part of our Holy Immortal Palace. We cannot give up anyone in our Holy Immortal Palace. That's right, I think so. Immortal Source is gone, and we can get it again in the future, but if Luotian Immortal King is gone, we will lose a top powerhouse forever. If others know that our Holy Immortal Palace has given up its own Vice Hall Master because of a little resources, then what is the need for our Holy Immortal Palace to exist? I can't give up, I must rescue Luotian Immortal King. I think so too. +1. After a moment of silence, many of the top powerhouses of the Holy Immortal Palace discussed one after another, their eyes extremely firm. The opinions were very unified, and none of them wanted to give up Luotian's Immortal King. Luo Guang Immortal King above heard the opinions of many elders below, and the serious expression on his face became much more relaxed. Since everyone has no objections, let's raise 10,000 immortal sources as soon as possible. Luo Guang Immortal King then said lightly. The many elders nodded, bitter in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, many elders began to discuss how to raise the 10,000 celestial resources. For them, it is extremely difficult to raise 10,000 celestial sources. The Holy Immortal Palace is a top-level force. There are many strong men and arrogances in the gate. They consume a lot of resources every day to maintain the operation of this giant force. Now, suddenly asking for 10,000 immortal sources is quite a huge oppression for their entire Saint Immortal Palace. However, Luo Guang Immortal King didn't pay attention to these, he just came to confirm the attitude of these elders. After finishing speaking, Luo Guang Immortal King left the Great Hall for discussion, and let the numerous elders discuss on their own. I went to a cave full of terror in the Holy Immortal Palace. In the depths of the Holy Immortal Temple, there is a cave with a black atmosphere. There is a strange black aura everywhere, and in the center of the cave, there is a tall and straight young man. The young man stood in the center of the black cave, and the surrounding black aura continuously surged towards the young man in the center. The young man was naked, with a large number of black stripes on his body. These stripes flowed slowly on the young man's body like living things. Under the interweaving of many black auras and black stripes, the young man seemed to be an extremely evil monster, filled with an incomparably penetrating aura. The strands of terrifying aura almost completely freeze everything around. "Father, you finally came to see me. I'm so hungry, give me something to eat." At this moment, the young man noticed the person coming, opened his scarlet eyes, and said hoarsely. It turned out that this young man was the heir of Luo Guang's immortal king, Su Wushan, the former son of God of the Holy Immortal Palace. Luo Guang raised Immortal King's right hand lightly, a stream of light flashed suddenly, and the corpse of a true immortal cultivator appeared in front of Su Wushan. Seeing this, Su Wushan didn't care too much, and quickly lay down on the ground, like a hyena pouncing on his food, tearing apart the true immortal cultivator in front of him, and began to devour his flesh and blood. Not long after, this complete corpse was eaten up by Su Wushan. After eating true immortal cultivator, the scarlet color in Su Wushan's eyes began to dissipate slowly, and the black streaks on his body calmed down and stopped flowing. "Wushan, what? I am satisfied with this brand new body." After Su Wushan calmed down, Luo Guang Immortal King continued to speak slowly, looking at Su Wushan in front of him calmly. "Father, I'm satisfied, very satisfied. This body is so powerful that I, who is obviously only a great emperor realm, can easily slaughter true immortal powerhouses." Su Wushan said happily, feeling the incomparable power surging in his body. Luo Guang Immortal King didn't speak, but activated his own soul power and began to probe Su Wushan's body. Soon, Luo Guang Immortal King found out that Su Wushan's physical strength had reached a terrifying, even a little abnormal level. The black magic pattern on the body seems to have a strange magic power, which can greatly strengthen Su Wushan's body. Su Wushan's current strength can no longer be measured by Cultivation Base. The physical strength is already extremely strong, and ordinary true immortal powerhouses are completely unable to compete with it. It's just that sometimes I still want to eat corpses very much, the kind that I can't suppress. Su Wushan hesitated for a moment, then said slowly. Whenever he thinks of that feeling of hunger, Su Wushan feels extremely uncomfortable, like a nightmare from the underworld, which deeply stimulates his soul. However, despite this hunger, this physical body is still very terrifying. As long as you keep devouring the corpse, you can infinitely increase the strength of your own physical body. This feeling of becoming stronger also made Su Wushan very addicted. This is normal. You only have the corpse clan's body now, and you haven't mastered the core cultivation technique and inheritance of the corpse clan. Once you successfully master it, you will be able to control it perfectly. Luo Guang Immortal King continued. Su Wushan nodded, for own father, Su Wushan absolutely trusted. "Father, can you let me go out to mess with the Devil Immortal Domain? If there, my strength will definitely increase rapidly. I am confident that within 1,000 years, I can have the strength of the Immortal King." Su Wushan continued. With a look of anticipation in his eyes. The chaotic Devil Immortal Domain is an immortal domain in chiming immortal world that is extremely chaotic and full of bloody struggles, where death and blood are the most common things, and it is a favorite place for many Devil Dao cultivators and battle madmen. There is an area dominated by the Devil Immortal King, and no fights are allowed. It is a living meat grinder battlefield. There are also quite a few talented top cultivators who will go to the Devil Immortal Domain to practice. After all, fighting and bloody are the best ways to temper cultivators, which are of great benefit to breaking through the bottleneck. Chapter 477 Samsara Dao Fruit. In that immortal domain, one can maximize the strength of one's corpse clan body. You want to go there to eat the corpse. Luo Guang Immortal King glanced at Su Wushan faintly, and he could see through his mind with a single glance. "Father, I want to quickly improve my own strength and contribute to our holy immortal palace. Su Wuxian scratched his head and continued. Su Wuxian was not at all surprised that his own mind was seen through. It's too dangerous to mess with the devil immortal domain, and it's not easy to deal with you, a corpse tribe from a foreign land, if someone discovers it. Luo Guang Immortal King said, rejecting Su Wuxian's request. The corpse race is a race from a foreign land, belonging to a race other than Chiming Immortal World. Although they did not invade the Chiming Immortal World like the Nether race and the Evil Spirit race, they are still very dangerous races. If someone finds out, even if he is from the Temple of Saint Immortals, he may not be able to withstand the huge pressure. In the end, it caused some bad consequences, which Luo Guang Immortal King didn't want to see. Father, I understand. Su Wuxian lowered his head. You don't have to worry about the corpse. With me here, are you still worried about not having a corpse? Now that you have stabilized this body, then, you can eat as much as you want. At this time, Luo Guang Immortal King suddenly spoke, with an extremely low voice. Hearing the words, Su Wuxian raised his head suddenly, his eyes were burning with flames and longing. 7 days later. In Teiku Immortal City, in a secret room with abundant spirit power. The secret room was in a mess, and there were many spiritual plants and a lot of resources that were originally vibrant. At this moment, everything turned into fly ash, and only a faint aura shone around. In the center of the secret room, there is a pool of blood that has completely dried up, like plum blossoms blooming, and it seems to have a special charm. In the center of the secret room, a stunning woman who is completely naked and looks like a perfect work of art is lying on a soft blanket. The woman is Tantai Liulai. At this time, Tantai Liulai's long hair is loose, her whole body is soft, she has no strength, and there are many inexplicable marks on her smooth skin, as if she has experienced extremely fierce whipping. Beside Tantai Liulai, Chen Luo was sitting cross-legged in the center of the secret room. After more than half a month of practice, coupled with the cooperation of Tantai Liulai, Chen Luo's cultivation base has already broken through the peak of the true immortal 5th stage and reached the true immortal 6th stage. Moreover, in Chen Luo's body, the ordinary Dao fruit was nourished by the secret method and the essence of the samsara fairy body of Tantai Liulai, and it was exuding a mysterious luster. Countless samsara immortal bodies' original power circulates around the Dao fruit, making it undergo a deeper transformation. Time passed slowly, and its transformation became more and more profound. After several hours, the origin of samsara contained in this Dao fruit finally reached its peak. A terrifying breath circulated crazily around Chen Luo's body, and the Dao fruit in his body was blooming with incredible power. Finally succeeded, condensing the samsara Dao fruit. Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes were full of joy. In Chen Luo's pupils, there was still a mysterious power of samsara circulating, which made Chen Luo's temperament more profound. Try the ability of this samsara Dao fruit. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and then stimulated the samsara Dao fruit in his body. Immediately, a burst of mysterious samsara power appeared in Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo injected this wisp of samsara's immortal power into a completely withered elixir next to it. Ha ha ha! With the continuous flow of samsara's fairy power, this completely withered elixir suddenly bloomed with new vitality. The originally withered branches were replaced with new life, and a faint inspiration circulated on them. After a while, this withered elixir was fully revived under the rendering of samsara's immortal power, as if it had never withered. Is this the power of samsara? Chen Luo's eyes dimmed. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo experimented again with the power of this samsara Dao fruit, which not only revived the withered elixir, but also made it die, as if he had mastered the power of the cycle of time. Moreover, Chen Luo discovered that after possessing the samsara Dao fruit, the own infinite samsara boxing seems to have undergone a huge transformation. Not only the power has become more terrifying, but also, with the real power of samsara attached, it can seize the years of the enemy and make the enemy age and die at a very rapid speed. You can also use this power to change the soul and body of the peak powerhouse back to the moment when it was weak, and directly kill him. However, this kind of use of the top powerhouse consumes a lot of resources, even the current Chen Luo cannot use it freely. However, Chen Luo didn't care. This kind of power, when the realm's own strength increased, would naturally become even more terrifying. If it is fully controlled, Chen Luo believes that it will definitely improve the own strength. I don't know what the people of the Holy Immortal Palace and the Zhao family are thinking about. If they get all 13,000 immortal sources. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of anticipation. If the Luo Immortal had 13,000 celestial sources, he would be able to cultivate to a terrifying level. Then go out and have a look. Chen Luo took a deep breath and thought to himself. Li Yulai, get up. Chen Luo then restrained his own thoughts, and was about to call Tantai Li Yulai who was still resting in front of him, and go out together. During more than half a month of practice, Tantai Li Yulai was terribly beaten by Chen Luo. The realm gap between the two was too great, and Chen Luo still had the immortal physique, and his physical body was also so powerful that it was terrifying. Tantai Li Yulai couldn't withstand Chen Luo's terrifying impact at all. For more than half a month, Tantai Li Yulai had already been unlocked countless combat skills by Chen Luo, and her whole body was in the shape of Chen Luo. Fortunately, Chen Luo has nirvana spiritual fluid, otherwise, Tantai Li Yulai would not be able to persist in Chen Luo's successful condensed samsara Dao fruit. No. Don't, son, I really can't do it. Tantai Li Yulai was lifted up by Chen Luo, and she opened her eyes, which were full of fear and worry. That frail body seemed to be trembling like a training reflex, for fear that Chen Luo would fight against her again. When Chen Luo saw Tantai Li Yulai in such a panic, his heart froze. It seemed that he was really afraid of her these days. I mean, we should leave. Chen Luo suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and continued. Thank you, son. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Tantai Li Yulai heaved a sigh of relief, and then put on a group of own. These days, Tantai Li Yulai doesn't know how she persevered. Although this feeling is very good, it has been continuously. Just thinking about it makes me tremble. However, I am the person who can't listen to others saying no. The more you don't want it, the more I want it. At this time, Chen Luo suddenly said, looking straight at the extremely soft Tantai Li Yulai in front of him. Tantai Li Yulai bit her lip slightly, she was so charming. Stab! With the sound of violent tearing, Tantai Li Yulai's nightmare struck again. Chapter 478 Controlling Luotian Immortal Domain. It seems that Tantai Li Yulai has slightly adapted to this kind of high-intensity battle due to the many previous battles. In this battle, Tantai Li Yulai no longer had the same fear and trembling as before. Instead, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to enjoying this irresistible battle. After Chen Luo condensed the samsara Dao fruit, his body seemed to fit a lot with Tantai Li Yulai's body, and the two fought extremely harmoniously. 3 days later. After the battle was over, Chen Luo and Tantai Li Yulai left the secret room after finishing everything. Teiku Immortal City, in the Great Hall for receiving guests. In the Great Hall, Xianming True Immortal and several other True Immortal cultivators from the Immortal City of Immortals are receiving the Elder from the Zhao family of Qiu Immortal Domain. This is 3,000 celestial rings, return Mr. Zhao and Elder Shen of our Zhao family to us. In the Great Hall, the Elder of the Zhao family sent by the Zhao family to negotiate took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Xianming True Immortal, coldly said. In order to collect these 3,000 celestial sources, almost all of their Qiu Immortal Domain tightened their belts. Many treasures in the Immortal King's treasury were sold off, and they barely got together. Thinking of these, the elder of the Zhao family felt extremely heartbroken. If Zhao Wuhen was not the most beloved child of their Immortal King, their Zhao family would never have given out these 3,000 immortal sources. After Xianming True Immortal took over the interspatial ring, he inspected it carefully, and found that there were indeed 3,000 celestial sources inside, and he immediately smiled happily. Bring Mr. Zhao and Elder Shen. After checking, Xianming True Immortal immediately ordered the cultivator next to him to bring Mr. Zhao and Elder up. After a while, the cultivator of Teiku Immortal City brought Zhao Wuhen and Shen Mu, who were dying and extremely pale, to the secret room. Master, Shen Elder, are you all right? Zhao Elder saw Zhao Wuhen and Shen Mukai, and hurriedly came to their side to check their situation. Zhao Wuhen and Shen Mukai's faces were pale, without a trace of blood, they were so weak that they couldn't speak at all. After checking, Zhao Elder suddenly found that Zhao Wuhen's true immortal Dao fruit had been completely shattered, the fairy body was completely abolished, and the realm fell to the great emperor realm, never returning to the true immortal realm possible. The same is true for the dead wood on the other side, the immortal king's origin was completely defeated, the Dao fruit was shattered, and the realm fell into the great emperor realm. You are really too much, why did you abolish our young master and Shen Elder? Zhao Elder said to Xianming True Immortal with a cold face after discovering the situation of the two. He never expected that the people of Teiku Immortal City would be so ruthless that they completely destroyed both of them. They have clearly promised to give 3,000 Xian Yuan. This is what they asked for. If you want to blame them, you can only blame them for doing something they shouldn't do. It is because of your sincerity that you can save their lives. Otherwise, what you receive now is just two corpses. Xianming True Immortal then said calmly, not caring about Zhao Elder's anger at all. Although Chen Luo promised to keep them alive, and they were willing to pay Xian Yuan to redeem them, Chen Luo would not let them leave in such a safe and sound way. You. The Zhao family elder's forehead was bulging with veins, and his face was extremely ugly. The other members of the Zhao family also had ugly faces and trembling bodies. They were very angry when they saw their young master Zhao and elder become like this. Why, do you have any questions? Xianming True Immortal said lightly, his tone extremely flat. No, nothing. The Zhao family elder took a deep breath, then gritted his teeth. Originally, everyone was very angry in their hearts, wishing to do it directly, but, thinking of the terrifying power in the immemorial city, everyone in the Zhao family still suppressed their anger. The strength of Teiku Immortal City is not something they can provoke. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the Zhao family left the immortal city with the dying Zhao Wuhen and Shen Mukai with ugly faces. Not long after Zhao's elder and others left, Chen Luo just came out of the secret room. City Lord, the Zhao family's 3,000 immortals have already been delivered. I have completely abolished Zhao Wuhen and Shen Mukai according to your instructions. Seeing Chen Luo coming out, Xianming True Immortal then said respectfully to Chen Luo. With that said, Xianming True Immortal handed the interspatial ring containing 3,000 celestial sources to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded, and took over the interspatial ring, quite satisfied. It is really a good deal to exchange 3,000 celestial sources with two completely useless wastes. Where are the people from the Holy Immortal Palace coming to redeem Luo Tian's immortal king? Chen Luo continued to ask after checking the interspatial ring. Now that the Zhao family's 3,000 pieces of immortality have been obtained, next, only the 10,000 pieces of the Holy Immortal Palace are left. If the 10,000 pieces are also obtained, and all of them are absorbed, Chen Luo believes that own strength will definitely come back again. Leaping. City Master, the people from the Holy Immortal Palace should come to our immortal city tomorrow. Not long ago, the Holy Immortal Palace was summoned to hand over the entire Lushan Immortal Domain to our immortal domain. Everyone has already withdrawn from the immortal city. Xianming True Immortal next to him continued to report, his eyes were full of joy and excitement. Yes, in this way, we will be able to control the entire Lushan Immortal Domain, and the development speed of our immortal city will definitely increase a lot again. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, and he was also full of joy. Chen Luo was not surprised either. The near-invincible terrifying strength he showed before, sitting on a top-level immortal domain, did not have any problems. There is no problem with the Holy Immortal Palace retreating directly. Then quickly control the entire Lushan Immortal Domain, and quickly expand our immemorial Immortal City. Chen Luo continued. Chen Luo will never forget that Taku Immortal City is the foundation of owning. Only when Taku Immortal City is strong can own strength be improved at a high speed. The entire Lushan Immortal Domain is just a tool for him to expand his power in the immemorial Immortal City. Yes, City Master, I have already ordered the people of our primordial Immortal City to take action, and I believe that the entire Lushan Immortal Domain will be controlled soon. Xianming True Immortal then said respectfully. Chen Luo nodded, and then gave Jianshan Immortal King to his own Immortal King 5th stage, and temporarily handed over the puppet to Xianming True Immortal, so that it could do things for him better. How about the way to go to the lower realm? There are clues in this regard. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and continued. City Master, after the battle for luck in the lower realm is over, all passages to the lower realm are completely closed. You can only ascend from the lower realm, and you cannot return to the lower realm from the immortal world. Xianming True Immortal replied. The passages in the lower realm are all closed? Chen Luo frowned slightly, which Chen Luo did not expect. If so, then how to go on? Perhaps because of the protection of the lower realm, it is very difficult to go to the lower realm, and the passage will be fully suppressed by the laws of the immortal world. Even the immortal king can't open the passage casually and go to the lower realm wantonly. Is there something wrong with the lower bound? Chen Luo couldn't help feeling worried. Chapter 479 Immortal Source Acquired. City Master, I have investigated it. This situation is normal. Every time the luck dispute in the lower realm is over, the passage in the lower realm will be completely closed and cannot be broken through by any means. However, City Lord, don't worry. After 1 year, the suppression of immortal world's laws will weaken a lot. At that time, you can forcibly open the passage to the lower realm and return to the lower realm. Seemingly aware of Chen Luo's worries, Xianming True Immortal continued to speak, and told Chen Luo everything he had investigated. After every battle of luck, there will be laws to suppress and completely block the passage to the lower realm. 1 year later, the suppression of the law will weaken, and go to the lower realm. Chen Luo's eyes are microscopic. I hope there will be no problems in the lower realm. Chen Luo thinks of Yaoxi, the big crisis in the future she mentioned. However, Chen Luo quickly let go of his heart. Chen Luo didn't care about the other forces of Ancient Desolate Continent. Chen Luo only cared about own Heavenly Dao Sect and Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Moreover, with Heavenly Dao Sect, plus own Heavenly Bamboo Peak already has many top powerhouses, as well as the many backers left by him, it is unlikely that there will be any problems. If even Heavenly Bamboo Peak and Heavenly Dao Sect have problems, then the entire Ancient Desolate Continent, and even other realms, will be even less likely to be safe. Then improve your strength this year, and go to the lower realm after a year. Chen Luo's heart quickly calmed down. After Xianming True Immortal reported some things again, he left the Great Hall. In the evening, Chen Luo fought fiercely with Tantai Liulai again. The next day, Taku Immortal City, in a beautiful valley not far outside the city. Here is full of rich power of law, and there are many fairy spirit powers. It is a good place to practice various supernatural power spells. Before, this place was controlled by Luo Tiancheng, but now the entire Lushan Immortal Domain belongs to the Immortal Domain, so it is also controlled by Chen Luo. Chen Luo is practicing the infinite samsara boxing in the valley, and countless samsara immortal powers are constantly circulating in the valley. The entire valley seems to be in the cycle of time, containing the misty atmosphere of vicissitudes. After condensing the samsara Dao fruit, Chen Luo had a new understanding of the samsara Dao, and mastered a lot of the power of the samsara Dao. In addition, the comprehension of the infinite samsara boxing has become more profound, and it can explode with even more terrifying power. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This valley is within a radius of 100 miles from the immortal city. Here, Chen Luo also has the strength of an invincible immortal king. City Master, the elder of the Holy Immortal Palace has come and is asking to see you outside the valley. After a long while, a respectful voice sounded. A cultivator from Teiku Immortal City came to Chen Luo's side and said slowly. Let him in. Chen Luo said lightly. Yes, City Lord. The cultivator said respectfully. Chen Luo then waited quietly in the valley, feeling the true meaning of samsara constantly flowing in his body. I don't know who the senior who created this infinite samsara fist is. The great truth contained in it is really amazing, and it seems to be more subtle than the chaos Dao. Chen Luo felt the infinite samsara fist in his mind. My heart was full of shock and admiration. This supernatural power contains a lot of incredible magical power. Originally, Chen Luo thought it was just an ordinary fairy-level supernatural power. However, the more profound the study and comprehension, the more Chen Luo could feel the incomparable horror contained in it, which almost surpassed the true meaning of Chen Luo's cognition. This true meaning seems to encompass all things and transcend all things. Even with the help of enlightenment tea, Chen Luo still couldn't fully comprehend it. After Chen Luo arrived in Immortal World, he also obtained various supernatural powers of the immortal rank, but Chen Luo felt that they were not as good as this infinite samsara fist. Perhaps, this supernatural power has already surpassed the scope of Immortal King. Chen Luo had a faint realization in his heart that this supernatural power was very involved. I have met the Lord of the Immortal City, Elder Motong of the Holy Immortal Palace. I have come to redeem our Luo Tian Immortal King by the order of our Lord. At this moment, a hoarse and deep voice sounded. Chen Luo recovered and turned around slowly. A thin old man in a white robe appeared in front of Chen Luo. The old man's body was filled with rather strong original power, and the space he was in seemed to be slightly distorted. Name, Mo Tong. Realm, Immortal King First Stage Days. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Elder of the Holy Immortal Palace. It was the Elder of the Holy Immortal Palace. Chen Luo raised his brows and saw through the Motong's strength at a glance by using the detection function. Unexpectedly, the Holy Immortal Palace sent an elder from the Immortal King realm. Are you not afraid of tying him up again? Yesterday, people from the Zhao family just sent a true Immortal Realm cultivator. Behind Mo Tong, there are more than a dozen cultivators with immortal spirit power on their bodies. These cultivators are dressed in grey robes, and they are majestic. They are all from the Holy Immortal Palace, and they are all true Immortal Realm. Mo Elder, did Xian Yuan bring you? Chen Luo then asked slowly. Xian Yuan is here, please check it. Mo Tong said respectfully, and then presented an interspatial ring. Chen Luo took the interspatial ring blankly and checked it out. Immediately, he found that there were indeed piles of fairy sources inside, and the fairy sources almost piled up into a hill exuded an incomparably rich fairy spirit power. Chen Luo took a rough look and found that there are a total of 10,000 of these fairy sources. That's right, I got it, the Zhao family's 3,000 celestial sources, plus the 10,000 here, a total of 13,000 celestial sources. 13,000 celestial sources should be enough for self-cultivation, Chen Luo thought to himself. After accepting the fairy source, Chen Luo waved his right hand, and suddenly, a stream of light flashed not far away. Swish swish swish! The golden streamer carried a daist figure and flew in front of Motong Elder. With the disappearance of the streamer, the breath was weak, the original source collapsed, and even Luo Tian's Immortal King, whose Daokuo had been completely collapsed, was revealed in everyone's eyes. At this time, Luo Tian Immortal King, like the previous son of the Zhao family and Shen Elder, has completely become a useless person. At most, it can only stay in the realm of the Great Emperor, and it is impossible to improve any more. Master Immortal King, we are here to pick you up. Mo Tong and others saw such a miserable Luo Tian Immortal King, they hurriedly came to Luo Tian Immortal King's side, and said slowly. Chapter 480 Start Closed Door Training. You are finally here. Immortal King Luo Tian, who was breathing weakly, saw Mo Tong and the others, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes full of despair. These days, in the immortal city of Luo Tian was the darkest moment of Luo Tian's Immortal King's life. The source completely collapsed, and the Dao fruit collapsed, which made the extremely proud Luo Tian Immortal King extremely painful and desperate. If he didn't know that Brother Own would not give up Own, he would have completely given up Own life long ago. Luo Tian Immortal King, it's okay, we will take you back safely. Mo Tong looked at the desperate Luo Tian Immortal King in front of him, and then comforted him. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and he noticed that Mo Tong and the others didn't have too many complicated emotions on their faces, and they didn't seem to care much about Luo Tian Immortal King's injury and situation. Chen Luo just watched the scene in front of him quietly without paying any attention. However, Mo Tong and others still took out a lot of healing medicine pills to help Luo Tian Immortal King recover from his injuries. After a while, Luo Tian Immortal King, who had taken the medicine pill, began to slowly recover from his injuries. His vitality became much stronger, and he was out of danger of dying. Now, you can take Luo Tian Immortal King away. Seeing that Luo Tian's Immortal King had already recovered, Chen Luo continued to speak. Now, with 10,000 immortal sources in hand, there is no need for Luo Tian Immortal King to stay with him. Yes, thank you, City Lord of Xiancheng, for your mercy. Mo Tong took a deep breath, and then said to Chen Luo. Before leaving, Luo Tian Immortal King fixed his eyes on Chen Luo, as if he wanted to keep Chen Luo in his heart. Chen Luo didn't care. This guy couldn't threaten him in his heyday. Now that he has become a waste, he can still threaten him, but he is incompetent and furious. After finishing speaking, Mo Tong and others bid farewell to Chen Luo, and left the valley with Luo Tian Immortal King and others. Looking at Mo Tong and the others who simply left, Chen Luo felt a little doubtful. I made Luo Tian Immortal King like this, almost becoming a waste, these guys didn't care. Moreover, facing the own posture, it is too low. Yesterday, when the Zhao family came to redeem people, they were so angry that they almost collapsed, and they even wanted to fight for their lives. However, the people in the Saint Immortal Hall in front of them did not act aggressively, nor did they care too much about Luo Tian's Immortal King's injuries. If it weren't for these people who really took out 10,000 pieces of immortality, coupled with the own detection function, Chen Luo would have doubted whether these people were from the Holy Immortal Palace. Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as Xian Yuan is in hand. Chen Luo quickly suppressed the thoughts in his heart, no matter what, as long as he got what he wanted. As for the others, Chen Luo didn't want to pay too much attention. Next, let's start cultivating the immortal body of De Luo. I hope that these 13,000 celestial sources can upgrade the immortal body of On De Luo to a higher realm. Xian Yuan is a necessary treasure for cultivating De Luo's immortal body. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo returned to Teiku Immortal City, preparing to cultivate the immortal body of De Luo. After returning to Teiku Immortal City, Chen Luo continued to hand over the affairs of Teiku Immortal City to Xianming True Immortal. At the same time, let Xianming True Immortal continue to expand the Immortal City with all its strength, and recruit the Great Emperor, True Immortal, and even the top powerhouses of the Immortal King level. Chen Luo also handed another Immortal King puppet to Xianming True Immortal to assist him in his actions. After everything was ready, Chen Luo brought a large amount of resources and more than 10,000 immortal sources, entered the secret training room, and started closed-door training. In the secret room, Chen Luo took out the more than 10,000 celestial sources. A large pile of immortal sources piled up next to Chen Luo, exuding extremely strong immortal spirit power. Chen Luo's De Luo Immortal was in this environment, and it almost started to operate spontaneously, exuding a terrifying aura. In the secret room, there are a large number of other cultivation resources, all of which are top-level spiritual objects that can improve the cultivation base. Chen Luo not only wants to cultivate Dao Luo's immortal body, but also prepares to upgrade his own cultivation base. With Chen Luo in the furnace of the underworld, his own cultivation speed has also reached a terrifying level. Then let's start practicing. Chen Luo took a deep breath, then rotated his own big Luo immortal body, and began to absorb the surrounding immortal sources. With the movement of Dao Luo immortal's body, Chen Luo's bones exuded a terrifying aura and a mysterious streamer. At the same time, the furnace of the underworld in Chen Luo's body also operated to the extreme. The surrounding cultivation resources rushed towards Chen Luo's body like a tidal wave. Coupled with the return of cultivation effects from Heavenly Bamboo Peak and numerous disciples in the immemorial city, Chen Luo's cultivation base was rapidly improved. The entire secret room was in the midst of spirit power storms that tore everything apart. Dao Luo's immortal body and Chen Luo's cultivation base are constantly improving with the help of many immortal sources and top cultivation resources. Time passed so slowly. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. 3 months later, Saint Immortal City. The Holy Immortal City is a super city belonging to the Holy Immortal Palace. It is prosperous and rich, and there are many immortal spirit veins, just like a fairy city on earth. Saint Immortal City, in a quiet courtyard. A top-level magic circle was arranged outside, which seemed to completely cover up the inspiration of the entire courtyard. From the outside, the existence of this courtyard could not be found at all. A lot of extremely rich spiritual plants were planted in the yard, exuding a very strong fairy spirit power. In the courtyard, there is a middle-aged man with a tall figure and a majestic imposing manner. The middle-aged man was sitting under a spiritual tree in the yard, leisurely and contented, with the breeze blowing around him, creating countless inspirations. Luo Guang Immortal King is really interesting, and now I still have the time to enjoy this peaceful time here. Just as the man was resting leisurely, an extremely hoarse voice sounded in the ears of the middle-aged man. Luo Guang Immortal King slowly opened his eyes, looking not far away. An old man wearing a purple robe and full of strong original power appeared in the eyes of Luo Guang Immortal King. The old man looked extremely pale, with grey hair, wrinkles on his face, and a thin body that looked like he was dying. "Qiu Immortal King, it's you!" Luo Guang Immortal King said softly with a look of surprise in his eyes. It turned out that this white-haired, purple-robed old man was the master of the Qiu Immortal Domain Zhao family, Qiu Immortal King. Qiu Immortal King didn't speak, but beside Luo Guang Immortal King, he took out a recliner and sat down, enjoying the peace just like Luo Guang Immortal King. What a rare visitor! We haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. Back then, Qiu Immortal King was invincible, but now, tisk tisk, how time flies. Luo Guang Immortal King closed his eyes, sighed. You should know why I'm here, what are you thinking about? Qiu Immortal King is here, and then said slowly. Chapter 481 Bottom Line and Persistence. No need, I haven't lived before. To get the idea of Heavenly Dao Sect, you should go to the people of the Sui family. They suffered a big loss at the hands of Heavenly Dao Sect, and they will definitely go crazy with you. Luo Guang Immortal King shook his head, then said to Qiu Immortal King. It turned out that Qiu Immortal King sent a message to Luo Guang Immortal King before, and wanted to invite Luo Guang Immortal King to deal with Heavenly Dao Sect together. The Sui family? The Sui family is a bunch of cowards. That old BD Taishan was frightened by Jian Shan Immortal King. His heart broke when he heard the words Heavenly Dao Sect, and he didn't have the courage to deal with me. Heavenly Dao Sect. Qiu Immortal King seemed to have thought of something, and then said disdainfully. Luo Guang Immortal King seemed to think of something when he heard the words, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, he almost forgot that Taishan Immortal King was beaten not long ago, and he understood the fear of Taishan Immortal King. After all, the battle in Tianyun Xianshan was really scary. Luo Guang's Immortal King didn't participate in that battle, but he could understand a thing or two from the information he obtained. They are obviously the same immortal king at the top, but the strength of the two sides is so different that they are all exalting the immortal king. The strength of Jianshan immortal king has reached a very terrifying level. This gap cannot be easily made up by numbers. As for the top experts like Jianshan immortal king, only Luoguang immortal king knows, there are as many as 10 of them, and only Luoguang immortal king knows. Well, there are other things to hide. In the style of heavenly Dao Sect, it is normal to hide a few hands. Luoguang immortal king can't even imagine how many peak powerhouses there are. From the perspective of Luoguang immortal king, wanting to fight heavenly Dao Sect in chiming immortal world is no different from courting death. Taught Yen immortal king, it is quite normal to have this fear. Anyone who has experienced that battle will have their heart collapsed. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Even if you talk about breaking the sky, it is impossible for me to go to trouble with heavenly Dao Sect with you. Luoguang immortal king continued shaking his head. Qiu immortal king looked at the resolute Luoguang immortal king, and sighed softly. Don't you want to take that step? Heavenly Dao Sect definitely has a taboo method that can help us break through. Qiu immortal king continued, with fiery eyes in his eyes. The strength of heavenly Dao Sect is so strong, coupled with so many years of investigations, Qiu immortal king is very confident that heavenly Dao Sect has a way to break through taboos. Qiu, give up, even if heavenly Dao Sect really exists, it's not something you can covet. Luoguang immortal king continued. Why didn't he want to break through that step, but fighting against heavenly Dao Sect was no different from courting death. Compared with the action of courting death, Luoguang immortal king decided to use a safer method. I've run out of time. If I don't take that step again, Qiu immortal king clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of determination. Forget it, since you don't want to, then forget it, but, for the sake of our friendship for many years, can you take care of Qiu immortal domain for me? Qiu immortal king was silent for a while, then continued. You really want to do this? Although you don't have much time, with your accumulation, you can live safely for another 10,000 years. Luoguang immortal king asked very puzzled. 10,000 years ago, when Luoguang's immortal king hadn't achieved the highest level, he met Qiu immortal king, who had already stepped into the peak of the immortal Dao at that time. The two formed a rather deep friendship. Qiu immortal king also took great care of Luoguang immortal king, but, 10,000 years ago, the two stopped communicating because of some differences in ideas. However, the friendship between the two is still real. But now, with the passage of time, Luoguang's immortal king is at its peak, and Qiu's immortal king is already entering its twilight years. Because, I have no hope. Qiu immortal king continued softly. Luoguang immortal king fell silent. Qiu immortal king's most valued child was abolished, and he entered the most tormented moment again. If there is no other turning point, what awaits him is the end. And the arrival of such a calmly accepted end is not Qiu immortal king's style, it has never been. I see, I will take care of your child, Qiu, have a good journey, I hope that when we meet again, you have already set foot on that realm. Luoguang immortal king then got up, arched his cupped hands, and said to Qiu immortal king solemnly. Thank you, little friend Luoguang. Qiu immortal king smiled, and then disappeared into the yard, as if he had never been there. Luoguang immortal king looked at Qiu immortal king who disappeared, and felt empty and complicated in his heart. Thinking of a friend who has been with him for 20,000 years is about to embark on a road of no return, Luoguang immortal king felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart, and immediately, an even more indescribable desire arose in his heart. Luoguang, why didn't you invite him to join us? That bad old man has reached this point. If you ask, he will most likely agree. After a long while, a towering tree in the yard flew out. A cloud of black mist. The mist slowly formed in the air, and finally turned into a black skull. The black skeleton stood beside Luo Guang Immortal King, with an extremely strong terrifying aura surging around him. This breath seems to completely devour everything around it. You don't understand, Qiu. Although that old thing is eager to be crazy, he has his own bottom line and persistence. Luo Guang Immortal King said slowly, unconsciously thinking of the relationship between the two 10,000 years ago. That fight. During that moral struggle, the two were completely strangers, parted ways. Yang Biao, Luo Guang knew the heart of Qiu Immortal King clearly. Even if he never had a chance to break through, he would not adopt such extreme methods like himself. This is the difference between the two. The Black Skull shrugged his shoulders, and his empty eyes expressed his incomprehension. He couldn't understand the meaning of such a bottom line and persistence. By the way, I plan to go back there in half a year. Do you want to experience it with me? The real ultimate power will definitely help your breakthrough. It's less than 10,000 years, and everything is about to start. Before that, if you can break through, you can have a lot of opportunities. After a while, the Black Skull seemed to think of something, and then asked. No need, I still like being in Chiming Immortal World. Luo Guang Immortal King smiled, rejecting the Black Skull's invitation. Oh, you really don't understand, why, you have already embarked on that road, why not be more thorough? The Black Skull was speechless, and then spoke. Because I also have my own bottom line and persistence. Luo Guang Immortal King raised his head slowly, and continued, with a slight gleam in his eyes. Chapter 482 True Immortal 9th Stage Sky Peak. The black skeleton stared blankly at Luo Guang Immortal King in front of him, as if he saw the shadow of the dead old man just now on Luo Guang Immortal King. Forget it, if I didn't say it, you people from Chiming Immortal World are really weird. The Black Skull shrugged and continued. Luo Guang Immortal King didn't speak anymore, but stood quietly in the yard, looking at the direction where Qiu Immortal King left, and remained silent for a long time. Time flows slowly like running water, without leaving any traces. The surface of the entire Chiming Immortal World has not changed much, everything is as usual, without too many waves. However, under the calm surface, there seemed to be countless turbulent waves, which were about to erupt completely at any time. Luotian Immortal Domain. At this time Luotian Immortal Domain has been completely controlled by Teiku Immortal City. The City Lord of Immortal City has not shown up since he defeated the offensive of the entire Saint Immortal Palace more than a year ago. However, there is still no one who dares to covet the immemorial Immortal City. After all, the strength of the Immortal City Lord is too terrifying. Even the Holy Immortal Palace didn't dare to trouble them anymore, and completely surrendered Luotian's immortal domain to the primordial Immortal City. In addition, the news that the Lord of Immortal City asked the people of Shengxian Palace and Qiu Immortal Domain Zhao family to spend a lot of immortal resources to redeem Luotian Immortal King and others was also spread. The spread of this matter has made many forces in Chiming Immortal World even more afraid of the immemorial Immortal City. A year and a half later. The ancient fairy city, the secret room. In the secret room in Xiancheng, Chen Luo sat cross-legged in the secret room. At this moment, all the celestial sources that had piled up like a mountain in the secret room had been reduced to annihilation. Many other top-level cultivation resources around him also dissipated at this moment, turning into an incomparably rich immortal spirit power, surging towards Chen Luo's the underworld furnace. Chen Luo's body was filled with a very terrifying aura and an aura that almost suppressed everything. In Chen Luo's body, there are 180 bones exuding incomparably gorgeous light, and the wisps of escaping ideas are so heavy that the whole space seems to be unable to bear it. This Dao Luo immortal body spent more than a year absorbing more than 10,000 celestial sources, yet he hasn't completely cultivated great completion. It's really terrifying. At this time, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes. The fundus is full of look of disbelief. For more than a year, Chen Luo has been absorbing many immortal sources to cultivate his own Dao Luo immortal body. Originally, Chen Luo thought that with more than 10,000 celestial sources, he could completely cultivate his own Dao Luo immortal to the peak. However, what Chen Luo didn't expect was that with the blessing of so many immortal sources, only 180 bones in On's body were tempered into Dao Luo's immortal bone. There are still 26 bones, which have not yet completely transformed. Dao Luo immortal body, the more immortal sources needed to reach the late stage are unimaginable. Chen Luo reckoned that if he wanted to completely cultivate the immortal body of Dao Luo, he might not be able to fully cultivate return to origin even if he needed 100,000 immortal origins. What kind of body refining technique is this? It consumes so much resources, Chen Luo murmured in a low voice, feeling surprised in his heart. This top-level body refining technique is similar to the unlimited samsara boxing, both of which have terrifying potential. It surpassed other true immortal spells that Chen Luo knew. However, it's all worth it, Chen Luo said in a low voice. Although only 180 Dao Luo immortal bone had been transformed, Chen Luo's strength had already reached a terrifying level. Chen Luo reckoned that ordinary immortal king early-stage giants could be blasted to death with a single punch, and even with the original power to protect the body, they couldn't stop the super-destructive power. Moreover, the supernatural power, which is not self-cultivating, has also reached a very terrifying intensity. Boom! At this time, Chen Luo's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying roar again. The 4 Dao fruits in the body, the Chaos Dao fruit, the Immortal Dao fruit, the Yin and Yang Dao fruit, and the Samsara Dao fruit, hovered in Chen Luo's body continuously, covered with bright Dao patterns. It seems to be undergoing an unprecedented transformation. True Immortal 9th stage is at its peak. Feeling the continuous transformation of many Dao fruits in his body, the joy on Chen Luo's face became even greater. It turned out that it was Chen Luo's cultivation base that had reached the peak of the true Immortal 9th stage, and the refinement of the 4 Dao fruits had reached the extreme. Yes, the closed-door training for more than a year is still effective. Chen Luo thought to himself, of course, in addition to Chen Luo's own the underworld furnace and many spiritual objects, the cultivation effect return provided by Teiku Immortal City and Heavenly Bamboo Peak also gave Chen Luo a great help. This allowed Chen Luo's cultivation base to break through several realms in a short period of 1.5 years, reach the peak of the true immortal realm, and stand at the apex of true immortal. This closed-door training is the longest closed-door training since Chen Luo came to the fantasy world. It is also the time when Chen Luo's strength has improved the most. The cultivation base has been raised to the limit of true immortal, and the physical body has also reached an incredible level with the help of many immortal sources. There is also the mother chi of all matter tripod, the void mirror, and Chen Luo also sacrificed, successfully controlling these 2 immortal king weapons. Coupled with his many other supernatural power secrets, as well as his super physique. Chen Luo himself doesn't even know how terrifying his own strength is now. Next, as long as the 4 Dao fruits continue to absorb the immortal spirit power and completely transform into the original Dao fruit, then Chen Luo will be able to break through and try to induce the immortal king calamity, breaking through the supreme giant, the immortal king realm. I don't know how long it will take to completely transform successfully. Feeling the continuous flow of Dao fruit in his body, Chen Luo has a look of expectation in his heart. It is a very long process from the peak of true immortal to immortal king realm. It is very normal for an ordinary cultivator to spend thousands of 10,000 years to transform. Chen Luo's background is far more terrifying than others, and the spirit power he needs is many times that of others. However, Chen Luo has the cultivation effects of many disciples of the immemorial Immortal City and Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and the speed of transformation is also extremely fast. Set a small goal, break through the Immortal King within 2 years, Chen Luo thought secretly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo ended closed-door training. After all, he had already reached the peak of the true immortal 9th stage and stood at the apex of true immortal. More than 10,000 pieces of immortal sources have also been absorbed, and continuing closed-door training has not much improvement effect. After finishing the closed-door training, Chen Luo came outside the Taigu Immortal City to check the changes and progress of the Taiku Immortal City. In the past 1.5 years, Taiku Immortal City has also developed very rapidly. The number of members has reached nearly 300,000, and there are a large number of great emperors. The top true immortal has joined Taiku Immortal City. Moreover, this is still under Chen Luo's conscious screening. Chapter 483 Changes in Immemorial Immortal City. Since Taiku Immortal City became famous completely, there were too many people who wanted to join Taiku Immortal City. Chen Luo asked Xianming True Immortal to raise the threshold. The follow-up recruits are basically the peak powerhouses and true immortals above the great emperor of the spiritual realm. There are even several immortal king giants joining the immortal king of Immortal City. Although they are only low-level immortal kings, it is enough to show that the influence of Immortal King of Immortal City is already very huge. Otherwise, it is impossible for immortal king powerhouses to join them. Chen Luo was walking in the immemorial Immortal City, looking at the thriving Immortal City, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. After a while, Chen Luo came to the inner hall of Taiku Immortal City, where Xianming True Immortal was dealing with many affairs of Taiku Immortal City. Thanks to Chen Luo's trust, Xianming True Immortal now speaks for itself in Taiku Immortal City and has great power and voice. Xianming True Immortal also lived up to Chen Luo's trust, and did his best to help Chen Luo continue to expand the influence of Taiku Immortal City. The rapid expansion of the immemorial Immortal City also has a lot of credit for Xianming True Immortal. City Lord, have you left the customs? After a while, Xianming True Immortal finished handling the affairs, saw Chen Luo's figure, and hurriedly came to Chen Luo's side, saluting respectfully. You have worked hard for more than a year. Chen Luo smiled and praised. Serving the city lord is my blessing. Xianming True Immortal said respectfully. Although these days are tiring, Xianming True Immortal still likes the feeling of being in power. Moreover, there are many cultivation resources that can be deployed. At this time, Xuanming's True Immortal strength has returned to the previous peak, and he has returned to the True Immortal 5th stage day. Moreover, with the help of many resources and the nourishment of various spiritual lands, Xianming True Immortal's cultivation base is still steadily improving. Xianming True Immortal enjoys this kind of life very much. Chen Luo nodded, and then, Xianming True Immortal began to report to Chen Luo the development of the Immortal City during this period, and many other things about chiming Immortal World. After some reports, Chen Luo had a deeper understanding of the changes in Taiku Immortal City. The number of powerhouses in Taiku Immortal City has reached as many as 300,000, of which more than 290,000 are great emperor cultivators. More than 9,000 true immortal cultivators, 3 immortal king level supreme giants. However, those 3 immortal kings are only immortal kings of Immortal King first stage days, and their strength is not particularly outstanding. Moreover, Xianming True Immortal also treated many cultivators in Taiku Immortal City like Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the lower realm. A number of halls have been established, such as the Refining Hall, the Pill Refining Hall, the Mission Hall, and the Law Enforcement Hall. Multiple branches coordinate with each other to jointly promote the development of Taiku Immortal City. At the same time, a large number of other industries have also developed, radiating the entire Lushan Immortal Domain. Every day, a large amount of wealth flows back to Taiku Immortal City through many parts and industries of Taiku Immortal City. The immortal crystals that Taiku Immortal City earns every day are in the millions, and this income is still increasing with the development of Taiku Immortal City. It can be said that the current Taiku Immortal City has completely established its foothold in the immortal world. Even without the large amount of various resources provided by Chen Luo, the Taiku Immortal City can be self-sufficient and vigorously develop, and finally truly become the top of the immortal world. Power. It seems that it was the right choice to bring you from the Ancient Desolate Continent to the immortal realm. Chen Luo said slowly after hearing such a big change in the immortal City. Originally, Chen Luo brought Xianming True Immortal because he saw its outstanding combat power and thought it could help him fight. Unexpectedly, this Xianming True Immortal's management ability is so outstanding, and he manages the Teiku Immortal City so well, even beyond Chen Luo's expectations. You must know that the benefits of Teiku Immortal City are very high, and it is very difficult to maintain basic operations. However, Xianming True Immortal not only maintained its operation, but also recruited a large number of top cultivators, as well as wealth income. This method is indeed powerful. Miss Tantai also helped a lot. One of the Immortal King powerhouses was brought by Miss Tantai from the Tantai family. She also brought a lot of top powerhouses from the Tantai family to join our Teiku Immortal City. You have done a lot. Xianming True Immortal then said slowly, with an extremely respectful tone. Oh, Tantai Liulai. Chen Luo frowned, which Chen Luo didn't expect. Tantai Liulai actually brought people from the Tantai family to help him develop the immemorial Immortal City. It seems that this Tantai Liulai was really taken into bed by him, completely conquered by him. By the way, what did the Zhao family and Saint Immortal Palace of Qiu Immortal Domain do to our Teiku Immortal City? Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and then asked. I ruthlessly messed with the Zhao family of Shengxian Temple and Qiu Immortal Domain, and made them pay more than 10,000 pieces of Xian Yuan. Maybe something will be done against Own. No, Saint Immortal Palace and the Zhao family didn't take any measures against us. Xianming True Immortal shook his head and said. Xianming True Immortal was also a little puzzled. The two major powers suffered such a severe loss, and they swallowed it like this. It is really unbelievable. Originally, Xianming True Immortal had already prepared countermeasures, but they hadn't acted all the time, which made Xianming True Immortal feel a little depressed, and all the preparations were in vain. No measures were taken. Chen Luo's eyes dimmed, and he was quite surprised by this result. However, when the city lord's closed-door training was 3 months old, the Holy Immortal Palace took over the Qiu Immortal Domain, and the Qiu Immortal King also disappeared in the immortal world. Xianming True Immortal continued, tell Chen Luo about this. Oh, the Holy Immortal Palace has taken over the Qiu Immortal Domain. A flash of surprise flashed in Chen Luo's heart. Yes, I have investigated the relevant information, but nothing has been gained. Xianming True Immortal continued. Chen Luo nodded, no longer caring about this issue, no matter what happened to them. As long as they pose no threat to own Teiku Immortal City. By the way, Santo, 3 months ago, the little Princess Zhang Qing'ai of the Haoang Immortal King family came to our primordial Immortal City and wanted to see you. However, at that time, the Santo's closed-door training was at a critical moment, so we didn't disturb the Santo. Xianming True Immortal then seemed to think of something, and then said. Zhang Qing'ai came to look for her. Chen Luo's heart moved, and a cold, gorgeous, and noble figure in a long black dress like a charming witch appeared in his mind unconsciously. This chick pushed me in Tianyun Xianshan and Xiaqing Qing. I haven't settled with her yet. But I sent it to my door. Did she say what it was? Chen Luo continued to ask. The city lord is Zhang Qing'ai who was received by Ms. Tantai. I don't know what they talked about. Xianming True Immortal replied. Tantai Liulai and Zhang Qing'ai, the two of them. Chen Luo's heart froze, the two were talking together. Chapter 484 This is your reward. Both Zhang Qing'ai and Tantai Liulai were close to Chen Luo. Moreover, both of them are peerless beauties with first-class temperament and appearance. Thinking of their meeting, Chen Luo has a subtle feeling. Shura Field? No, it's impossible. Their affairs have nothing to do with me. Chen Luo quickly suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart. Go back and ask Tantai Liulai, and see what that Zhang Qing'ai wants from her. Can we forcibly open the passage to the lower realm now? Chen Luo continued to ask. Almost 2 years have passed since the Battle of Luck, and the law of the immortal world should have less suppression on the nether passage. If it is possible to go to the lower realm, Chen Luo plans to go back to the Ancient Desolate Continent and bring many of his disciples and apprentices from Heavenly Bamboo Peak to the Immortal Realm so that they can better improve their strength. City Master, no problem. The Saint Immortal Palace has a passage in Lushan Immortal Domain. I have already arranged it. The City Master can go down to the realm at any time. Xianming True Immortal then replied respectfully. That's right, Xianming's work is really reliable, and Chen Luo feels satisfied for a while. In this case, he can bring them up from the lower realm. Then get ready. 3 days later, I will go back to the Ancient Desolate Continent through that passage. Chen Luo continued. Now that the passage can be opened, Chen Luo plans to go to the lower realm as soon as possible. Those disciples and apprentices of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, I also miss them a lot. Yes, City Master, I'll arrange it right away. Xianming True Immortal then said respectfully. After speaking, he left and made some preparations. Chen Luo went to the immemorial Immortal City, where Tantai Liulai was located. Teiku Immortal City, in a luxurious palace. The palace is extremely luxurious, full of splendor everywhere, and there are many spirit gathering circles, gathering the extremely rich spirit power around it. Around the palace, there are still many spiritual plants exuding a faint fragrance. Above the palace, there is a stunning woman wearing a white flowing fairy dress, with exquisite features and a slender figure. The stunning woman was sitting in front of the palace's copybook, frowning slightly, holding a secret letter, as if she was thinking about something. Just when the woman was checking the secret letter, suddenly a handsome young man appeared behind the stunning woman and hugged the stunning woman's body. Ah! The woman exclaimed, the key to own, was grabbed by a pair of white hands. Moreover, this hand is still exploring towards a more hidden, secret area. Tantai Liulai's face was flushed with embarrassment, and there were glances in her eyes. My lord, have you left the customs? Soon, Tantai Liulai felt the familiar touch and breath, and said softly. Tantai Liulai had very rich fighting experience with Chen Luo before, and was also very familiar with Chen Luo's body and aura. Although Tantai Liulai did not see the figure behind him, the familiar technique and aura made Tantai Liulai very sure that this person was Chen Luo. Yet, Chen Luo nodded and continued to explore with own. Tantai Liulai's face was rosy, feeling Chen Luo's fluctuations, her breathing gradually became strange. Don't be here, young master. Tantai Liulai said softly, her dress had already started to be slowly taken off. The mysterious and charming feeling kept tearing at Tantai Liulai's mind. However, this is where Tantai Liulai handles some affairs of the immemorial Immortal City. On weekdays, many cultivators from the immemorial Immortal City often come here to report some matters to Tantai Liulai. Fighting Chen Luo here made Tantai Liulai feel very uncomfortable, as if he would be interrupted by someone who came outside to report at any time. Moreover, on such a serious occasion, Tantai Liulai still couldn't let go. This is a reward for you. Xianming told me that you also contributed a lot to the magic circle of the immemorial Immortal City. Chen Luo kept attacking the soft and beautiful place of Tantai Liulai. Tantai Liulai couldn't stand it anymore, having fought such a fierce battle with Chen Luo before. Both heart and body belonged to Chen Luo. Afterwards, Chen Luo closed door training for nearly 2 years, and Tantai Liulai missed her very much. Just Chen Luo's ordinary combat skills made Tantai Liulai completely unable to resist. Since it's a reward, can I not stay here? Tantai Liulai continued to fight, although she was already a bit defeated, she still wanted to change places. No, and, have you forgotten, I'm the person who can't listen to others saying no, the more you don't want it, the more I want it. Chen Luo continued slowly. Tantai Liulai bit her lip slightly, remembering the fierce battle with Chen Luo before. My heart is completely broken. Stab. There was another familiar tearing sound. Tantai Liulai felt that the cloth all over her body was completely torn. A fierce and terrifying battle broke out. 2 days later. After the battle, Tantai Liulai nestled in Chen Luo's arms. Her body was already extremely tired. After 2 days of intense fighting, Tantai Liulai was completely conquered by Chen Luo, and she just wanted to rest in Chen Luo's arms. I heard that Zhang Qingai came looking for you a few months ago. Chen Luo, who had experienced a hearty battle, felt calm at this moment, and said softly. Well, my lord, that fairy Zhang is also your confidant. Tantai Liulai lay weakly in Chen Luo's arms, twirling her slender fingers on Chen Luo's chest, her beautiful eyes full of amorous feelings color. It's okay to say that you are a confidant. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Chen Luo and Zhang Qingai are also close by skin, and the relationship is quite harmonious, and there is no problem with being a confidant. As expected, after meeting Zhang Qingai, Tantai Liulai could tell. After Zhang Qingai heard Chen Luo's name, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. With that heartfelt joy, Tantai Liulai could clearly feel his feelings for Chen Luo. When he heard that Chen Luo's closed-door training was at a critical moment, the disappointment on his face made people feel especially pitiful. A complex look flashed across Tantai Liulai's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by it. Tantai Liulai knew her own status, although she has a very close relationship with Chen Luo now, but she has no qualifications, nor any position, so she can have any opinions on this matter. After all, she was just Chen Luo's maid. It's a great thing for Chen Luo to treat himself like this. How can he expect more things that he shouldn't think about? My lord, Fairy Zhang is going to participate in the spiritual path trial of the Black and White Dao Palace. She just wants to see you again before entering the spiritual path. Zhang Qingai took a deep breath, and then told Chen Luo why Zhang Qingai came. Chapter 485 Return to Ancient Desolate Continent. Want to see me again? Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking of that woman. Chen Luo's heart couldn't help but throbbed. Obviously she gave her most precious thing to herself, but she... Chen Luo took a deep breath, feeling complicated in his heart. What is the spiritual path of the Black and White Dao Palace? Chen Luo suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart, and then asked aloud. Chen Luo knows Dao Palace in Black and White. Black and White Dao Palace is the most famous school palace in Chiming Immortal World, and has a very high status in Chiming Immortal World. There are many top true immortals, and even immortal king giants who have studied in the Black and White Dao Palace. Therefore, although it is only a school, it has a very wide background and contacts, and has a very strong influence in Chiming Immortal World. Due to its great reputation and huge influence, the Black and White Dao Palace has very high standards for recruiting students, and the talent of the Holy Grade has no qualifications to enter at all. Only the divine talent, or even the immortal talent, can enter it to learn. Zhang Qingai has the yin and yang immortal physique, and also condenses the prototype of the Dao fruit. In the future, he can condense the dual Dao fruit and achieve the true immortal of the dual Dao fruit. The potential is huge. Chen Luo was not surprised to be able to study in the Black and White Dao Palace. Young master, the spiritual path is an immortal trial in the Black and White Dao Palace. It is an important trial for the cultivation and selection of disciples by the Black and White Dao fruit. If you stand out among them, you can be vigorously cultivated by the Black and White Dao fruit. Those who can stand out in the spiritual path trials of the Black and White Dao Palace are basically the seedlings of the future immortal king. Tantai Liulai then said, telling Chen Luo about the Ling Lu. So it turns out that the spiritual path test of the Black and White Dao Palace is to cultivate immortal king seedlings. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Then how dangerous is this spiritual path trial? Chen Luo continued to ask. Opportunities are often accompanied by risks, especially in top academies like Black and White Dao Palace. If you want to get it, you have to put in more effort. Very dangerous. The probability of death is over 80%. Tantai Liulai pondered for a moment, then told Chen Luo the death rate. 80% chance of falling. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, it was so dangerous. However, with Zhang King I's talent and the support of Hao Ang Immortal King, even if they can't win the championship, there shouldn't be a problem with self-protection. If something really went wrong with Zhang King II, let them all be buried together. Chen Luo felt a chill in his heart. Tantai Liulai felt the icy aura emanating from Chen Luo's body, and quickly hugged Chen Luo tightly. Chen Luo is warmed with own softness. Chen Luo noticed the warmth of Tantai Liulai, and then the two of them fought again. A day later. City Lord, that space channel has been opened, but now only one person can pass through. In the palace of Immemorial Immortal City, Xianming True Immortal came to Chen Luo who had finished the battle, and said slowly. Then I'll go down alone. Chen Luo said without hesitation. Now Chen Luo's realm has reached the peak of the true immortal realm, and its combat power is comparable to that of the Immortal King. In the Ancient Desolate Continent, it can completely overthrow everything. There is no need to have any worries, not to mention, Chen Luo still has 2 puppets of Immortal King 5th stage days. Yes, City Lord. Xianming True Immortal continued. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo bid farewell to Tantai Liulai and went to Lushan Immortal Domain, the area where the passageway is located. The lower bound passage of Lushan Immortal Domain is in a forest with abundant spirit power in Lushan Immortal Domain. There are often violent storms raging crazily here, as if they want to tear everything apart, so this forest is called Storm Forest. Under this unique geographical environment, many plants and trees in the Yellow Storm Forest are extremely tall and straight. The branches of the plants are constantly fluttering with the wind, but they are always connected to the trunks and have not been blown down by the strong wind. City Master, the passage is just ahead. This passage should lead to the passage of the Chaos Sea in the Holy Land of Chaos. Xianming True Immortal and Chen Luo walked towards the depths of the Storm Forest, while introducing this passage to Chen Luo. Chaos Sea? Chen Luo's eyes were dimmed, and the Chaos Sea was the territory of the Chaos Holy Land. 2 years have passed, I don't know what happened to the lower realm. Chen Luo was not worried about any danger he would encounter. Now, Chen Luo already had the strength to suppress everything. Moreover, there are only true immortal realm powerhouses in the lower realm at most. Chen Luo is confident that without any true immortal, he can hold his own with a random punch. Soon, the two reached the depths of the Storm Forest. The depths of the Storm Forest are filled with more violent winds, and the winds almost tear the space apart. In the depths, there is also a symbol and vicissitudes of magic circle, around which are engraved unusually mysterious spiritual patterns, as if they can move the truth of heaven and earth. In the central area of the ancient magic circle, there is a black vortex, and the black vortex flows in a bright streamer. This vortex is the passage to the lower realm. There are many cultivators from the immortal city of immortals around the passage, all cultivators from true immortal realm. Meet the city lord. Many cultivators saw Chen Luo's arrival, and quickly saluted him respectfully. Chen Luo nodded and motioned for them to get up. Don't disclose my going to the lower realm. If there is anything that cannot be resolved, you can send a message to the Spirit Lord of Immortal World, and he will handle it. Chen Luo looked at the passage in front of him, and then said to Xianming True next to him. Immortal Road. A few days ago, Chen Luo sent a message to the Protoss Immortal King, asking him to help take care of the immortal city of Immortal City. City Master, I understand. Xianming True Immortal then said respectfully. Chen Luo nodded, not worrying too much. After all, the strength of Immortal City is already very strong, and Chen Luo also left Xianming True Immortal with a puppet of Immortal King 5th stage. There is also the Tantai family of Tantai Liulai. Tantai Liulai will not just sit back and watch the immemorial Immortal City go wrong. Not to mention, there are still many Immortal King level magic circles, who want to storm the Immortal City and threaten the safety of the Immortal City. Its difficulty is no less than capturing the entire Saint Immortal Palace. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo walked forward and quickly stepped into the black vortex. Congratulations to the city lord. Beside the passage, Xianming True Immortal and several other True Immortal cultivators from the immemorial Immortal City said respectfully. Ha ha ha. In the passage of the black vortex, Chen Luo felt that his whole body was wrapped by a mysterious force. Like going to Immortal World before, there is still a lot of terrifying pressure. This pressure was like a brainstorm everywhere, surging inside and outside Chen Luo's body, as if it wanted to completely suppress Chen Luo's body. However, now that Chen Luo's strength had reached a terrifying level, these pressures could not affect Chen Luo at all. Chapter 486 Chasing by the Chaos Sea. Chen Luo let the aura around him continue to wreak havoc. These domineering ideas to suppress everything circulated in Chen Luo's body, trying to penetrate Chen Luo's 211-1121 body and give Chen Luo a strong suppression. This channel really contains the origin of the top-level space avenue. Chen Luo was not disturbed by this breath at all, but began to observe this passage. When he went to the upper realm last time, although Chen Luo didn't suffer from terrible oppression. Moreover, Chen Luo at that time also needed a lot of spirit power to resist the pressure around him. Therefore, at that time, Chen Luo was completely in the mood to check the surrounding passages. In addition, the cultivation base is not enough, and the power contained in the surrounding channels is completely invisible. It's different now. Realm, which has reached the peak of True Immortal, is still the top 4-way fruit True Immortal, and its strength is unparalleled. Coupled with nearly 2 years of closed-door training, Chen Luo has reached the pinnacle of many martial arts supernatural power secrets, and the soul realm has also reached the True Immortal state. It is already possible to see through some mysterious power contained in the surrounding passages. What is contained in this channel is the power of the original space. Chen Luo uses his tyrannical soul power to feel the original power of the surrounding space. Perhaps, I can comprehend the avenue of space from the origin of this space. Chen Luo murmured in a low voice, a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. The Space Avenue is also the top avenue among the 3000 avenues. After mastering it, there are many wonderful uses. Chen Luo's Mahamudra of the Void, and the 2 top supernatural powers of Devil's Wings, which is the Divine Elephant's prison suppressing power, contain the power of the Space Avenue. If he can comprehend the avenue of space, Chen Luo feels that he can push these 2 supernatural powers to a higher level. That being the case, then take a good look at it. Chen Luo took a deep breath, then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, took out a cup of enlightenment tea, and then fully utilized the original power of the surrounding space, inside Space Avenue. Chaotic Sea. At this time, the Chaos Sea is still full of monstrous waves. The violent waves are like giant beasts, raging crazily on the sea, and the domineering spirit power storm tears everything, as if it wants to completely collapse everything around it. On a sea area of the Chaos Sea, a group of cultivators wearing black robes and with weak breaths are constantly fleeing. The leader is a middle-aged man with a black mark on his head, and the black ghost devilish chi surging from his body. Behind everyone, there is a group of top powerhouses from the Holy Land of Chaos chasing them. The faces of many top powerhouses in the Holy Land of Chaos were furious, and their bodies were constantly surging with ideas. Damn it, are these people from the Holy Land of Chaos crazy? Didn't they just rob them of a handful of Emperor embryos? As for being so crazy. That's right, these people from the Holy Land of Chaos are really too stingy. They're just a handful of imperial soldiers. They chased us for 7 days and 7 nights, what a ghost. The Holy Land of Thousand Stars is still a little bit more grand. It's not so crazy to be robbed of 2 emperor soldiers by us. The Holy Land of Chaos really has no pattern. That's right, there is no pattern at all. I think he will be destroyed sooner or later like the Temple of Soul Essence. It's so crazy to snatch an imperial soldier. Just wait for me, when the top elders from our heavenly devil Holy Land come back, we must let the people of the Chaos Holy Land pay a bloody lesson. In front of the Chaos Sea, many cultivators who were fleeing spoke one after another, with extremely resentful tones. It turned out that these people were from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil. Not long ago, they robbed a handful of imperial soldiers from the Holy Land of Chaos. After the successful snatching, the people in the Holy Land of Chaos seemed to have gone crazy, chasing them frantically, seemingly endlessly. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's run quickly. When those old monsters come, it will be even more difficult for us to run," said Lin Yuanhong, Saint Lord of Heavenly Devil Holy Land at the front. Lin Yuanhong was also very speechless. It was beyond his expectation that a handful of imperial soldiers chased him like this. Everyone nodded and said, and then each of them showed their supernatural power, used an evasion technique that was completely incompatible with realm, and began to flee with all their strength. After several years of development, Lin Yuanhong's Heavenly Devil Holy Land has also become stronger and stronger as he wished, and has gained a great reputation in the Ancient Desolate Continent. The current Heavenly Devil Holy Land is the real top force of the Ancient Desolate Continent. There are many strong people in the gate, and they can even fight against the Chaos Holy Land. However, Lin Yuanhong still missed the old days. The feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife and being hunted down was really cool. After the gradual development of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Lin Yuanhong seldom handles things by himself, and spends more time silently cultivating and improving his own strength. Originally, Lin Yuanhong was not needed for this shot, but several top elders in the door have temporarily left the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Lin Yuanhong had no choice but to lead the team to set off in person, but originally, Lin Yuanhong was just a simple action, and there would be no problems. Unexpectedly, just after he succeeded in leading the people, he was frantically hunted down by many top experts in the Holy Land of Chaos. This feeling of being hunted down made Lin Yuanhong enjoy the exciting feeling before again. It's so cool. Humph, people from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil, you can't run away anymore, just wait for your death, new and old hatred. Today we have to understand everything. Behind, a supreme elder from the Holy Land of Chaos snorted coldly. Many other elders around also looked extremely unkind. The Holy Land of Heavenly Devil caused great damage to their Holy Land of Chaos when it was still the Heavenly Devil Sect. They robbed the treasure house of their Holy Land of Chaos many times and killed their elder. Even the Chaos Bell was taken by them. They also wanted to find the people in the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil many times, and even issued high rewards to capture them. However, there was no effect, not even their figures could be found. Now, there is finally an opportunity to capture them with all their strength, and of course they will not let it go, they must capture them with all their strength. Stupid new and old grudges, Daddy has robbed you of the Imperial soldiers since his debut. Don't blame us for the dirty things before, we didn't do them. Lin Yuanhong, who was running in front of him, cursed. I remembered the many big pots I had carried on my back before. Although it feels good to be hunted down, but, *ck, taking the blame and offending the entire Ancient Desolate Continent still makes Lin Yuanhong feel very outrageous and absurd. Lin Yuanhong knew they wouldn't believe it, but he still wanted to struggle. Don't dare to do what you dare to do. Don't argue anymore. If you get caught without a fight, we can make your death easier. If not, humph. Elder coldly, a Holy Land of Chaos behind said. The elders in the Holy Land of Chaos naturally did not believe Lin Yuanhong's words. If it hadn't been for grabbing the entire Ancient Desolate Continent, how could the Heavenly Devil Sect have grown from a small first-rate force to a top Holy Land level force? Chapter 487 The Ultimate Formation. The corner of Lin Yuanhong's mouth twitched slightly in front of him, and he knew that talking too much with these guys was bullshit. These guys have already decided that those bad things were done by themselves. However, Lin Yuanhong didn't care anymore. He had taken so many scapegoats. If he couldn't bear this, he would have been PD off. Forget it, don't tell you guys so much, catch up with Grandpa. Lin Yuanhong snorted coldly. After finishing speaking, he pushed the own escape technique to the extreme, and his body was like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. The same is true for the disciples of the other heavenly devil holy places around. The group of people is like a group of lightning, flying at extreme speed, away from the area of the Chaos Sea. Yunju Elder, the supernatural power of these guys from the heavenly devil holy land is too powerful. They are obviously only the great saint realm, but we can't catch up with them. An elder chasing behind said to the supreme elder headed by them. Yes, it's no wonder that the heavenly devil holy land came and went without a trace, looting and making chaos in the ancient desolate continent. This escapism is indeed extremely powerful. If this continues, we may really not be able to catch up with them. Elder of the other holy land of chaos also spoke, with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Several of their top cultivators from Quasi-Emperor realm can't even catch up with heavenly devil holy land, whose strongest is only great saint realm. It's really outrageous. The gap between Quasi-Emperor and great saint is not even a little bit. In spirit power, there is still the power of law, and all aspects of ability can be called crushing. However, they were supposed to handle them casually, but now they have no advantage at all, and are even surpassed by their speed. The leader Yunju Elder gritted his teeth, not only that Quasi-Emperor couldn't catch up, even he, the supreme cultivator of Quasi-Emperor 9th stage, couldn't do anything about it. Although Yunju Elder's escapism is not the top, but it is incredible that Yunju Elder can't catch up with a group of great saint realm. Why don't we start the ultimate formation of the Chaos Sea? If this continues, they will leave the area of the Chaos Sea, and it will be even more difficult to catch them. An elder from the Chaos Holy Land said. At this speed, they are really very likely to let everyone in the heavenly devil Holy Land run away, which is not what they want. No, now is not the time to open the ultimate formation. Yunju Elder rejected the elder's proposal without hesitation. Their Chaos Holy Land has a top-notch ultimate formation in the Chaos Sea, with powerful power. However, this large formation in their Chaos Holy Land has other functions. If it is used to surround these people in the heavenly devil Holy Land, it will disrupt their deployment. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, this ultimate formation will not be opened casually. The treasure house of our Chaos Holy Land has been invaded by the people from the heavenly devil Holy Land. Hurry up and start the ultimate formation to eliminate those guys, and quickly return to defense. They are trying to turn the tiger away from the mountain. At this moment, a voice of exasperation sounded from the sky above the Chaos Sea, and reached the ears of the chasing heavenly devil Holy Land and the elders in the Chaos Holy Land. Damn it's heavenly devil Holy Land, it's going to attack our treasure house again. Hurry up, wipe out these guys, go back and protect the treasure house. That treasure house is the last foundation of our holy land, we can't lose it. Yunju Elder, his face changed drastically, and he said angrily. The elders of the surrounding Chaos Holy Land also changed greatly, and their faces became extremely ugly. Then, everyone no longer hesitated, and prepared to launch the ultimate formation of the Chaos Sea, and completely kill Lin Yuanhong and others in the Chaos Sea. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, God TM, tune the tiger away from the mountain. The people of Lin Yuanhong, who were constantly fleeing in front of them, were all dumbfounded. I just came to grab a handful of imperial soldiers, so why did I turn the tiger away from the mountain? Where did I arrange for people from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil to plunder the treasure house? Lin Yuanhong looked confused. To be honest, Lin Yuanhong also thought about snatching the treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos. After all, Lin Yuanhong didn't want to make a big fuss after being blamed so many times. However, after being plundered many times before, the treasure house of Chaos Holy Land is already extremely guarded. After Lin Yuanhong found out, he didn't have the slightest thought at all. That's not something he can covet now. Now, it is simply a big joke to say that the people from their heavenly devil Holy Land want to plunder the treasure house of their Chaos Holy Land. Also, what the hell is the ultimate formation he was talking about? Wow! At this moment, there was an extremely violent roar from the Chaos Sea. Brilliant auras of aura appeared in the sky, and large swaths of aura surged crazily towards the entire Chaos Sea like a tide. At the bottom of the Chaos Sea, there was also a burst of terrifying inspiration, releasing a violent momentum. Sensing the sudden inspiration and light around them, the expressions of Lin Yuanhong and the others changed slightly. This inspiration and aura gave them an extremely powerful sense of oppression, and made their speed stagnate. Not only that, but incomparably sharp sword rays appeared in the space above the Chaos Sea, as if they were the swords of judgment that judged everything. Saint Lord, it's over, this is the ultimate Emperor rank attack formation, it's over, what should we do? A disciple of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land said, his eyes full of panic. Lin Yuanhong is also creepy, his skin seems to be covered with spikes. Don't panic, let's run over there. Lin Yuanhong took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and ran towards another area in the north. Many disciples of the Heavenly Devil Sect did not speak, but followed with all their strength. Yunju Elder, they are running towards the area where our ascension passage is located, are we still chasing them? An elder from the Holy Land of Chaos saw their escape route and continued. It turned out that the direction Lin Yuanhong and others were flying was exactly the direction of the Chaotic Sea's ascension channel. No need, the ultimate formation is activated. As long as they are still in the Sea of Chaos, the gods will not be able to save them. Let's go back, they are already dead. Yunju Elder said lightly, his tone full of confidence. Many elders nodded, this is the ultimate formation, let alone this group of quasi-emperors, even the great emperors have to leave their lives here. Then, everyone ignored it, but quickly returned to the treasure house of Chaos Holy Land. At the ascension channel of the Chaos Sea, there is also an incomparably terrifying aura surging here. Lin Yuanhong and others have already fled here, but the terrifying sword ray in the sky is still gathering, and seems to be completely falling. Many disciples in Heavenly Devil's holy place were full of despair, this was the first time they were in such a situation in so many years. It's over, it's over, it's over with Saint Lord now, we're going to be over. Many disciples of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land said one after another, their faces full of bitterness. Lin Yuanhong led them through countless crises, but now, they really came to the end. Boom! Just when everyone was in despair, a sudden burst of inspiration appeared in the Ascension Passage. The inspiration surged in all directions, and wherever it went, the space was completely distorted, and even the fierce sword ray in the sky was swallowed by the distorted space. Chapter 488 The Grace of Saving Life. Many members of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land were stunned, rubbing their eyes and looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. In the sky, the sword ray that gave them a great sense of oppression and plunged them into despair was swallowed so easily at this moment. What kind of power is this? With the disappearance of the terrifying sword ray in the sky, the terrifying pressure around him began to dissipate slowly. Not long after, the entire ultimate formation seemed to be completely swallowed by this inexplicable distorted space, and seemed to be completely silent. Oh, I'm guilty. I shouldn't have doubted Saint Lord. I should have known earlier. With Saint Lord around, nothing would happen to us. After a long silence, the disciple from the Heavenly Devil Holy Land just said, looking at Lin Yuanhong, his eyes were extremely frenzied. Humph, I already knew that, with Saint Lord here, there must be no problem. Saint Lord can always lead us to find a way out, I will always believe in Saint Lord. Do you still need to brag about Saint Lord's brilliance? Saint Lord has led us through many mortal crises. Damn you, how dare you doubt Saint Lord? Saint Lord, you must have known that this place is safe, you are always like this, turning the tide in a desperate situation, you are my God. The surrounding disciples from other heavenly devil shrines spoke one after another, expressing their fanaticism and belief in Lin Yuanhong. For many years, as long as they act together with Lin Yuanhong, there will be no problem. Although it is very difficult, life safety has always been very guaranteed. The corners of Lin Yuanhong's mouth twitched slightly. Just now he was in despair. Unexpectedly, life suddenly appeared. At this time, Lin Yuanhong was a little skeptical. Could it be that I am really the one favored by destiny? However, Lin Yuanhong quickly dispelled this idea. How can there be a person who has become the public enemy of the mainland with a scapegoat? This is an illusion, this must be an illusion, and we must not drift away. Let's go quickly. When those guys find out that we are fine, what kind of moths are they going to do? It's very troublesome. After a long while, Lin Yuanhong continued. Now that I'm finally out of danger, I have to leave quickly. Everyone nodded, and then prepared to leave the Chaos Sea. Boom! At this moment, an extremely violent aura suddenly appeared in the Ascension Passage again. This air machine is like a sacred mountain that suppresses the world, suppressing Lin Yuanhong and others, making them unable to move at all. Lin Yuanhong's complexion changed drastically, and his body trembled unceasingly. This terrifying sense of oppression gave Lin Yuanhong the deepest despair, and Lin Yuanhong had never felt such a terrifying atmosphere. Lin Yuanhong raised his head with difficulty, and looked towards the Ascension Passage. At the location of the Space Passage, there appeared a young man with a temperament, wearing a white robe, who looked like a banished fairy. The young man has a handsome appearance, and there are wisps of energy suppressing the world floating around him, and the space he is in seems to be completely distorted. Senior, you are an immortal who came down from immortal world, thank you immortal for saving your life. Lin Yuanhong suppressed the fear in his heart, and then said tremblingly. This passage is an ascension passage, and the young man in front of him is so terrifying, he obviously doesn't look like the cultivator of the ancient desolate continent. And the terrifying power of distorting space that swallowed everything just now was obviously emitted by the young man in front of him. So, this guy saved them. Finally returned to the ancient desolate continent, feeling the familiar atmosphere around, Chen Luo felt inexplicably more secure in his heart. Just now in the passage of the lower realm, Chen Luo almost got lost in the passage of space due to being too fascinated by insight. In the end, he succeeded in insight of the avenue of space, and used the power of the avenue of space to come out of the passage. Chen Luo looked at the figure in front of him, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Name Lin Yuanhong. Realm, Great Saint 6th Stage Day. Identity, Chiming Immortal World, Saint Lord of Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Physique, Nether Demon Physique, Fortune Spirit Physique. It turned out to be Lin Yuanhong, who did not expect to meet this sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect here. They are Heavenly Dao Sect's exclusive backer. Unexpectedly, after returning to the ancient desolate continent, he will be the first to see him. However, he actually condensed the nether demon body, and in more than 2 years, he reached the Great Saint realm. There was a lot of surprise in Chen Luo's heart. The top-level nether body physique of the nether demon physique is the same as the 9 nether immortal physique of Yeshian that Chen Luo met in immortal world before. This Lin Yuanhong actually condensed such a terrifying physique, the chance of this fortune spirit body is too good to be true. What do you mean I saved you? Chen Luo heard Lin Yuanhong's words just now, and asked in doubt. Back to Immortal Senior, some guys from the Holy Land of Chaos opened a terrifying formation in the Chaos Sea just now, and wanted to kill us. Fortunately, the superior power of the Senior just destroyed the surrounding formation and saved our lives. Lin Yuanhong then said honestly and told Chen Luo the matter. Chen Luo's heart froze, it turned out to be like this. No wonder just now he felt that the own space avenue seemed to swallow something, it turned out to be the great formation of the Holy Land of Chaos in the Chaos Sea. However, these guys were hunted down by people from Chaos Holy Land. Could it be? Why did the Holy Land of Chaos chase you down? Chen Luo continued to ask, with a little surprise on his face. Judging from the ideas that are escaping around, the power of this large formation is not simple, to allow the Holy Land of Chaos to launch such a terrifying large formation, these people must have done something not simple. Ahem, Senior, we just snatched a handful of Imperial soldiers from the Holy Land of Chaos, but their treasury in the Holy Land of Chaos was invaded by other forces. They thought it was us who did it, so they hate us for penetrating the bone. Lin Yuanhong continued with a grieved expression. Lin Yuanhong really felt a little bit overwhelmed to become a Saint Lord, but also to take the blame for those people. Chen Luo's heart froze. It seems that the senior of Heavenly Dao Sect probably did it, maybe even the sect leader. The lives of these guys are really tough, they are still alive after being cheated by their own sect people, and even developed into a holy place. In the past few years, what happened to the Ancient Desolate Continent? Tell me, I just came down from Immortal World, and I want to know more about the current Ancient Desolate Continent. Chen Luo then suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and continued to ask Road. It has been more than 2 years since Chen Luo left Ancient Desolate Continent, and he is completely ignorant of the changes in Ancient Desolate Continent in the past few years. Just in time, you can learn a thing or two from the Saint Lord, the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil in front of you. Is it a big event in the past few years? Lin Yuanhong pondered for a moment, and then began to recall in his mind many things that happened in the Ancient Desolate Continent in recent years. Chapter 489 Lin Yuanhong's Oath. Senior, the Ancient Desolate Continent has been surging in the past few years, the Golden World has opened, there are many ancient forces, the Hermit sect was born, and many forces have been completely annihilated and become the dust of history. Our Ancient Desolate Continent won the luck contest, and also won half of the luck value of the Shangsu realm. The background and potential have been greatly improved. The year before last, the Ancient Desolate Continent's top power, the Soul Essence Temple, was wiped out by an unknown force, and many forces from other realms descended on our Ancient Desolate realm and established themselves in our Ancient Desolate realm. The figures of the Evil Spirit Clan and Nether Clan reappeared in our Ancient Desolate Continent, and many forces were wiped out by it, including some Holy Land level forces. Especially the evil spirits, the cultivators who enslave our human race everywhere, want to sweep through many realms and counterattack the immortal world just like tens of 10,000 years ago. There are also many human races and demon races who have taken refuge in the evil spirit race. Our Ancient Desolate Continent is also in a very dangerous situation. In short, our Ancient Desolate Continent is getting stronger and stronger, but there are a lot of ghosts and snakes raging in our Ancient Desolate Continent. Lin Yuanhong then spoke, and roughly told Chen Luo about the Ancient Desolate Continent. The Ancient Desolate Continent is surging, and many forces are rising together. There are also forces from other realms stationed in the Ancient Desolate Continent. This is what Chen Luo has long expected. After all, with the opening of the Golden World, the Desolate Ancient Realm has won the Battle of Luck, and there are many lucks in the Shangsu realm. The cultivation environment and opportunities are far beyond other realms. It is only natural that they will enter. The Temple of Soul Essence should be destroyed by Senior Brother Li and the others. Before that, Li Wuodao had told Chen Luo that the Temple of Soul Origin would be destroyed. Now it seems that it was successfully eliminated. However, the Nether Clan and the Evil Spirit Clan appeared and caused a lot of damage to the Ancient Desolate Continent, which was beyond Chen Luo's expectations. After opening the Golden World, the strength of the Ancient Desolate Continent is almost constantly growing. After the evil spirits and the Nether tribe suffered heavy losses a long time ago, it should be that there are not many cutting-edge powerhouses. It should be unlikely that Ancient Desolate Continent did too much damage. Now Lin Yuanhong actually said that the evil spirit race and Nether race have caused a lot of damage to the Ancient Desolate Continent, so it seems that their remaining strength is not weak. Your ghost body also belongs to the power of the Ghost Clan. At this time, Chen Luo suddenly said, looking straight at Lin Yuanhong in front of him. As soon as Chen Luo's words came out, Lin Yuanhong's heart froze. The own ghost body was discovered, and it's over now. Lin Yuanhong suddenly felt like a light was on his back, and his body seemed to be stared at by an ancient beast, which made Lin Yuanhong feel extreme fear. Senior Mingjian, our Saint Lord has never done anything to harm the Ancient Desolate Continent with the Nether race. That's right, Senior, our Saint Lord not only didn't have it, he also restrained many Nether races, preventing them from destroying the Ancient Desolate Continent and mutilating the creatures of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Our Saint Lord is really a good person, please let the Senior let us go, our Saint Lord is a good person. Senior, some top masters of the evil spirit clan want our Saint Lord to surrender and join them, but our Saint Lord refused, and even beheaded the evil spirit clan. At this time, many heavenly devil members around Lin Yuanhong suddenly spoke out, telling Chen Luo everything about Lin Yuanhong. Then they knelt down and kowtowed in unison, begging for mercy for Lin Yuanhong. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Yuanhong felt a lot of warmth in his heart, but his nose was sore. Unexpectedly, these guys with extremely smelly mouths on weekdays would also speak up for themselves at this time. On weekdays, training these guys is not in vain, Lin Yuanhong thought in his heart. Is it true what they say? Chen Luo put away his own aura slightly, and then said to Lin Yuanhong in front of him. The Nether tribe is just like the evil spirit tribe, they are very cruel, they don't care about mortals and cultivators, they all kill them all, they are an extremely evil tribe. Senior Mingjian, Junior is a Nether demon body, and he has indeed gathered a lot of Nether tribes, but Junior has been restraining them, not harming the creatures of the Ancient Desolate Continent, and has not done anything out of the ordinary. Lin Yuanhong continued, eyes uncompromising. Although those Nether tribes often asked him to recast the glory of the Nether tribe, Lin Yuanhong was not interested in this at all. Instead, he turned all the Nether race in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land into demons, and strengthened the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Don't get involved with the evil spirits who rule the entire Ancient Desolate Continent and enslave the heavens and worlds. Lin Yuanhong has trained quite a few Nether tribes into the shape of the Heavenly Devil's Holy Land, and they no longer participate in the messy things of the evil spirit tribe. Chen Luo nodded, feeling a burst of satisfaction in his heart. With Chen Luo's soul power, he could easily feel that what Lin Yuanhong and these heavenly devils said were not lies. This Lin Yuanhong really didn't use the Nether race to do what he shouldn't do. That's fine, if such a qualified scapegoat really does things that shouldn't be done with the Nether clan and the evil spirits, even if he is the best scapegoat, Chen Luo can only solve it with tears in his eyes. Fortunately, this guy is pretty good and made no mistakes. Senior, Junior hereby swears the Dao oath, whether it is now or in the future, Junior will definitely not let his Nether tribe to harm the creatures of the Ancient Desolate Continent, do things that should not be done. If you violate this oath, Junior, you will be condemned by the gods, and there will be no chance of greatness in this life. Lin Yuanhong saw that Chen Luo's expression was soothed, and then solemnly opened his mouth, and made a great oath. Boom! Following Lin Yuanhong's avenue oath, an incomparably violent thunder appeared in the sky, as if echoing Lin Yuanhong's avenue oath. Many members of the surrounding heavenly devil shrines were stunned. They didn't expect that their own Saint Lord would actually make such an oath. However, they were soon relieved. Saint Lord was like this. Although he regarded himself as a devil, he never did anything he shouldn't do. It's perfectly normal for cultivators to fight, kill, and seize treasures. A strange color flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. It seems that this Lin Yuanhong is really different. At this time, Chen Luo already had a vague understanding of why this guy was the fortune spirit body favored by Heavenly Dao. Remember your current oath, if you do something you shouldn't do, I will come to you without Heavenly Dao's help. Chen Luo continued to speak, his eyes were extremely indifferent. Although Lin Yuanhong was unlikely to do such a thing, Chen Luo still had to beat him hard. Yes, Junior has remembered, and Junior will definitely practice it to the end. Lin Yuanhong then said slowly, his tone extremely firm. Chapter 490 We are different. The other heavenly devil disciples next to him also made promises one after another, and made the same oath as Lin Yuanhong. Okay, you can leave now. Seeing that Lin Yuanhong and the others had made the Dao oath, Chen Luo then said slowly. Everyone hurriedly fled for their lives and left the ascension channel of the Chaos Sea. Due to Chen Luo's arrival and the terrifying aura just now, countless cracks appeared in the ascension passage belonging to the Chaos Sea, which seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It should be that my strength is too strong, causing the ascension channel to be damaged. Chen Luo looked at the ascension channel that was about to collapse next to him, and said softly. Although Chen Luo's strength is only at the peak of the true immortal 9th stage, his comprehensive strength has already reached immortal king realm. Especially the strength of the physical body, the god elephant suppressing prison strength has reached return to origin, and De Luo immortal body has already awakened 180 De Luo immortal bone. The physical body is already comparable to an ordinary immortal king weapon, and the early stage immortal king below the immortal king 4th stage day cannot withstand Chen Luo's punch at all. The law of this ancient desolate continent changed again. Chen Luo then noticed the law of heaven and earth of this ancient desolate continent. Originally, the ancient desolate continent's laws of heaven and earth were completely unable to support immortal realm powerhouses above the peak of the great emperor, but now, Chen Luo could feel that the laws of heaven and earth around him had changed, and it was completely capable of carrying true immortal realms. Realms Cultivator. The laws of space on this continent are much more stable than before. This is also good, the strength will not be suppressed, and you can fully display your own strength. Chen Luo thought to himself. Next, let's go to the Holy Land of Chaos to see if senior brother Li is harming the treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos again. Returning from the Chaos Sea to the heavenly Dao Sect of the Eastern Territory happened to pass through the Chaos Holy Land. Therefore, Chen Luo planned to take a look at the Holy Land of Chaos. After thinking about it, Chen Luo used the space avenue he had just comprehended. Following a burst of mysterious space power, Chen Luo's body disappeared into the area of the Chaos Sea. Holy Land of Chaos, Saint Xiantian Valley. At this time, the sacred profound Sky Valley was extremely chaotic, and many elders and disciples from the Holy Land of Chaos were probing around in the Sky Valley, as if they were looking for something. Damn heavenly devil Holy Land, it's so damned, it took away our last treasure house, this cancer should have been eradicated long ago. Yeah, they robbed us so many times before, almost all the treasure house of the Holy Land was robbed by them. There is also the Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon, which has been passed down for countless years in our Holy Land, and it is also the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil. These people in the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil are too ruthless, you can't just catch one and desperately squeeze the wool. At the high altitude of Shensuantian Valley, many top elders of the Holy Land of Chaos spoke one after another, with extremely ugly faces. Not long ago, a group of cultivators from the Great Saint Realm in the Holy Land of Chaos stole a handful of Emperor's soldiers from their Holy Land. They had suffered from the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil for a long time, and then launched a full-scale siege, almost dispatching all those who were still in the Holy Land of Chaos. The disciple elders chased around. However, they didn't expect that their target wasn't that imperial soldier at all. The group of Great Saint Realm people were just a bait, trying to attract their people away. The last treasure house of the Chaos Holy Land was their target. After the people were attracted away, the other Heavenly Devil Holy Land powerhouses who were hiding in the dark immediately started to attack the treasure house of the Chaos Holy Land. That treasure house has the last details of the Holy Land of Chaos, but now it has all been stolen. This is entirely to dig the foundation of their Holy Land of Chaos. After they succeeded, they quickly fled away from the treasure house. However, many top powerhouses in the Holy Land of Chaos also quickly took measures, urging the top immortal rank array that was arranged not long ago, and blocked all areas of the Holy Land of Chaos. Under this immortal rank formation, under true immortal, no one can leave the Holy Land of Chaos. Even a true immortal powerhouse cannot leave easily. That's enough, now immediately find those guys who stole the treasure house. There is still that thing in the treasure house. If you can't find it, what will happen, you should know. At this time, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space, and the phaseless patriarch wearing a grey robe appeared in front of many elders. At this time, the Wuxiang patriarch was filled with extremely strong Dao power, and the aura around him was extremely powerful. Obviously he had already broken through to the great emperor realm. Moreover, judging by its breath, it has already been cultivated to a rather advanced realm, and its strength should not be underestimated. Yes, Patriarch, we will definitely search for it with all our strength. As soon as Patriarch Wuxiang's words came out, everyone's expressions froze, and they said solemnly. Then, many elders dispersed immediately, and continued to search for the people who belonged to the Heavenly Devil Holy Land hidden in the Chaos Holy Land area. Wuxiang Patriarch looked at the disciple elders who were constantly exploring various areas around him. His face was gloomy, and there was an extremely dangerous aura around him. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a fog of frost suddenly appeared around Patriarch Wuxiang, and an old man wearing a white Taoist robe walked out of the fog of frost. Wuxiang, now is the best opportunity. Do you want to give it a try? Although the Holy Land of Chaos still has foundations, no matter how many foundations there are, it is not as important as own strength. The white-robed old man looked at the many disciple elders who were working hard to find members of the Heavenly Devil's Holy Land around him. A thick bloody light flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour them completely. Guardian Yuanzhuo, don't think that everyone thinks the same as you. Sacrifice the entire ethnic group, even the lives of your own parents and children. The power of achievement, such power. Tisk tisk. Wuxiang Patriarch said slowly, his eyes were full of sarcasm. It turned out that this white-robed old man was Lu Yuanzhuo, the original patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. More than 2 years ago, Lu Yuanzhuo used the sacrificial method of the Land of the Gods, sacrificed the whole family, successfully awakened the most complete Ice ancestor bloodline, gained unprecedented power, and finally joined the Land of the Gods, became the guardian of the Land of the Gods. As soon as Wuxiang Patriarch's words came out, Lu Yuanzhuo's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Oh, you are noble, you are amazing, then I would like to ask, which trace of the power in your body is not obtained from the blood of your disciple elder from the Holy Land of Chaos? Lu Yuanzhuo continued coldly, also with a mocking expression on his face color. We are different, those disciples and elder were about to die, I just let their lives continue with me. Wuxiang Patriarch's face changed slightly, and he quickly retorted. Chapter 491 Dilemma. The ancestor Wuxiang also practiced the evil secret method obtained from the Land of the Gods, which can capture the flesh and blood power of elder, a disciple of the Holy Land of Chaos, to enhance his own strength. However, when the phaseless patriarch absorbs the flesh and blood power of others, he always looks for the disciple elder who is dying. Therefore, Patriarch Wuxiang believed that he was different from Lu Yuanzhuo. In Wuxiang Patriarch's view, Lu Yuanzhuo is just a guy who has no bottom line at all and does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. He is completely devoid of humanity, and is just a puppet of the Land of Gods. It's not the same, you think it's different if it's not the same. Lu Yuanzhuo looked at the Wuxiang Patriarch in front of him, and seemed to see the shadow of On in a trance. At the beginning, after I obtained the secret technique of the Land of Gods, wasn't it the same, isn't it the same? However, Lu Yuanzhuo didn't say any more, time will give the answer. Wuxiang Patriarch has stepped into an abyss that is destined to have no turning back. After finishing speaking, Lu Yuanzhuo stepped into the white fog of frost and completely disappeared in front of Wuxiang Patriarch. Wuxiang Patriarch looked at Lu Yuanzhuo who was leaving, and shook his withered palm unconsciously. The vitality contained in the withered palm made him feel addicted. Master, it's really exciting. I didn't expect that we would really take away the treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos. In a hidden jungle in Chen Swantian Valley, a stunning woman in a long blue dress said excitedly. The stunning woman has an exquisite appearance, a slender figure, a phoenix mark on her forehead, agile eyes, looks extremely pure, and has a noble and elegant temperament. Especially the gracefully gripped waist and slender long legs, revealing the ultimate youthful atmosphere. In front of the stunning woman, there is a majestic middle-aged man wearing a black and white Taoist robe. It is Heavenly Dao Sect leader Li Wudao. Li Wudao ignored the stunning woman's words, but carefully observed the surrounding situation. Girl Mu, don't rush to be happy, let's be happy when we can go out from here. After a long while, Li Wudao continued to speak slowly, with a serious expression on his face. Mu Luli next to him blinked, and from the solemn look on Li Wudao's face, Mu Luli also felt that something was wrong with the current situation. Immediately afterwards, Mu Luli also used her own soul power to investigate the situation outside, and immediately discovered that there was a very terrifying air mechanism outside, completely covering the entire Chaos Holy Land. This chi machine seems to be the Mount Tai that suppresses the world, making Mu Luli feel that it cannot be shaken at all. Mu Luli used various methods and found that everything in the Holy Land of Chaos was completely isolated from the outside world, not even a mosquito could fly out. It's over, the Holy Land of Chaos is really under attack, and I can't send out the talisman. After realizing that the two of them were completely trapped in the Holy Land of Chaos, Mu Luli's delicate cheeks suddenly turned into a bitter gourd color. Now, there is no way to ask for help. The Holy Land of Chaos adopts that kind of carpet-like indiscriminate search. If it goes on for a long time. Don't worry, you make good use of junior brother Chen's Dian divine art, hide it before you talk. Li Wudao then said slowly. The top priority is to hide your body shape so as not to be discovered. After all, this is the base camp of the Holy Land of Chaos, and Li Wudao can faintly feel that in the depths of Shen Swantian Valley, there seems to be some terrifying existence recovering. If it is really discovered, there may be unexpected consequences. Mu Luli nodded, and then urged the Dian divine art with all her strength, hiding the figures of the two of them. The elders and disciples of the many Chaos Holy Lands outside are still searching every corner of the Chaos Holy Land with all their strength. Due to the vast territory of the Holy Land of Chaos, even with all the disciples' elders searching together, it will take a lot of time to fully explore all the areas. Time passed slowly, and more Chaos Holy Land disciples and elders were probing around. The ferocious inspiration can be felt everywhere. Uncle, is it because I was too slow in arranging the Heavenly Devil Holy Lotus formation? If I could be faster, maybe we have already left the Holy Land of Chaos. After a while, Mu Luli looked at more and more people around him. The disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos and the elder said in a low voice. When seizing the treasury, Mu Luli also arranged the Heavenly Devil Holy Lotus formation, intending to use this Heavenly Devil Holy Lotus formation to interfere with the Holy Land of Chaos, but before the arrangement was successful, people from the Holy Land of Chaos discovered it. In the end, they were discovered in advance, so that they can only hide in the Holy Land of Chaos now, and cannot leave the Holy Land at all. Mu Luli remembers the last time when she and Shu Yuhu went to an imperial clan to borrow things. She watched Shu Yuhu arrange the Heavenly Devil Holy Lotus array. It was called Flowing Clouds and Flowing Water, extremely silky, and the arrangement was completed in a short while. Compared with her, I am really a bit worse. Well, it's a bit slow, but it will be good to practice more in the future. The main reason is that the Holy Land of Chaos is too vigilant this time. Sure enough, the same target shouldn't be engaged too many times. Li Wudao took a deep breath, and then said slowly. The corner of Mu Luli's mouth twitched slightly. Could the Holy Land of Chaos not be alert? How many times has Li Wudao messed with them? Only Mu Luli knew about it 4 times, and the others were done secretly. It can be seen from the hatred of the Chaos Holy Land towards the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. By the way, let's see what's in their treasury first. They even used the immortal formation. Mu Luli continued, her eyes filled with joy. Then take it out and take a look, and see what it is that makes these guys so crazy. Li Wudao next to him pondered for a moment, then continued. Now there is simply no other way, it is better to look at what is in this treasure house, maybe you can find something that has a turning point in this treasure house. Mu Luli nodded, and then took out a jade pendant containing the power of space. This jade pendant is made of space spirit crystals, which is equivalent to a minor world, which can hold many things, even living things. In order to quickly collect the treasure house of the Holy Land of Chaos, Li Wuodao directly used the top-level supernatural power to collect the entire treasure house and the palace into the space jade pendant. The two then launched their own soul power to explore the palace inside the space jade pendant. After digging in, I suddenly found that there are a lot of treasures in this treasure house, top-level exotic treasure, top-quality spirit stones, fairy crystals, there are countless. This chaotic holy land has been robbed so many times, and there are so many treasures, it is worthy of being a chaotic holy land. This background is really... Looking at the countless treasures in the treasure house, Li Wuodao couldn't help sighing. I thought that there would not be too many things in this treasure house, but the result was beyond Li Wuodao's expectation. This time, the harvest was richer than any previous one. Uncle, look, what is that? Suddenly, Mu Luli spoke, and her soul force probed the depths. Chapter 492 The Angry Phaseless Patriarch. Li Wuodao was attracted by Mu Luli's surprised voice, and also looked towards the deepest part of the treasure house. In the deepest part of the treasure house, there is an ethereal area of immortal light. This area is blooming with endless light, and colorful brilliance is constantly flowing in the depths. In the deep sky, there is a big clock exuding endless chaos. Surrounding the big clock are engraved unusually mysterious Dao patterns, as if they contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Both of them could feel the extremely terrifying aura contained in this big clock, as if it wanted to coerce the world. However, this big clock seems to be only a semi-finished product, it has not been successfully refined, and the Dao patterns on it are incomplete, and there are still many areas around the big clock that have not been refined, and still contain a simple atmosphere. This, it seems, is the Chaos Bell that was half refined in the Holy Land of Chaos. They want to re-refine the Chaos Bell. Li Wuodao looked at the semi-finished bell in the depths and murmured, his eyes full of excitement. At this time, he understood a little bit why the Holy Land of Chaos refused to let him go. Their Chaos Bell had been confiscated by Chen Luo before, and they had not been retrieved, so they planned to refine Chaos Bell again. However, for some reason, they stopped refining halfway through refining, so that even the treasure house was taken over by Li Wuodao now. Moreover, the prestige contained in the semi-finished Chaos Bell seems to have surpassed the previous Chaos Bell. If all refining is completed, it can completely surpass the previous Chaos Bell and become a top immortal weapon. Li Wuodao suddenly realized that this semi-finished product has the potential to become a fairy weapon. I found you. At this moment, a hoarse and cold voice sounded and quickly reached the ears of the two of them. The two of them suddenly felt their scalps go numb, their bodies trembled constantly, and their soul force instantly returned to their own bodies. Uncle, we have been discovered. Mu Luli trembled softly. Apparently, these guys put their stamp on this unfinished Chaos Bell. Originally, there was nothing wrong with keeping the treasure house in the space jade pendant. However, the inspection by the two of them just now made the semi-finished Chaos Bell leak a bit of aura, so that it was discovered. Li Wuodao's complexion also became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, because of a momentary negligence, he fell into such a situation. Boom! There was a violent roar, and the surrounding hidden magic circle formed by the Dian divine art completely collapsed at this moment. The surrounding magic circle spirit power slowly disappeared, and the figures of the two appeared in the jungle of Shen Swantian Valley. Mu Luli tried to activate the Dian divine art again, but the violent ideas around her had completely surged, and the top-notch Dian divine art could not be used at all. Stop, since we've found you, naturally we won't let you hide easily. The hoarse and cold voice sounded again. Not far away, the phaseless patriarch in a grey robe brought many top elders from the Holy Land of Chaos to the jungle. Your Excellency is really good at hiding here. If you didn't check the things in the treasure house, I'm afraid we really didn't catch you so smoothly. Wuxiang Patriarch looked at Li Wudao and Mu Luli in front of him, and said lightly. It was indeed my mistake, but, do you think that if we dared to break into your chaotic Holy Land, we really have no backup? Li Wudao was worthy of experiencing big winds and waves, so he opened his mouth and came. That's right, old man, we are not afraid of you, our heavenly devil Holy Land has already made sufficient preparations. Mu Luli then said with her head held high. Wei Wei looked at the phaseless patriarch and the numerous Chaos Holy Land elders in front of her without fear. As soon as the words of the two came out, Wuxiang Patriarch and the others unconsciously retreated a small step in an instant. After all, the reputation of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land is too strong, and their Chaos Holy Land has suffered a lot from the hands of the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. Instinctively, they have a great sense of fear towards the Holy Land of Heavenly Devil. How can the words of the two of them not scare them now? What's more, both Li Wudao and Mu Luli have practiced the top-level breath-holding technique, and Wuxiang Patriarch couldn't see through their details. Humph, even if you have great abilities this time, don't even think about leaving our Holy Land. You don't even know what kind of terrifying existence you are provoking. Wuxiang Patriarch suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart, and then slowly said to Li Wudao. The faces of the elders in the surrounding Holy Lands of Chaos were full of confidence, and the fear just now dissipated a lot. Li Wudao frowned slightly. He is a guy who knows these chaotic Holy Lands, and loves to play tricks, but they are so sure now, so it is very likely that they really have some means. Old ancestor, you are here. At this time, Li Wudao looked behind Wuxiang Patriarch and the others, and suddenly said, his eyes were full of excitement. What? The ancestor of Heavenly Devil's Holy Land came in. Patriarch Wuxiang and the others turned pale with fright, quickly deployed all defensive means, turned around and prepared to meet the enemy. However, after they turned around, they found that there was only an empty jungle in front of them, without any figures. Okay, you dare to deceive me. Wuxiang Patriarch turned his head again and said angrily. However, after turning around, Patriarch Wuxiang discovered that the two people who were still there just now had completely disappeared. FK. Patriarch, we were tricked, they ran away. An elder from the Holy Land of Chaos next to him said with a gloomy expression, as if he had eaten star. The other elders around are also extremely ugly. Enough, I'm not blind, hurry up and find out these two guys, and use such clumsy tricks to play tricks on me. Wuxiang Patriarch said angrily. He didn't expect that this guy from Heavenly Devil's Holy Land would use such a stupid trick. What's more, it's a great shame that so many people have been fooled and let people run away. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go find someone? Seeing the other elders standing there stupidly, the Wuxiang ancestor quickly reprimanded angrily. Old ancestor, the aura of the Chaos Immortal Bell in the treasury has locked them in, and only you can sense where they are. At this time, an elder from the Holy Land of Chaos spoke, looking at the ancestor Wuxiang with dodge eyes. Wuxiang Patriarch's eyelids twitched, the brains of those who were teased by these guys became dull, and they forgot such important things. When they opened the treasure house just now, the breath of Chaos Immortal Bell had already contaminated Li Wudao and others. The Wuxiang Patriarch had participated in the refining of the Chaos Immortal Bell, so he could naturally sense that aura. Run, let me see where you can go. Wuxiang Patriarch unfolded his own soul power, and began to search for the traces of Li Wudao and the two with all his strength. Chapter 493 Reunion. What kind of big formation is this? You can't even get rid of the void-breaking talisman. At the very edge of Shenswantian Valley, in a valley with beautiful scenery, Mu Luli looked at the top-level immortal magic circle on the edge, and gritted her teeth. It turned out that the two of them used the void-breaking talisman directly when Wuxiang Patriarch and the others turned around, and wanted to escape directly, but unexpectedly, even the void-breaking talisman could not be broken. Li Wudao next to him also carefully looked at the surrounding magic circle, and remained silent for a long time. The strength of this magic circle made Li Wudao feel very difficult, and there was no possibility of solving it at all. Moreover, the entire Holy Land of Chaos is still filled with very tyrannical auras. Mu Luli's Dian divine art has not been cultivated to the top realm, and it cannot be deployed again in this place. Girl Mu, it seems that we have to fight to the death. Wait a minute, I'll entangle these guys, see if you can find the eye of this big formation, break the eye, we still have a chance. Soon, Li Wudao made up his mind and said to Mu Luli next to him. Mu Luli has practiced top-notch soul power secret technique, moreover, she is still in the body of a phoenix, the strength of soul power has reached a very high level, she can try to find out if she can find the eye. No problem. Mu Luli nodded, and then agreed. Just because you want to break through the eyes of the Fengtian immortal formation, it's really fantastic. At this time, the voice of Wuxiang Patriarch sounded again. Wuxiang Patriarch blocked Li Wudao and others again with many chaotic holy places, looking at Li Wudao and others with cold eyes. Li Wudao and Mu Luli were startled, they didn't expect this Wuxiang Patriarch to bring people here so soon. Hand over the treasury, where are the other treasures taken from our Chaos Holy Land and where is the Chaos Bell? If you tell me honestly, I can give you a happy ending. The Phaseless Patriarch continued slowly. Now that he managed to catch the two important guys in the Holy Land of Chaos, the Wuxiang Patriarch would naturally not let go of this opportunity to retrieve everything. Li Wudao was expressionless, the aura on his body was rising continuously, and there were bursts of strong spiritual pressure in the air. It seems that it's a toast and no food. Wuxiang Patriarch coldly Tao immediately understood Li Wudao's choice. Master, you are here. At this moment, Mu Luli beside Li Wudao suddenly spoke out, her eyes were full of excitement, and there seemed to be tears in her eyes, which was the feeling of longing. Li Wudao next to Mu Luli also had a look of shock and joy, as if he was really excited. Ha, do you think I'm a fool? I'll believe the same trick again. Wuxiang Patriarch looked at the extremely excited two people in front of him and said sarcastically. That's right, if we can still be tricked by you, all of us should just commit suicide. What kind of master, it's useless even if the Heavenly King Daddy comes. Another elder next to him said one after another, his eyes were full of coldness color. The other elders didn't speak, but the aura on their bodies was constantly rising. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared behind everyone in the Holy Land of Chaos. This aura carried invincible power, and it bombarded many elders in a devastating manner. No! Wuxiang Patriarch and others let out a sharp roar, and their bodies began to collapse in large parts. In a short while, many elders were completely crushed by this terrifying air machine, and the blood and the smell of blood were constantly entangled around. Wuxiang Patriarch was also completely unable to resist being suppressed by this terrifying chi mechanism, but there seemed to be a force in his body protecting him, allowing him to retain a glimmer of life. Behind the dying Wuxiang Patriarch, a young man with a temperament like a banished fairy stood upright with a faint smile on his face. The young man is Chen Luo. Master, woo woo woo. You're finally back. Mu Luli couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly flew into Chen Luo's arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest. Mu Luli's pear blossoms were crying with rain, both excited and joyful. Master, you are so cruel. It has been more than 2 years since I went to Immortal World. Do you know how much I miss you? The kind that I miss so much, I can't wait to break through True Immortal and go to Immortal World to find Master. Mu Luli sobbed softly, and hugged Chen Luo tightly with all her strength, as if she was afraid that Chen Luo would disappear if she let go. Looking at the slim Mu Luli who had completely grown up in front of her, Chen Luo also felt a little dazed. 2 years have passed, and Xiao He's beautiful little girl, who was so young in the past, has grown up completely. A little less youthful, more stable and noble. Mu Luli hugged Chen Luo so tightly, words could no longer express Mu Luli's thoughts. For countless days and nights, Mu Luli missed Chen Luo, looking forward to seeing Chen Luo's appearance when she opened her eyes one day. However, many times this is not achieved. Luo Li, it seems that in the past 2 years, you have not failed in your cultivation, and you have already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Chen Luo also discovered that Mu Luli's cultivation base had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Obviously, in the days when she was not around, Mu Luli's cultivation was extremely hard. Of course, I have been cultivating in the time-space tower for 100 years, so, Master, it is only 2 years since I saw you, but for me, it has been more than 100 years, Master, 100 year. 100 years. Mu Luli sniffed, looking aggrieved at Chen Luo, who was about to meet again. 100 years. Chen Luo sighed inwardly, feeling that he seemed to carry too many people's emotions. Not only those confidant friends in Immortal World who have a close relationship with him, but also so many disciples from Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Before I knew it, in this world, I already had the fetters of own. Chen Luo stroked the familiar yet unfamiliar Mu Luli's hair in her arms, feeling filled with emotions. Junior brother Chen, long time no see, you have become much stronger again. After a long while, Li Yuan Xiao, who was not far away, also came to Chen Luo's side, looking at Chen Luo in front of him with a soft expression. Well, senior brother Li, long time no see. Chen Luo smiled slightly. At this time, Mu Luli also calmed down her own emotions, but she was still cautious, holding Chen Luo's arm tightly and not letting go. You. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, do you really think that you can leave safely after defeating me? Just then, a trembling and weak voice came. Chapter 494 The End of Chaos Holy Land. Not far away, an incomparably rich power of qi and blood suddenly appeared in the body of the dying Wuxiang Patriarch. This power of qi and blood instantly restored the dying Wuxiang Patriarch, but his eyes were still full of blood. The monstrous power of qi and blood continuously surged around Wuxiang Patriarch's body, as if forming a bloody vortex storm. Chen Luo turned around and looked indifferently at the Wuxiang Patriarch who had recovered in front of him. Name: Yan Wuxiang. Realm: Heaven Realm Great Emperor Peak. Identity: Ancient Desolate Continent, ancestor of the Holy Land of Chaos. Has reached the pinnacle of the Heaven Realm Great Emperor, this phaseless patriarch? Chen Luo's eyes dimmed. He had heard about the phaseless patriarch of the Chaos Holy Land, and after conquering many masters of top forces in the Chaos Sea, Chen Luo also had some understanding of the top powerhouses of other forces in the Ancient Desolate Continent. Before the opening of the Golden World, the Wuxiang Patriarch was only the supreme powerhouse of the Quasi-Emperor 9th stage. Now, the Golden World has been open for more than 2 years, and this phaseless patriarch has actually broken through to the Great Emperor, the peak of the Heavenly Realm. This speed is really a bit scary. Seeing the aura on this guy again, it was obvious that he had used unconventional means. At this time, the aura of the Wuxiang Patriarch seemed to be slowly returning to its peak under the surging bloody vortex storm. Immediately afterwards, the flesh and blood of the many elders who had just been completely blasted around were continuously condensing towards the body of the Wuxiang Patriarch. Under the gathering of many flesh and blood fragments, the momentum of the Wuxiang Patriarch is moving in a stronger direction, transforming into a stronger realm. Speaking of it, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't be able to make it this far. Feeling the continuous rise of his aura, Wuxiang Patriarch continued to speak lightly, and the scarlet color in his eyes became even more intense. Fear. Mu Luli and Li Wudao beside Chen Luo both looked surprised, they could feel the strength of this Wuxiang patriarch was improving rapidly. It has far surpassed the limit of the great emperor, the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Chen Luo was expressionless, quietly looking at the Wuxiang patriarch in front of him. Junior brother, let's withdraw first, this old thing doesn't look right. Li Wudao looked at Wuxiang patriarch in front, and then said slowly. The aura of Wuxiang patriarch was too terrifying, and he didn't have the slightest chance to counter it. Facing such strong people, it is safer to leave early. Since Chen Luo can come in, he must have the means to get out. Withdraw? Isn't it too late to withdraw now? Wuxiang patriarch heard Li Wudao's words and said coldly. As the surrounding flesh and blood continued to surge towards the body of Wuxiang patriarch, the storm of flesh and blood around Wuxiang patriarch became more intense. Withdraw, who told you that I was going to evacuate? Chen Luo said lightly. Boom. After finishing speaking, Chen Luo raised his right hand lightly, and an extremely tyrannical aura emerged from Chen Luo's body, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. The surrounding Fengtian immortal formation trembled slightly, and they couldn't bear it anymore. I still want to resist, do you know what you are going to face? I will break through the true immortal realm soon, do you know what true immortal is? The ancestor Wuxiang saw the terrifying aura on Chen Luo, hastily said, his face extremely hideous. True immortal, this old thing is about to step into the immortal realm, junior brother Chen, let's retreat quickly, true immortal is invincible. Li Wudao's face turned pale when he heard the words of Wuxiang patriarch. Although the laws of heaven and earth of the ancient desolate continent are already strong enough to accommodate true immortal. However, the true immortal powerhouses of the ancient desolate continent are still very rare, and any true immortal powerhouse can crush everything. Crack! However, after Li Wudao finished speaking, the aura in Chen Luo's body easily tore apart the storm around Patriarch Wuxiang. Then, this qi machine continued to surge through the body of Wuxiang Patriarch. The body of Wuxiang Patriarch was like broken porcelain, with countless cracks, and many flesh and blood powers in his body were constantly declining. How is it possible? I'm almost reaching the immortal realm. Who are you? How is it possible? Wuxiang Patriarch felt the constant weakening of his breath, and let out a trembling sound of fear. He didn't expect that he was about to touch that realm, and was easily crushed by Chen Luo. How could there be such a powerful and invincible expert in Heavenly Devil Holy Land? It has nothing to do with you, but a guy who has just set foot in this realm, it's better to get on the road early. Chen Luo ignored the roar of Wuxiang Patriarch. Chen Luo's strength has already reached the point where he can kill the immortal king, so naturally he doesn't care about this phaseless patriarch who just broke through with external force. Boom! After finishing speaking, the aura in Chen Luo's hand became even more terrifying. The tyrannical spiritual pressure easily completely shattered the Wuxiang Patriarch whose body was on the verge of shattering. Countless blood and pieces of meat were completely turned into fly ash in a moment, not even the scarlet was left. The Wuxiang Patriarch of the Chaos Holy Land just died in this terrifying spiritual pressure. At the same time, the heaven-sealing immortal formation around Chen Swantian Valley is also constantly collapsing and annihilating at this moment, completely dissipating. Seeing the scene in front of him, Li Wudao only felt a little unreal and dreamy. The phaseless patriarch who broke through true immortal was killed so easily. There is also the surrounding Fengtian immortal formation, which made Li Wudao feel that he had no way to start the immortal rank formation, which was completely destroyed, and it was still so easily wiped out. Junior brother, you are still as incomprehensible as ever. Li Wudao opened his mouth and continued. I knew everything would be fine with master here. Mu Luli next to her hugged Chen Luo's arm again, her eyes full of longing. Let's go back. Chen Luo smiled slightly and continued. Many elders from the Holy Land of Chaos gathered here just now, and they have been completely solved by Chen Luo. Now the Wuxiang Patriarch was also obliterated by Chen Luo. It can be said that the Holy Land of Chaos has completely lost its cutting-edge power, and will soon come to an end spontaneously. After all, many forces would want to take a bite of the fall of such a behemoth. When a whale falls, all things live. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Well, let's go back to Heavenly Dao Sect. Li Wudao and Mu Luli nodded. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo took Li Wudao and Mu Luli and headed for Heavenly Dao Sect together. Following Chen Luo's departure, many other Chaos Holy Land disciples soon discovered the fall of the Wuxiang Patriarch and many elders. It's over, the sky is falling, the ancestor and so many elders have fallen, the sky is going to change. Li Wuji, the holy son of Chaos Holy Land, said tremblingly. Li Wuji was originally the true disciple of the former Saint Lord. Later, the former Saint Lord was killed by Xianming True Immortal. After that, he became a disciple of Chaos Holy Land. The other Chaos Holy Land disciples were also panicked, with dazed expressions on their faces. 2 years after the Golden World started, their Chaos Holy Land became much stronger, but other ancestors were recruited to Immortal World. Now, the phaseless Patriarch and the numerous elders are the last peak heritage of their Holy Land, but they are gone. His Royal Highness, the top priority must be to block the news, and the news of the ancestors' fall must not be leaked. A true disciple said. Li Wuji nodded, and instantly realized that now, the most important thing is to block the news, so as to leave a glimmer of future for the Holy Land of Chaos. Ha ha ha, you also have today in the Holy Land of Chaos, and now those old things are dead, you. The end is here. At this moment, a hoarse and cold voice sounded. Chapter 495 The Development of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Like a tidal wave, this voice quickly surged through the entire Holy Land of Chaos and reached the ears of all the surviving disciples and elder. Li Wuji and the others suddenly felt their scalps go numb, and their hairs stood on end. Someone came over so soon. Juniors, please pray for yourselves, I will withdraw first. Li Wuji took a deep breath, and then said to the many juniors. The Holy Land of Chaos without top experts has been discovered again. It can be said that there is no other future. After speaking, Li Wuji launched the escape technique, and quickly escaped away from the chaotic Holy Land. The other disciples and the elders also reacted, and began to flee in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a large number of top powerhouses from the central region appeared around, and they quickly invaded the Holy Land of Chaos. Started to plunder everything in the Holy Land of Chaos, and at the same time, killed all the disciples of the Holy Land of Chaos elder indiscriminately. The entire Holy Land of Chaos became a bloodbath, like a Shura field. In the mountains and forests of Shengxian Tiangu, a white mist of frost appeared at the place where Wuxiang Patriarch fell just now. Then, Lu Yuanchuo's figure stepped out of the mist. Lu Yuanchuo looked at the minced meat belonging to Wuxiang Patriarch in front of him, with a slightly dazed look on his face. He didn't expect that Wuxiang Patriarch would disappear like this. Oh, I told you to be more decisive, now there is no chance. Lu Yuanchuo sighed. For the Wuxiang Patriarch, they invested a lot of resources in the land of their gods, and they valued him quite a lot. It's just that it's gone now, and the previous investment is completely in vain. In this case, it may not be a good thing. Suddenly, Lu Yuanchuo seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. After finishing speaking, Lu Yuanchuo turned around and galloped towards Li Wuji's direction. Heavenly Dao Sect, Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After more than 2 years of full development, coupled with the many resources left by Chen Luo, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has become a superpower. Although it is not obvious on the surface, it has already controlled many forces in the dark. Among them are some top Holy Land level forces. The number of disciple elders of Heavenly Bamboo Peak has also reached more than 40,000, and they are all disciples with astonishing talent potential. With the help of the Time-Space Tower and many other cultivation resources, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has produced many very powerful disciples. If any of these disciples is pulled out, they can go to outside forces to assume the position of Holy Sun. In the valley of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo concealed his own aura and Mu Luli searched around Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Mu Luli hugged Chen Luo's arm, chatting with Chen Luo about what happened in Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the past 2 years. Rare spiritual plants are planted everywhere in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and the concentration of spiritual qi has increased a lot compared to when Chen Luo left. In various places of Heavenly Bamboo Peak, many disciples can be seen practicing. There are faces that Chen Luo is familiar with, and there are many faces that Chen Luo has not seen. Obviously, they are the new disciples who joined Heavenly Bamboo Peak in the past 2 years. However, almost most of the disciples were asleep. They used various strange postures, lying down, standing upside down, soaking in the water. Some people burned themselves while sleeping. When they were asleep, there was a lot of spirit power circulating in their bodies, and the surrounding spirit power was constantly rushing toward the sleeping disciples, making their cultivation base continuously improve. Master, now the Great Dream Cultivation Method has completely unified the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and almost all the disciples have chosen this method. Mu Luli looked at the surrounding scene and introduced it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo nodded. When he left, the Great Dream Cultivation Technique had completely swept Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After 2 years of development, it was within Chen Luo's expectation to completely unify the entire Heavenly Bamboo Peak. After all, the self-mutilation practice method and the pulse-breaking practice method both stimulate meridians on the physical level and increase the speed of practice. And the Great Dream Cultivation method is from the soul level, and it can also be used in conjunction with other methods to stimulate the body. With 2 prongs, the speed of cultivation has naturally increased a lot. More importantly, as Heavenly Bamboo Peak becomes stronger, many these people really forget their ancestors. Thinking about how brilliant the self-mutilation cultivation method was back then, now. Yet, yesterday there was a junior who dared to refute me, saying that the self-harm cultivation method has never been brilliant, and those are all the thoughts of us older disciples. Let's not talk about it. No matter what, I will not give up the practice of self-harm. Even if people all over the world deny it, I will continue to practice. Me too, vowing to follow the self-harm cultivation method. Me too. +1. In a valley with abundant spirit power in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, there are more than a dozen disciples chatting and discussing. While speaking impassioned words, they held sharp knives and kept chanting precise saber technique at own body. There were also bursts of strange sounds. They belong to the remnants of the self-mutilation practice method. Although the glory of the self-mutilation practice method is gone, they still stick to the self-mutilation practice method. Not only the self-harm practice method, the pulse-breaking practice method, but also the own remnant party, who have always insisted on their favorite method. Master, these people are stubborn lunatics, I know, they just like the feeling of self-mutilation, they are already addicted. At this time, Mu Luli next to Chen Luo pouted. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, he was addicted to self-harm, this is Heavenly Bamboo Peak. However, Chen Luo did not try to change their intentions, everyone has their own chosen path, and he respected their choice. Master, help me awaken bloodline again. Suddenly, Mu Luli said to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was stunned. Awakening bloodline, isn't your bloodline fully awakened? Chapter 496 I found your home. In the past 2 years of cultivation, Mu Luli's bloodline has been completely awakened, and the power of the phoenix in her body has reached the extreme, and she does not need any external force at all. Chen Luogong wanted to refuse, but when he saw Mu Luli's eager eyes and his fully grown body, he still nodded in a strange way. Yet, Master, you are so kind, let's go, I have prepared a good place. After Chen Luo agreed, a rosy color appeared on Mu Luli's face, and then she walked towards another area of Heavenly Bamboo Peak holding Chen Luo's arm. After a while, Mu Luli brought Chen Luo to a secluded mountain forest. There are many beautiful flowers and other spiritual plants planted around the forest, and a lot of spirit power and fragrance circulate in the forest. This, is it here? Chen Luo looked at the secluded forest and asked in shock. This girl is playing too wildly. Before helping her awaken bloodline, she was in the room. Now go straight to the wild. Mu Luli was so agitated by Chen Luo's gaze that she didn't dare to look up at Chen Luo. Master, just this time, next time we will go back to the room. After a moment of embarrassment, Mu Luli slowly raised her head and looked at Chen Luo with aggrieved eyes. Okay, let's start then. Chen Luo then agreed helplessly. The wild is the wild, just wake up bloodline. And this, Master, please hold this. Suddenly, Mu Luli opened her right hand, and a small red leather whip appeared in Mu Luli's hand. Chen Luo. Small leather whip in the wild? This girl. You. Chen Luo froze in his heart, and looked at Mu Luli in front of him in shock. Originally thought that this little girl would become much more stable after 2 years of precipitation, but unexpectedly, not only was she not stable, but she was engaging in such tricks. And this? Mu Luli lowered her head, took out a rope again, and handed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo. Master, please, just this time, let me be self-willed for once. Mu Luli saw that Chen Luo was unmoved, and then looked at Chen Luo with aggrieved eyes, with tears in her eyes. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Although she knew that this girl had that tendency, but seeing her like this now, she still felt a little confused. It's too serious, this girl's problem, she must be punished well, and let her get rid of this habit. Okay, just this once. Chen Luo then said slowly, taking the whip and rope from Mu Luli. Thank you, Master, don't worry, this is my secret place, no one will find out, please help me awaken bloodline to your heart's content. Seeing that Chen Luo agreed, Mu Luli's eyes were full of anticipation, and her body trembled slightly. Okay, Mu Luli, your wings have grown hard, and you don't call me for such an exciting thing as robbing the holy land of chaos. At this moment, a cold voice came into the forest. No one will find out. Chen Luo silently looked at Mu Luli, who was already in despair. Then, a woman wearing a white fairy dress and silver white hair, like a stunning goddess, came to the mountain forest. Xuexing Tong, you, do you know that you ruined my good deed? Ah, I will kill you. Seeing the person coming, Mu Luli gritted her teeth and rushed towards Xuexing Tong, wanting to teach Xuexing Tong a lesson. Mu Luli, hit me, can you beat me? Xuexing Tong frowned, then said disdainfully. Mu Luli didn't speak, but just wrestled with Xuexing Tong. Isn't it just interrupting your playing with the phantom of your master? As for being so excited. Seeing Mu Luli's excitement, Xuexing Tong asked. Xin Tong, long time no see. At this time, Chen Luo spoke, looking softly at Xuexing Tong, who was wrestling with Mu Luli. No. Not illusion. Chen Luo's voice immediately made Xuexing Tong realize something, stopped the scuffle, and stared straight at Chen Luo not far away. Clap clap. Mu Luli would not be polite to Xuexing Tong, and whipped Xuexing Tong for a while. It's really master. Xuexing Tong ignored Mu Luli's whipping, then rushed to Chen Luo, and hugged Chen Luo tightly. Master, you are finally back. There were tears in Xuexing Tong's eyes, and she snuggled into Chen Luo's arms. Not far away, Mu Luli looked at Xuexing Tong, who was extremely excited, and did not whip Xuexing Tong anymore, but waited quietly on the spot. She knew that Xuexing Tong was just like herself, and also missed her master very much. In this regard, the feelings of the two are the same. As Xuexing Tong's confidant senior sister, Mu Luli knew all this clearly. Chen Luo and Xuexing Tong hugged each other tightly, enjoying the joy of reunion after a long absence. Xin Tong, I found your home, and I will take you home soon. Chen Luo stroked Xue Xingtong's hair, and then whispered to Xue Xingtong. Home? My home. Xue Xingtong raised her head and looked at Chen Luo, who she was thinking about day and night, suspiciously. Well, your royal father has already arrived in Immortal World, including your clansmen. Chen Luo then said slowly, and told Xue Xingtong about finding the Star Spirit Lord in Immortal World. When he first met Xue Xingtong, Chen Luo told Xue Xingtong to bring her home. Now, Chen Luo has found her home and can fulfill that promise. Immortal World, my royal father is still alive, is he in Immortal World? Xue Xingtong murmured in a low voice, her eyes were full of surprise, she never expected that Chen Luo really found the own family. That's right. Chen Luo nodded. Master, I want to be with you, with our heavenly Bamboo Peak brothers and sisters, and I don't want to go back to the Immortal World. After a moment of silence, Xue Xingtong said seriously. After being separated from her father for such a long time, and after she woke up, she has been in Chen Luo's Heavenly Bamboo Peak all the time. She already regarded Heavenly Bamboo Peak as her own home. Knowing that her father is safe and well, and living well in Immortal World, Xue Xingtong has no regrets in her heart. At that time, I will take our disciples from Heavenly Bamboo Peak to Immortal World together. Chen Luo continued. Master, is it true? Xue Xingtong asked in surprise. If she can stay in Heavenly Bamboo Peak and meet her own father again, Xue Xingtong still wants to meet her own father. Well, really, by the way, you also have a little sister, who was born after the Star Spirit Lord came to Immortal World, named Xue Xingsheng. Chen Luo then said slowly, bringing the Star Spirit Lord back to life. A daughter told Xue Xingtong. Chapter 497, The Function of the Rune. I still have a little sister? Snow Star Dome. Xue Xingtong blinked her big agile eyes, which were full of curiosity. I don't know what my little sister I've never met is like. Who is my little sister? Xue Xingtong continued to ask curiously. Chen Luo's heart froze, they were really two sisters, Xue Xingsheng asked herself the same question before. Excellent, just like you. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then replied. Xue Xingtong nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and then continued to snuggle into Chen Luo's arms, enjoying the joy from the heart. After a while, Xue Xingtong came out of Chen Luo's arms, still feeling a little dreamy. Master Own really came back, and also found Own's house. Okay, that's enough, you can go back, Master is very busy, help me awaken bloodline. After Xue Xingtong calmed down, Mu Luli who was not far away raised her powder fist and said to Xue Xingtong. Just now she wanted Chen Luo to, but was interrupted by Xue Xingtong. Xue Xingtong, you're still awakening bloodline, won't your conscience hurt if you say such things? Xue Xingtong retorted holding Chen Luo's arm. Of course Xue Xingtong knew that Mu Luli's awakened bloodline was just a cover, and she wanted to possess the master. Humph, don't worry about me. Not to be outdone, Mu Luli came to Chen Luo's other side, hugged Chen Luo's arm tightly, and looked at Chen Luo expectantly. She has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and she will not let this opportunity go anyway. How about I help you with master? At this time, Xue Xingtong suddenly said, a sly look flashed in his eyes. Mu Luli bit her red lips slightly, her eyes trembling with anticipation. It's not impossible, but I want you to be tied up by the master just like me. Mu Luli rolled her eyeballs, and then said in a low voice. Okay, just tie it up. Xue Xingtong said with her head held high. The corners of Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly, have you asked my opinion? In the end, a few people were still in the forest, using ropes and small leather whips, to help Mu Luli awaken bloodline. Xue Xingtong also accepted the same as Mu Luli. There was an unusually strange sound in the forest. After a few hours, Several people ended the activities in the mountain forest. Exhausted and with many scars on her body, Xue Xingtong returned to her own residence to rest. Mu Luli seemed to be used to this level of awakening, and Chen Luo continued to check the situation in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. "Where are you, big sister, and them?" Chen Luo then asked Mu Luli, who was still a little weak in legs. He didn't find Li Yan'er and others at Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Ye Chen, Hua Yuntian, Zhang Xian, and many other disciples were not there. Elder sister and junior sister Zhang went to the southern region to practice, senior brother Hua and senior brother Ye went to the realm of gods to practice, Wang Xin, Qin Feng, Qin Yi, Zhao Chang'an, several juniors are practicing in the space-time tower. Mu Luli continued. To Chen Luo Dao, he informed Chen Luo of the current situation of many disciples. Then, let all the disciples who went out to practice come back. Chen Luo then ordered Mu Luli. Now that he has the means to go to the immortal world, Chen Luo naturally won't let his disciples stay in the ancient desolate continent. Immortal world has more superior training conditions, and it is completely possible to better cultivate and improve strength. Yes, Master. Mu Luli nodded and agreed. Now, Li Yan'er is not in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, it is Mu Luli who is handling many affairs. After finishing speaking, Mu Luli began to arrange the things Chen Luo ordered. After a while, another disciple, Elder, came to Mu Luli and told him many things. Mu Luli listened carefully, and made the most appropriate opportunity to respond. The serious and majestic temperament formed a wonderful contrast with the absurdity in the mountains and forests not long ago. Seeing such a capable Mu Luli, Chen Luo realized that this mischievous and eccentric girl in the past has really grown a lot. Only in front of me, she is still the young and mischievous girl back then. Chen Luo didn't bother her, but checked around Heavenly Bamboo Peak by himself. After checking for a quarter of an hour, Chen Luo had a deeper understanding of the current Heavenly Bamboo Peak's strength. Although the number of disciple elders has not increased much, the strength of these members has improved a lot. Moreover, there are many forces that are inextricably linked to Heavenly Bamboo Peak, and are more or less controlled by Heavenly Bamboo Peak. There are also a large number of disciples. Cultivation Base went to the bottleneck and went outside to practice. In addition, since Chen Luo's Wandao map still remained in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Heavenly Bamboo Peak also gave birth to many great emperors. Now there are nearly 50 great emperors in Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Although most of them are great emperors at the great emperor level in the spirit realm, they are still an amazing force. As for the heaven realm great emperor level powerhouses, there are still only the moon spirit empress, and several elders of the Holy Land of Heaven who were rescued from the ancient ruins. Now the evil spirit race and nether race are raging in various places in the ancient desolate continent, and many Heavenly Bamboo Peak powerhouses are going to eliminate the evil spirit race and nether race. With Heavenly Bamboo Peak's evil killing talisman, many powerhouses of Heavenly Bamboo Peak have a very big advantage in the face of these two groups. Zixin and Chu Qianyun are at the location of the revived evil spirits, fighting for the forces that belong to own, and want to take back everything that belongs to own. It seems that Heavenly Bamboo Peak can function well without me now. Looking at the well-organized Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Chen Luo thought to himself. Relying on Chen Luo's heritage, coupled with the evil talisman, and many peak powerhouses, now Heavenly Bamboo Peak, like the immortal city of immortals, does not need Chen Luo's resources, and can also rely on its own huge strength to maintain its operation. The sale of the evil talisman alone is a huge continuous wealth, not to mention, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has many other industries. The sale of the evil spirit talisman was decided by Chen Luo at the beginning of his departure, in order to suppress the evil spirits. After Xia Qingqing left the ancient desolate continent, the primordial immortal league had completely become history, so the transaction of the evil killing talisman radiated to the entire ancient desolate continent. It was also the appearance of this evil killing talisman that made the situation of the entire ancient desolate continent not so bad. After all, the strength of the evil spirit race and the nether race is really strong. The appearance of the evil-killing talisman greatly curbed their development, and at the same time, it also gave the cultivators of the entire Ancient Desolate Continent more confidence. By the way, let's take a look at the semi-finished Chaos Bell first. Chen Luo suddenly remembered that on the way back, Li Wudao handed him a semi-finished Chaos Bell. The semi-finished Chaos Bell had a very powerful chaotic power attached to it. Chen Luo felt that it should be of some help to him. Chapter 498 Familiar. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo returned to the Dragon Vein Bamboo Forest in Heavenly Bamboo Peak, his own residence. In the Dragon Vein Bamboo Forest, Chen Luo's room was clean and tidy, free from dust, and there were many spiritual flowers exuding a refreshing fragrance. After entering the room, Chen Luo took out the half-finished Chaos Bell and the interspatial ring. After taking out the semi-finished Chaos Bell, a series of terrifying chaos power emanated from the semi-finished Chaos Bell. The runes around this big clock also exude a very mysterious atmosphere. This is Chaos Immortal Gold. Looking at the big clock exuding a very mysterious aura in front of him, Chen Luo's eyes were full of astonishment. The semi-finished big clock in front is not very powerful, and the refining technique is not top-notch. But the main body of this semi-finished big clock is like the legendary Chaos Immortal Gold. Chaos Immortal Gold is the top immortal grade material, and it contains the original power of Chaos Dao. It is a priceless material. Chaos Immortal Gold is extremely rare, even in Chiming Immortal World. It is a very rare material that can be encountered but not sought after. Chen Luo then carefully inspected it, and soon, Chen Luo discovered that this semi-finished formation was really built by the legendary Chaos Immortal Gold. I didn't expect that the Holy Land of Chaos could still have top-level immortal materials such as Chaos Immortal Gold. In this case, perhaps, I can use this Chaos Immortal Gold to create a top-notch Immortal King weapon. Knowing that the main body of this big clock is Chaos Immortal Gold, Chen Luo instantly had a plan in mind. Chen Luo has gained a lot in the immortal world, including some top-notch immortal Dao materials. With this Chaos Immortal Gold, Chen Luo can use this Chaos Immortal Gold as the main body to create a top Immortal King weapon. Chen Luo is clear about the power of the Immortal King weapon. It is an extremely immortal weapon that can truly suppress everything. Chen Luo now has two top Immortal King weapons, the Mother Chi of All Matter Tripod and the Void Mirror. Those two Immortal King weapons have very terrifying power, especially the Mother Chi of All Matter Cauldron. A strand of Mother Chi of All Matter can suppress and kill all true immortal experts under the Immortal King. As for the Void Mirror, although its power is not as powerful as that of the Mother Chi of All Matter Tripod, it still has very powerful destructive power. However, the refining of the Immortal King requires the top-level Immortal King Refiner Grand Great Master. Chen Luo frowned slightly. Refining the Immortal King requires a top-level Immortal King level refiner, the Grand Great Master. There is no such level of refiner in the Ancient Desolate Continent. It seems that it can only be refined after returning to Immortal World. Chen Luo took a deep breath, suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and put away the semi-finished Chaos Bell made by Chaos Immortal Gold. By the way, it's time to prepare the Void Spirit Elixir. Chen Luo remembered. In order to bring the Heavenly Bamboo Peak disciples who have not yet reached their peak strength to the Chiming Immortal World, they must have the Ethereal Elixir, and the Ethereal can be formed in the body to adapt to the laws of the Immortal World. This Ethereal Elixir should be able to be refined by finding Biao. Chen Luo then left the own room and went to the Pill Refining Hall of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Pill Refining Hall. After more than 2 years of development, the Pill Refining Hall of Heavenly Bamboo Peak has also completely formed a huge scale. There are so many top pill refiners joining Heavenly Bamboo Peak. At the same time, under Biao's training, many disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak's pill refining level has been greatly improved, and they have become independent pill refining masters. Not only pill refining, but also many other skills, refining, formation, talisman. Heavenly Bamboo Peak has also been fully developed. These industries also brought a lot of wealth to Heavenly Bamboo Peak and maintained Heavenly Bamboo Peak's daily consumption. Why are you so stupid? How many times have I taught you, and every time I make a mistake, I really want to cut you. You too, you are a bad pen. Wang Yun Shui cannot be mixed with Ling Yun wood, I have said it several times. And you are really a FG talent for fusing purple light soil into weapons. How could Heavenly Bamboo Peak have such stupid disciples as you? You are really the worst class I have ever led. In a spiritual place in the pill refining hall, Biao was yelling curses, exhaling fragrance, with a look of indisputable anger. Inside the cemetery, there were many other disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. With drooping faces and sweating profusely, they stood obediently in the cemetery, accepting Biao's reprimand. Although Heavenly Bamboo Peak already has many top pill refining masters, Biao's pill refining method is still the undisputed number one of Heavenly Bamboo Peak. Moreover, Biao seemed to like the feeling of educating others. Therefore, even though Heavenly Bamboo Peak has no shortage of pill refiners who can teach others, Biao still goes into battle personally and teaches many disciples. Biao was still as sharp as ever. Chen Luo looked at the scene in the pill refining hall, and felt calm for a while. Soon, Biao corrected and educated many of his disciples' strange operations again. After cursing for a quarter of an hour, Biao finally dismissed many disciples and let them study on their own. Oh, these people! Bai Yao shook his head, then took out a cup of rare spiritual fluid, and slowly enjoyed it. Biao! Just as Biao was enjoying the delicious spiritual fluid, a voice came into Biao's ears. This voice. Biao, who was drinking the delicious spiritual fluid, frowned slightly. He always felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Bai Yao then looked towards the source of the sound, and immediately found a handsome man who looked like an exile. Peak Master, you're back. Bai Yao rubbed On's eyes with her paws, looking at the scene before her in disbelief. He didn't expect that it was Chen Luo who came back. Chen Luo nodded. Master, you are back. At this time, another enthusiastic voice sounded. In the depths of the pill refining hall, a flame containing extremely hot aura galloped out from the depths of the pill refining hall. With the appearance of the flames, the temperature of the entire pill refining hall suddenly increased, as if it had become a hot oven. Su Ming Xian Yan. Chen Luo's eyes lit up, looking at the flame not far away with a terrifying aura. This scorching flame is exactly Su Ming Xianyan, and the aura of this Su Ming Xianyan has improved a lot compared to when Chen Luo left. It has even reached the strength of the true immortal 6th stage day, and even touched the threshold of the true immortal 7th stage day. Su Ming Xianyan flew to Chen Luo's side and surrounded him. Owner. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Bai's figure also flew out from the depths of the pill refining hall. Xiao Bai still held a lot of medicine pills in his paws, and rushed into Chen Luo's arms excitedly, kissing Chen Luo non-stop. This feeling, a familiar feeling. Chen Luo stroked Xiao Bai's soft hair, and felt a calm and familiar feeling in his heart. Chapter 499, Heavenly Evil Formation. In the past 2 years, Xiao Bai has not given up on cultivation, although the speed of improvement is not as good as that of Chen Luo's disciplines with Quasi-Emperor Realm's Cultivation Base. However, its Cultivation Base has also successfully set foot in the Great Saint Realm, becoming a top monster powerhouse. It's just that Xiao Bai, who has already achieved the position of Great Saint, has reached the point where the Great Saint late stage is about to peak. After teasing Xiao Bai for a while, Chen Luo then explained to Bai Yao why On came. Ethereal elixir, there is such a magical medicine pill in this world. When Biao heard that Chen Luo was going to refine the Void Spirit elixir and brought all the disciples from Heavenly Bamboo Peak to the immortal world, Biao was extremely shocked. With the opening of the Golden World and the arrival of many cultivators in the immortal world, Biao also has a lot of knowledge about the immortal world. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of the human realm of the great emperor can adapt to the immortal world's immortal law. Ordinary cultivators, even if they are lucky enough to enter the immortal world, will be completely annihilated and turned into dust by the terrifying fairy spirit power. Now that the ethereal elixir that Chen Luo mentioned can actually allow a cultivator who has not reached the peak of the human realm to enter the immortal world, how can Bai Yao not be shocked? Look at this pill recipe, can it be refined? Chen Luo then pointed with his right hand, and a stream of light flew into Biao's mind. Bai Yao was completely shocked by the pill recipe of the ethereal elixir in his mind, and was completely attracted by this exquisite pill recipe. It turned out to be true. Bai Yao took a deep breath, his face was full of excitement. Moreover, Heavenly Bamboo Peak has a lot of these refining materials, including the main material ethereal flower, which can completely refine enough medicine pills for all disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak to use. No problem, Peak Master, it can be refined, it can be refined. After a long while, Bai Yao completely digested the pill recipe belonging to the Void Spirit Elixir in his mind, and said to Chen Luo. Then you should refine it as soon as possible. Chen Luo continued. Bai Yao nodded in agreement, and then left to prepare the Void Spirit Elixir. Master, I have found the hidden secret realm, should we explore it? At this time, Su Ming Xianyan next to him continued to say to Chen Luo, his eyes were full of excitement. You're talking about the hidden secret realm left by that taboo existence? Chen Luo asked in surprise. After Su Ming Xianyan succeeded in advance grade, Su Ming Xianyan told Chen Luo that there is a hidden secret realm in Heavenly Dao Sect, which was left by a forbidden strongman. Su Ming Xianyan hadn't found it back then, but now he has found it. That's right, it's that secret realm. Su Ming Xianyan continued. Then go and have a look. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then continued. Now Chen Luo's strength has reached the peak of true immortal, and his combat power is even close to that of mid-rank immortal king. In the Ancient Desolate Continent, he is completely invincible. Chen Luo didn't have any worries about this hidden secret realm. Yes, Master, I'll take you right away. Su Ming Xianyan continued. Master, we also want to go together. At this time, a clear and pleasant voice sounded. Xue Xingtong and Mu Luli came to the pill refining hall at some point, looking at Chen Luo with crooked eyebrows. Now, after finally reuniting with Chen Luo, they are naturally reluctant to part with Chen Luo. Then let's go together. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong came to Chen Luo's side excitedly, and hugged Chen Luo's arms from left to right. Xiao Bai lay on Chen Luo's shoulder with a contented expression. Lead the way. Chen Luo then said to Su Ming Xianyan. Chen Luo has already successfully mastered the Space Avenue, and can freely shuttle around in Heavenly Dao Sect. Then, Su Ming Xianyan showed Chen Luo the way, and under the leadership of Chen Luo, the few people galloped towards the depths of Heavenly Dao Sect. Ancient Desolate Continent, South Domain. The southern region is a large region of the Ancient Desolate Continent located in the south. Because it is located in the south and belongs to the edge of the continent, its strength is relatively weak among the several major regions of the Ancient Desolate Continent. Moreover, due to the lack of the top giant forces here, the southern region has already been occupied by the evil spirits and the ghosts. Most of the territory everywhere is full of bloody battles and cruel killings, and it is the main battlefield for the Nether clan and the Evil Spirit clan. There are quite a few cultivators in the Ancient Desolate Continent, all of whom are killing the Nethers and Evil Spirits here. In the southern region, in a forest filled with black aura. Countless black auras raged in the forest, almost dyeing the entire forest in deep black. There are a large number of evil spirits in the mountain forest, and they are scattered all over the mountain forest exuding their own evil spirit power. These evil spirit powers gathered towards the center of the forest like a storm. In the center of the mountain forest, there are many top-notch evil spirits. They have arranged evil blood patterns in the center, and gathered a large number of evil spirit power around them, as if they are performing some evil ritual. Miss Li, Miss Zhang, when will we make a move? A lot of evil spirits have already gathered. In a hidden area in the forest, a man in a white robe asked. This man is the holy son of Yelan Holy Land, the top holy land in the southern region, Zhao Kun. There are many disciples of Yelan Holy Land behind Zhao Kun. They carefully hide in this hidden area, looking straight at the area in the forest. On the other side of Zhao Kun and the others, Zhang Xian and Li Yan'er were wearing veils, and they were also cautiously hiding aside. Wait a little longer, when the heavenly evil formation of the evil spirit clan reaches its peak, then this heavenly evil formation will also show its flaws, we just need to break through it. Li Yan'er on the side parted her cherry lips slightly, her beautiful eyes look at the big array in the center. It turned out that big formation was the heavenly evil great formation of the evil spirit clan, which could gather the evil spirit power of the evil spirit clan, and form the evil spirit emperor pearl through this big formation. The members of the evil spirit clan at the quasi-emperor level can directly break through the emperor realm and become the evil emperor of the evil spirit clan after absorbing the evil spirit emperor bead. Li Yan'er and others came to this mountain forest precisely to prevent the formation of the evil spirit emperor pearl. After all, the situation in the ancient desolate continent is now unstable, and many places are caught in the quagmire of battles with the evil spirit race and the nether race. Allowing the evil spirit clan to give birth to an evil emperor, it can also alleviate a little bit of the unfavorable situation. Yes, Miss Li, we listen to you. Zhao Kun and others said in unison. They also knew that it would be very difficult to defeat this heavenly evil formation before it reached its peak, so there was no point in taking action now. Only when the heavenly evil formation reaches its peak can it be broken open, maximizing the losses of the evil spirit clan. Ha ha ha! At this moment, a distortion appeared in the space around Li Yan'er, and a magic talisman flew into Li Yan'er's hand. Li Yan'er frowned lightly. Is it the message from junior sister Mu? Then Li Yan'er began to read the message on the messenger talisman. After reading the message on the talisman, Li Yan'er's eyes showed unprecedented joy. Let's make a move now. Li Yan'er said with a firm gaze. Zhao Kun and others. Chapter 500 Still too slow. Zhao Kun and the others looked bewildered. Now to act? If you attack now, you won't be able to break through the heavenly evil formation at all. Besides, didn't you just say that you would wait for the heavenly evil formation to reach its peak before taking action? Why now? Miss Zhang, please persuade Miss Li, the timing is not right now. Zhao Kun then turned his gaze to Zhang Xian next to him and said. Although Zhao Kun didn't have much contact with Li Yan'er, he knew that Li Yan'er had always acted swiftly and resolutely, and it was difficult to change the things he had decided. Only Zhang Xian next to her can persuade her a little. Boom! However, as soon as Zhao Kun finished speaking, Zhang Xian who was beside him had already rushed out, and the incomparably tyrannical spirit power burst out from Zhang Xian's body, directly launching a violent impact on the heavenly evil formation. Zhao Kun and the others who were hiding in the dark were completely confused. What's going on? One said to make a move now, and the other has already made a move. Zhao Kun and the others wanted to say something more, but Li Yan'er next to her also launched a fierce idea of own, and her body burst out. Both of them erupted with violent inspirations, almost rippling the entire mountain forest. I can only go up. Seeing this, Zhao Kun said to the many disciples of the Yelan Holy Land next to him. Senior brother Zhao, look, Miss Zhang and Miss Li. At this moment, a disciple of Yelan Holy Land suddenly said, his face was full of shock. The other disciples also looked horrified, their faces froze, as if they had seen something that shocked them. The big battle is about to start now, can you be more cautious? Zhao Kun frowned and said in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, Zhao Kun turned around slowly. Immediately, Zhao Kun also opened his mouth wide, his face was full of horror, and his body froze completely. Above the mountain forest, Zhang Xian and Li Yan'er were surrounded by more than a dozen emperor soldiers, and the extremely domineering emperor was raging like a storm. The radiant stream of light caused countless lights to appear in the black mountain forest. Emperor armament, are these two imperial armies wholesale? Zhao Kun was completely stunned, never expecting that the two of them had so many imperial arms. If you had said earlier that there were so many imperial soldiers, why should we be so timid? Boom! The two urged the surrounding emperor soldiers with all their strength, and the surrounding Tianzai formation was easily torn apart like tofu. You rubbish, hurry up, I'm in a hurry. While urging the imperial soldiers to launch a fierce offensive, Li Yan'er took out hundreds of evil-killing charms again, and a large number of evil-killing charms exuded invincible evil-killing divine power. Seeing the many evil-killing talismans released by Li Yan'er, Zhao Kun and the others were shocked again. There are so many evil-killing talismans, who is this guy? Are the evil-killing talismans produced by her family? You must know that due to the raging evil spirit clan, the value of the evil spirit talisman has already skyrocketed. And it is the kind that has a price but no market. Every time the auction will release a little evil talisman, it will be looted by everyone. Especially those top imperial clans, as well as many top Holy Land level forces, are extremely arrogant. The value of the evil-killing talisman was abruptly raised to the price of the quasi-emperor's soldier. Now, the hundreds of evil-killing talismans around Li Yan'er are completely equivalent to hundreds of quasi-emperor's soldiers. Not only Zhao Kun and the others, but even the evil spirits in the forest were completely shocked. There were so many emperor soldiers and evil-killing talismans that they had no thought of resisting at all. It was just numbly being impacted by the emperor soldiers and the evil talisman, and was quickly collapsed. Junior sister Zhang, it's still too slow, take out your evil talisman too. Li Yan'er looked at the crumbling heavenly evil formation and the numerous evil spirits around her, then frowned and said to Zhang Xian next to her. As soon as Li Yan'er's words came out, Zhao Kun and the others below were even more confused. This is too late. Hey! At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was beside Li Yan'er, waved his right hand, and hundreds of evil charms flew out of Zhang Xian's body. It was close to thousands of evil-killing talismans, like a storm that shrouded the sky and shrouding the heavens, covering the entire mountain forest. The great formation of heavenly evil and many members of the evil spirit race are rapidly collapsing at an even faster rate. Zhao Kun and others will never forget this day. The bloodthirsty evil spirits experienced the most cruel ravages and massacres. Heavenly Dao Sect, in a completely barren mountain range. This mountain is located in the deepest part of Heavenly Dao Sect, and it is full of barren atmosphere, as if it has experienced countless years of vicissitudes. The space at the top of the mountain was distorted, and the figures of Chen Luo, Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong appeared above the empty mountain top. There is such a place in Heavenly Dao Sect. Chen Luo looked at the quaint mountains around him, feeling a burst of surprise in his heart. Heavenly Dao Sect has 9 peaks, all of which have extremely powerful foundations. Most of the entire Heavenly Dao Sect is like an immortal realm in the human world, with extremely sufficient spiritual qi and good fortune. There are few areas with such vicissitudes. Especially this group of mountains, huge and endless, seems to have been barren for a very long time. However, the area here seems to hold countless inspirations, and there is a faint devilish qi lingering around. Master, this is Wanmo Mountain, and the entrance to the secret realm is in the Ling Yuan peak of Wanmo Mountain. Su Mingxianyan continued, with a flash of nostalgia in his eyes. Wanmo Mountain, is this mountain range called Wanmo Mountain? Chen Luo looked at the surrounding peaks carefully and asked in a low voice. Mu Luli and Xue Xingtong at the side also had expressions of astonishment. They have all stayed in Heavenly Dao Sect for more than 2 years, and they are quite familiar with every area in Heavenly Dao Sect. They don't know this Heavenly Dao Sect and this place called Wanmo Mountain at all. Ahem, this Wanmo Mountain is not simple. It was so long ago that even my memory is blurred. Heavenly Dao Sect is not called Heavenly Dao Sect, it seems to be called Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Su Mingxianyan, then he said slowly, seeming to be caught in the memory. Heavenly Dao Sect used to be called Yellow Springs Demon Sect. Chen Luo's heart froze, he didn't expect Heavenly Dao Sect to have such a past. That's right, I've forgotten more things, but that taboo powerhouse rose from the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, and finally embarked on the invincible taboo road. Su Mingxianyan's voice seemed a little low, and he looked at the surrounding deserted mountains leisurely. Is it the place of origin of the taboo strong man? Looking at the surrounding mountains, Chen Luo felt complicated. When he was in Immortal World, Chen Luo also investigated a lot about the two taboo powerhouses in Ancient Desolate Continent. The names of the two taboo powerhouses are no longer known, but there is a title that has been blurred. Lord of Infinity and Lord of Death. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave YouTube channel. Thank you.